Green has to make houses for days.
Hello, everyone. Welcome
This was annoying though.
to Yo versus Capoch. Here's some water
Yeah,
pouring
I should be able
ASMR
to
as I
take
fill
care
my
of that.
bottle from this grid of pictures. I don't know if the mic picks that up. Looks like it might not.
They're playing tower defense on the other side.
There we go. Now we can stay
Alright,
hydrated.
what do I make? I guess I switch to elephants. I think that makes sense. Can I reach those? I think I can.
Nice and hydrated. There we are. So a few minutes till we get started, but we're live everywhere. That means I can make my Discord announcement and not forget today.
Let's get to start getting the upgrades. With Jordan's elephant archers, we should be very fine there. The question is just, can they hold on the other side? They seem to be doing a good job so far. We need to bring Vils over fast.
And announcement
even have a barrack.
is made. Oh, I made the wrong thing.
It's just committing. Full sending.
There you are. So, hello everyone. Going to have 2 sets of
have
Sudden
too many
Disaster
votes.
and then 2 sets of Queen's Clash
In
4.
reality.
Depending on how fast Sudden Disaster is, I might co-cast with Crab for Queen's Clash. I'll be sure to give her a shout out if she goes live, because Gabi versus Lilybear will be playing simultaneously with Sudden
Yeah, there's, like,
Disaster, and I want to
almost
cast those
online.
wrecks. There's another
Wheels that
Queen's
went
Clash set
forward.
at 19 GMT. I think that's
think I may
was it
have.
Luna versus Sunsetfire. I would like to cast that. And hello, Safety. You hear ship sounds and Viper talking? Oh, do I have Viper's stream open? I hear Viper talking. Do you have Viper's stream open? I do not.
They're doing fine over there. They're holding fine. Yeah. And then taking up pawn.
Viper game? That is a good
Gives us so
question.
much
You
room
know
to work
what?
with.
Oh, you know what? Hold on.
Now we switch to
Let me
elephants.
turn my headphones off. I think my headphones might have actually connected to my laptop instead of OBS. Do you still hear it? That is weird. That is very weird. You hear that? 'Cause I had his stream open. Oh, you know why? Oh, I know. There we are. I had I had Twitch open, and I clicked on the AoE2 category, but the category had like a picture-in-picture of Viper's stream. Open that up, not clicking on the category, because I went to open the category and go to the live tab, and when I opened Twitch, it was the first stream that picked up was Viper's stream, so I clicked on the little link to the category from his stream, and I think that opened his stream picture-in-picture. There we go. You hear Viper? Okay, now it's fixed. Do you hear the background music for the game? Hopefully you do. You want to cosplay the chicken? I do want to cosplay the chicken. We gotta hit the 500 subs though. I'll order a costume for next week regardless. I'll do some Insta cosplays anyway. But cosplay with the webcam will be if we hit 500 subs. Surreal Viper co-cast talking about something totally different. Yep. Red Cliffy. Oh, now you can hear like so many sounds going on. You can hear the alarm I have on my phone reminding me not to oversleep and miss this. Can't miss my own tournament. I think probably everyone will be casting this. But we'll see. We've done even you know, when everyone's live on stream, because right now we have literally like Hera, Viper, Mem, T90, Dave all live. So usually we get a fraction of the viewers when everyone's live. But if we're streaming on YouTube, YouTube numbers seem to be much less affected by that than Twitch streams. So I've been enjoying having you all here on YouTube. We have our own private little 4K quality adless stream content over here. Hello, not a duck. You can pause and rewatch more handily. It's in higher quality. You don't get ads. You can put it on your TV or your phone more easily. I don't think the chat experience is quite up to the standards of Twitch, but everything else feels great on YouTube. And sup flying stakes. The stakes are up, assuming they're flying. You sometimes watch Twitch and switch to YouTube later. Yeah, people tell me they pause, they go run their errands, they come back and they watch it at 2 times speed. As kids, it's always the kids. Hopefully your kids are watching too. So thank you everyone for letting me be aware of the Viper sounds. I actually didn't have my headphones on, so I didn't hear them myself. What are these opera sponsorships I've seen everyone doing recently? Is like the web browser sponsoring Twitch streamers now? Can I get a Firefox sponsorship? That'd be nice. I've almost completely swapped to Firefox because Chrome is horrible without uBlock working like it used to. I have a bleeding edge CSS scroll timeline usage on my Stronghold Frenzy handbook, though. Which doesn't work on Firefox. All it does is create a drop shadow under the header when you scroll, and I just have the shadow always there on Firefox. So it's a nice progressive enhancement that I'll leave in for future generations to stumble upon the handbook and enjoy themselves. I think I'm getting better at making SVG icons. I've been playing around with them and getting used to Inkscape a bit more. I guess Figma is also a thing, but that's like an online tool. Like, I guess it's 9 years ago now. It was actually 9 years prior was my YouTube birthday. And that would have been when I made my T-West logo in Inkscape. I followed a YouTube tutorial for how to make logos. You know, logos by Nick, and he's still making tutorials, which are very useful. I just looked them up again and was like, bam, there are YouTube tutorials for SVG icons. Make them from my website. And Prestigo, hello, how you doing? Hope you're having a marvelous and fantastic day. And Yo's ready to draft. He's typing, let me know when you are here. Capoch hopefully just about ready. Finally some good free time to play some games. Ooh, congrats. You can play some sudden death. Watch the petards coming through the holes in your Palisades. At 16 GMT on the dot, hopefully Capoch arrives. Often watch, but you're not active. Well, that's okay. As long as you're having a good time. I'm more than happy to have people lurk in the chat. You misspelled neighbor, Mouse Puddles. Is identifying it as similar to another word. I'll read it anyway. Back in your AoE 1 on the zone days, there was a map that was an exact minimalist mirror. One set of trees, gold, stone, and berries, all in a mirrored alignment. So that the neighbor player had an advantage. The idea was that it was the better player who succeeded. Is there a map like that for AoE 2? I don't believe so. But we could very well make one. That's something I get asked quite a bit. Dragonstar a while ago was thinking of hosting a show match on a mirrored Arabia, and I made a very mirrored one. I think Doubt had played a couple games on it. Don't think he ever actually did a tournament on it though. You can also do a bit of randomness with very mirrored stuff. You just gotta be creative. The link is set automod to block bad spelling and grammar. If only Twitch would like force you to have everything spelled correctly with proper grammar before it let you post. Right, you have a couple of drafts ready and on the way. I need to make a best of 7 draft overlay soon. And here we are, Koala, game number 1, Ring of Reeds and Skakuza for Capoch, Wellsprings and Palisades Socotra for Yo. So a very, very hamster set of maps for these two. We'll see what we get blessed with for the Civ drafts. What bans shall Automod give us? So here we are, random bands: Vietnamese, Inca, Lithuanians, Maya, Burgundians, Shu, Saracens, Malians, Spanish, Goths, Armenians, Poles, Way, ooh, the Arenas of the Way, the Romans, and Gujars. So, Romans, Goths banned for Skakuza, and Armenians. Gujars banned for Wellsprings. Ooh, lots and lots of bans. Could almost see Chinese as the first pick from Yo going for Wellsprings with them. Might just go Malay, because Malay have been insane so far in pretty much every set. And the ooh, with the fire archers picked first for Yo. And the Mongols for Capoch. Alright, Mongols, very scary for Skakuza. And I imagine they're the civ that gets banned by Yo. And Portuguese, alright, just good all-around civ with Portuguese. And Byzantine's a civ still on the draft board, not auto-banned. Italians too. Either of them could be good for some type of fast imp play. Bohemians for Yo might be the Palisades Kotra civ. Don't get her banned. I wonder if we might try Aztecs for Skakuza. The good counters to them are mostly banned. Although maybe Georgians are still the pick for the mule cart. Yeah, there goes Yo for the Georgians. And let's see, Catans could still be an option. There's Malay for Capoch. No surprise seeing them picked. And there are the Byzantines. Alright, Byzantines. Good castles, more TC, HP, and fast imp. The Jurchens for Yo. Okay, he's experimenting with the new civs. Jurchens. And the Bengalis. Howdy, Anthony. How you doing? The Japanese. Okay, not really a fishing map here. Still a decent monk civ, though, although they lack heresy. And good for the skirms, too. Doing good. How's Mr. Twest doing? He's doing pretty good, too. Koreans, okay. Good towers, good skirms. 1 TC war wagons could always be a play. Not that many monk civs from Yo as much as he does have Bohemians and Bengalis. And Jordans, they have fortified churches, but aren't really a monk civ. And there's Khmer for him. I wonder if Georgians are for Koala the same way we saw Andy play them. Just YOLO FC church rush. How many sets today? 2 sets today of Sudden Disaster. And then 2 sets of Queen's Clash I'm going to cast after this. And Gabi's playing her set now. Don't know. She might be streaming her point of view if you want to check that out. But I'll cast the Rex afterwards. And depending how long these take, at 19 GMP, there's a Queen's Clash set. And there we are. Italians at the end, Burmese at the end. Burmese still a great... I feel like Burmese probably have the best monk rush these days. I'll need to play some 1v1s again soon. Just to try out the monk rushes. And they're comparing pings. This is probably a West US game, I'd guess, where they both have bad ping. Yep. Oh, actually, they have almost the exact same ping to West US. 180 for Yo, 179 for Capoch. Only a 1 ping difference to the servers. That is the most fair ping matchup I've ever seen. Should be getting started momentarily. Yo asking you host. Went over, but you don't understand Spanish, so just watch the Rex when I cast. I think if you want to see the Queen's Clash, Crab's also casting them. And also, I would assume Gabi's from Brazil. She's streaming in Portuguese and not Spanish. Which I assume you understand even less of, based on that comment. That's okay. I think a lot of people make that mistake. I don't know, are there any other South American countries that are primarily Portuguese instead of Spanish? I don't actually know off the top of my head. I just know Brazil is Portuguese. One of those weird UI design quirks where when flags are used to represent languages, which is not something I generally recommend, but when they're used, you end up with the weird occurrence. It's like if you want to represent English, you usually use the UK flag rather than, say, the US flag or the Australian flag, which also are English-speaking majority nations. If you represent Portuguese, there's a question of do you use the Portuguese flag or the Brazilian flag? Because even though it is a language from Portugal and named Portuguese, there are more people in Brazil. There's a larger population these days. And it is, I think, the largest center of Portuguese-speaking people there is, or largest country in terms of population. And that came up because I'm working on translations for handbooks, for future handbooks. Macau. Well, what about Macau, Red Cliffy? Portuguese speaking? Really, that's not... Map. Where? Yeah, I guess that does make sense. Would have been a former Portuguese territory. You had me confused for a second because I was talking South American countries, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I know that's not in South America. I know that's near Hong Kong." It's too early for this, and by too early I mean 12:15, and I have a coffee in front of me. Coffee that needs to be consumed. It's official, but I think no one speaks it there. Yeah, I don't know who would be nowadays speaking it there. Or how the language would have changed. I don't know how much English speaking there is in Hong Kong nowadays. And hello, Beba Cakes, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. And looks like they have indeed launched. Yes, they have. Game 1 will be Koala. And the civs, based on our handy-dandy dashboard, will be Malay for Capoch and Georgians for Yo. So Malay versus Georgians. Interesting to see Malay for Koala, but the Georgians for Yo. I'm scared seeing how Andy played Fortified Churches with Armenians yesterday, where he just YOLO'd them forward and couldn't be stopped. So FC Fortified Church might be the play. Georgians can only get 6 relics instead of 7. But the way their churches can be repaired makes them, I think, even scarier. Here we go. So let me just put Yo. I'll put LY Yo as the name, so it fits better on the scoreboard, and that way I'm not confused when I see the Chinese characters and my mind starts to think, is that Yo, or is that Lix, or is that Vivi, or is that Koala, or Tim, or anyone else. We'll know it's Yo. So Yo will be here in the red. He'll be the Georgians to the southwest. And he will be against Capoch, who will be playing as the blue Malay to the northeast. Very symmetrical Koala here in terms of the wood lines. Immediately we have Yo taking one of his boar, but Capoch forward, maybe nabbing a couple of the herdable pigs from Yo, and maybe gonna try to push an Ibex all the way across the map. As Yo is laming already. He's gonna get his pigs back, and he's gonna get 2 pigs lamed, and he's going to grab more. And he is close enough to the TC that the Vil can come out and help with the boar. Capoch going to try to block the scout so the boar can attack. Yo is going to use the relics for some cover, as he's a Vil running out. Don't know where that Vil's going, he's just going to stand out there. I thought it was going to help with the boar, but Yo doesn't need help anymore. Capoch blocking enough that Yo can run away. The Armenians did incredibly well against Aztecs the other day. Yo can just use the mule cart to block here. At this point, I think you want to fight the scout with the Vil if you can. Ah, there we go. Eventually he'll get it in. Well, Capoch could counterlame. An epic sea dragon. Hello, hello, hello. Lovely Teutonic Knight emotes. Ibex is in the middle being lamed by Yo, so I think Yo has come out on top in terms of the laming so far. Capoch going to get only a single boar. But if there's a civ that can stay longer in the Dark Age and survive against the lame, perhaps it is the Malay. And hello, audience. Always lovely to have an audience for the stream. Here's TC, you'll have an audience of pigs gathering on the outside, watching as he takes from the hunt. So Capoch, he'll get in on the laming action himself, pushing an ibex across the map, but that is not as much food as a boar, as a javelina. And I'll try to get it in back towards the TC. And there it is. More houses going up for Yo. As the boar will now be brought in from the Ville. And will be shot right by the vases underneath the TC. Have some palisade walls going up. So Yo might try to wall to the middle, which is something we have seen. It does keep your relics safe, but it's a huge wall. And yeah, it looks like he's just going to turn and use the gold mine then. Wall himself in and potentially fast castle. All those pigs, he might even be able to fast castle without farms. Wonder if fast castling might give the Malay an advantage in their ability simply to go up with a longer Dark Age and match the castle timing. Despite the lack of boar, add in a few farms, maybe take stone for karambits. And that could be interesting, just a castle drop against whatever fortified church Yo would try to play into karambits.
Etil ars. Resach berzanept.
Mza ars.
So feudal for both. And 24 pop, 24 villas, 24 villas, 25 pop for both, and looks like this will be dueling fast castles. As Capoch is walling himself up nice and compactly, berries and also relics will be exposed for the moment, but stone and gold will be safe. One more house or 2 tiles of palisade, and the stone is not rushable by melee units. And I think we're just going to see fast castles. It looks like it's just going to be fast castles here. There's Capoch up to feudal. A loom and double bit axe on the way. Mill still grinding away. Vills will go out to build some houses over here. And Yo himself will be up to feudal. We'll have a market up from Yo. And probably a blacksmith following that once he has the wood. Not too far away on the wood, but needs a bit more. Might need to be 3 feudal for him. 1 and loom. So loom indicates he's going to want to go forward for fortified churches. That's a dead giveaway. He's going forward. And if Capoch is scouting, he'll be able to see the loomed villagers. And he'll have a good idea of what's coming. Malay could maybe go up fast enough if they can stop it, but he's just doing a market now. And we'll add in a blacksmith to the side of it. And blacksmith house up for Yo over here. And castle edge double bit axe for Yo. Capoch, even if he clicks up later as the Malay, likely still will beat him. And timing, there he goes, using the market just a bit to rebalance things slightly. And yep, about 30 seconds, just over 30 seconds faster than Yo. As Yo heads over for a mule cart on the stone, it looks like. So he could go for Manaspas here. It doesn't necessarily have to be fortified churches, it could be Manaspas. Only 1 farm so far, but that's perhaps a good thing for him because of all those pigs he had. Hasn't need to invest into the farms like Capoch has. And could potentially even do horse collar before seeding more. And gold mining on the way. Okay, gold mining before horse collar. Interesting play from Yo. As Capoch selling wood. As Vills now come forward for Yo. And this has to be a fortified church right next to the palisade at first for the relics. Then the question is, how does he follow that up with a castle drop? And Capoch on stone too, he's throwing down a monastery right away. Hoovering scout for Yo, but it'll be a castle for both. So dueling castle approaches then. Oh, Doubt, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you've been enjoying Rage Forest, because in the new patches I have some updates I've planned for Rage Forest soon. So welcome everyone. This is game 1 of Yo versus Capoch. And we all know that if Yo wins the tournament, the brackets were just rigged and Doubt should have really been number 2. So welcome everyone. Hello Vuzd. And Fort Castle here from Capoch. Wheelbarrow on the way for Yo. And it is Georgians for Yo. This is sudden death. Remember, sudden death, you have 1 town center, you cannot build more. And as soon as you lose it, you are defeated. And Georgians here for Yo have gone for the fortified church. He'll pick up the relics. And he will go forward for a castle drop, but without any scouting, might be walking directly into Capoch's castle. And hello, Tim Nolan. Relics being picked up by Capoch's monks, and there Yo has scouted the castle. Just in time to lose his scout, and his villas are gonna walk back. Said, nope, I'm not going for that. I'm just gonna come back. Unfortunately for him, there are no karambits killing his villagers here. Might just go for his own castle, get into a second fortified church, and keep the stone in reserve for later. And he could drop a castle right here, based on the way Capoch walled. He did scout that's open, actually, so he could go there. More monks, sanctity on the way, each player picking up the 3 relics they have right at the start of at the front of their base on Koala. And Yo, he's doing it. He's turning around to the side. No karambits at home, interestingly enough. Capoch has gone forward with them. And Yo will probably be happy to see the karambits have ran around in the counterclockwise direction, as Yo himself will run clockwise and perhaps even avoid the scout. And he's thinking of a castle there. Yeah, the scout has seen the vills. The scout has seen the vills. And what is Capoch going to do now? How does he react to this? He doesn't have the army to stop this. If he gets walled in, the karambits won't be able to come over. And he should be able to get this wall. There's a gate. Might have needed a stone gate even. Karambits, if you get a lot of them, they can go through houses. Monk in the back trying to get conversions. There's only one monk from the relics earlier. Castle at 50%. And there's maybe one more hole. That Palisade gate is a weak spot. Yo will need to lock it. The rest of the wall looks okay. And Capoch is not going to get in. He's not going to deny the castle 90% and counting. That will finish. That will finish and that will hit the TC. And Capoch needs to find a way to get rid of this castle because now it's just going to be petards. And petards can take out the town center. And that might be the game. That might be the game. Capoch walling very conservatively. Yo taking advantage of it. Capoch did not have an outpost, didn't have the scouting on the right side of the map for the awareness of the push. And now Capoch will attempt to do a forward workshop, but there's no way that works before 5 petards are queued and go for the TC. So 4 queued already. Here are some Karambits, and with the TC having taken some damage from the castle, might go down in 4 petards even. So forward castle from Capoch, but the way Yo has walled, that castle will not reach the town center. Yo can't deny it, and there's a ram push on the way. The ram could go through the gate, but that has to happen before the petards come in. And right now, Capoch is at the point where he needs to get double mangonels and hope for a hit on the petards. There's the 5th, and he just needs to kill 1. I think he actually needs to just put Vils in the TC, and then he might be able to snipe 1 petard. Vil's going to fight the town center, everything going for the TC now. Here come the petards. And he needs a snipe. He needs a snipe on a petard. Where are the Vils in the TC? He's going for the mangonel hit, but nope, not going to be in time. And there is the game from Yo. And he'll take game number 1 very quickly on Koala with that castle drop. And fast castle approach from the Malay, 12 to 5 KD from Capoch. 7 conversions for Yo, and it did not work out for Capoch. He had 1,500 more res collected. If he somehow holds that, he's in a great spot to win the game, but that's not how sudden disaster works. Very sudden for a huge disaster. Should have walled the TC. That's something you also could have done, right? Delete the farms and try to stonewall the TC. Castle being so close, though. The castle's presence makes that really hard. Oh, the score updated, it's 1-0 for Yo. With a win on Koala. And that was the Georgians over the Malay. And the bands were Bohemians. Yo no longer has Bohemians, and Capoch no longer has Mongols. Mongols there, of course, were picked for Skakuza. Saw them coming. Yeah, I mean, he could have tried to do some anti-castle walling. That's true, Haru. Sudden Death gives us crazy games. Absolutely. We've seen 0 villager wins. Or at least 1 0 villager win. Capoch himself did win with 15 vills earlier. I'm enjoying this tournament way more than traditional meta tournaments. Some of the games have ended in insane ways. They have. And the next map will be Skakuza. It'll be Japanese for Capoch and Chimera for Yo. Ooh, Japanese. I think I like them in the matchup against the Chimera, actually. Feels like a good Civ matchup for Capoch. I think one of the other reasons these sort of settings give us such good games is that there isn't really an accurate seeding. I get why hosts want the best players to make it to the semis, but it means loads of the early rounds are walkovers. I think we had a lot of upsets in the early rounds, too. I think the upsets have made it really interesting. Even though Doubt did get a potentially very low seeding. And here we will have Capoch as the blue Japanese to the northwest, and Yo as the red Chimera to the south. map is Skakuza. This is a map by Young Panda that was made for the last edition of Warlords, and it features tons and tons and tons of hunt in the middle. We've seen some crazy games on this map. You can have extended Dark Ages with big Vil fights over the hunt, or you can have nice and peaceful games where both players just push the hunt and don't go to the middle, and just go feudal for scouts. Many different approaches to it, especially after the nerf to skirmishers, where they now take 26 instead of 22 seconds to train. In the past, this had been a skirm-heavy map. Now it's a bit less so. And hello, Creekrich, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. And we have a lumber camp out on the side for Capoch. As everyone just taking their hunt. And what can the Chimera do against the Japanese? I have seen Kingstone play Chimera on this map a couple of times. He's tried to go for scouts and pikemen into a forward ram push. Did work against the toe. Maybe Yo could try something similar with the Chimera. If you go Scorpion, Ram, Pikeman. Tricky to go siege against the Japanese when they have Redemption Monks. As long as they're up at a competitive time and can field them. Maybe that's difficult to get to on this map though because of how exposed the golds can be. Has anyone ever made a sudden death where you can't lose a starting castle instead of the TC? You can do that. If in the hyper-random map script, I know Zetnus has chances of different starting buildings that need to be defended. Not sure if there's a castle, but probably could be. That could be an interesting map concept too, needing to keep a castle alive. A bit more HP than a TC. A few more petards needed to take it out. What could be an interesting concept too. Want to co-cast with John Sloat? We'll co-cast with him soon. I'm sure. I like doing some games myself and then some games with co-casters. I'll try to bring more people on for next weekend. Wondering what would happen if it only applied to your capital TC, so you could have a full empire, but if your capital dies, he loses. That could be an interesting way to do it too. I think you can do that. But yeah, I'm sure there are lots of different ways you could design sudden death. The way it works now with 1 TC, though, works incredibly well. The TC is the perfect combination of fragile and sturdy, where you can repair it, but it's also snipeable. This map looks horrendous. Well, if you're Mongols, it's great. That's why the Mongols were the first pick for Capoch, and also the sniped off Civ from Yo. On the way for both players, Yo will be clicking up just a bit faster. Tiny bit of idle time on the TC for Capoch. Even with all this food, you can idle yourself. Japanese are also good with cheap mills. That's true, for this map, the cheap drop sites for the Japanese. Only 50 wood instead of 100 for the mill and for the lumber camp. And for the mining camps is a nice Dark Age bonus, and so this is 150 wood that Yo has saved so far, which essentially is the cost of that barracks he was able to put up nice and early. And as the Japanese, he will be looking to go men-at-arms, take full advantage of that faster attacking swordsman bonus. Faster attacking swordsman line. You hate maps with little wood. Well, this map has actually quite a bit of wood in the middle because it's a baobab trees and acacia trees, which have more wood than normal trees do. And your wood line in the back is mixed, so you have a few different types of trees here with varying amounts of woods from 100 to 150 to 200. And there's Capoch up to the feudal age. We'll have men-at-arms on the way. Is Yo up to feudal as well? And the men-at-arms will look to break through this house. So Capoch with a good score lead so far. And full control of the middle of the map, adding in the range. And with the ability to go skirms, Yo will open archers, or open with one archer. At least, does have 2 vills on gold. Looks like it might be difficult for him to afford a blacksmith and fletching at this point. And Capoch taking full advantage of those discounted Japanese mills, building one in the middle. So yeah, not even contesting the middle against the men-at-arms. Still trying to push ostriches. That's a bit of idle time for him on the TC. Skirm forward for Capoch, and this has to be a defensive tower now from Yo, who's in danger of losing his house. Spending 3 vills repairing it. Hello HQ on YouTube. You can pay the cost of a TC to increase the work rate of the TC. That's interesting too. Still 1 TC would double the production speed. Over time you're leveling up your TC. Reminds me of Roll the Dice, where you can buy the upgrades for more tower HP. He's fletching on the way for Yo. We're waiting for the tower. And oh, that is a forward tower from Capoch. Here come the vills. 5 of them on the way. And Yo going pure archers now. Not worried about skirms with the production speed nerf, just going archers. Whatever that was, that went down. Yo building a stable under the TC. He's aware of the tower now, sending his vills to fight. 50% done is the tower. Archers come over, anticipating that there will be a fight under the base of the tower. And that might be an overextension from Capoch, as Yo is going to use the archers to clear the area. Yo will lose his scout, though, when the tower goes down. A double bit axe for Capoch. But he's up by 3 vills. He can afford to waste some time going forward, and that will allow him to clear the scout. And the longer this goes, the more it feels like it's skirms versus archers. Yo playing very defensively, and just now going to try to add scouts. Khmer farmers are nice, but not going to be the same efficiency as Hunt. Capoch may want to add more mills in the middle, but right now he at least has full middle control. A Chronicles thing. Is it really? Lots of things are Chronicles things. I've never actually played Chronicles, though. I just know we have oysters now from Chronicles. And Antiquity mode fishing ships. Yo coming forward with the archers, but Capoch is back with skirms. Yo is making more scouts, fletching on the way for Capoch. And Yo trying to push forward with archers now. Remember, you can't lame the Hunt in the current patch. You can kill it, but it'll keep all the food on it. And Yo will use that new scout to keep the path to the lumber camp open, but I'll let the archers start picking vills. Archers with fletching, so they are scary, but Yo doesn't want to dive too deeply and end up losing archers to the skirms. He's going to try to get away, or maybe steal some goats as he runs. Achaemenids, you can upgrade the TCs. Okay, interesting. I'm sure that there are lots of ways to design RTS bonuses, and we've only scratched the surface. It is nice to have a little experimentation like Chronicles, where you can throw in bonuses and not affect the main AoE too. But then again, I think they just reused Chronicles bonuses for the Three Kingdoms civs, so maybe you gotta be careful with that too. So scouts and archers still hoovering on around. Archers going for the vills. Kicking off the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms going down. Ooh, going down very much. Still think it should have been a Chronicles thing. I think the right way to do it would have been you do 3 Kingdoms as a Chronicles thing, and then you do a full 5 Civ AoE 2 medieval themed a DLC with, you know, Tibetans and Tanguts and another Civ. And then like you bundle them together for like $20 total. Or $25 even if you really want to. But the scouts and the vills here, the vill fight here, key for dealing with the skirms, and if you send enough vills, you're forcing Capoch to send vills too. And so far, the pure archer play, maybe this is just due to the skirm nerf in the patch, but the pure archer play with the later scout edition has been working for Yo. And hard to pull off the scout edition potentially with how little food he's had from the middle just going for the stable at home. But double ranges now for Capoch. He's trying to make an archer switch himself. A bit later, though, Yo has gone up 42 to 33 vills as Capoch has been idling his TC now. As he brings the vills to fight, he's no longer taking the hunt. And thank you, Sadish. Here is to more and more pacifism. Yes, I do still want to do more pacifist campaigns. That'll be... Maybe if I can clear out my map scripting in the next month, or the next couple weeks, I'll have time to do it. I need to get a good chunk of map scripting done. So I might be streaming a bit less in the next week or so outside of Sudden Disaster, just to do the map scripting. And then hopefully start up a lot more content in October. And we'll have Scale-Barding Armor and Bloodlines on the way for Yo. And also do Doom Pacifist. Doom Pacifist was the inspiration. Look up Decino's channel. He actually has the videos on all the pacifist speedruns for Doom and the techniques for doing them. You're not going insane. That's not possible right now. Only in the dreams of Battle Royale map scripts. So scouts here from Yo. Yo's done this has been amazing. We've seen Catans played similarly, where you ignore the middle and farm with the pastures. Here Yo doing essentially the same thing, but with Khmer farms, which are themselves very efficient. And he's now pulling really far ahead in res collected. Also stealing the goats. So those fights forcing Capoch back with the archers. That's what archers do that skirms don't. They threaten vills. Threaten them in a way that maybe the Khmer aren't too scared of because of their housing garrison bonus. And we see Yo hopping in the houses there. Gives him more ability to reach forward and move out with his army and harass the middle, while staying safe at home. Yeah, he's being idled, but in the long term, he's not losing vills. And that's something the Japanese won't be able to match. They don't heal in houses, no. I remember that because we did it for one of Viper's videos. They don't heal in the houses. They do in the TCs and the towers, of course, but not in the houses. Yeah, he's where I got the initial idea of the pacifist videos. After he did his Doom 1 video explaining the pacifist runs, I thought that'd be fun for AoE 2. And also something no one had ever tried for AoE 2, because there are campaign speedruns. But there aren't different categories for speedruns. They're always any percent for AoE 2. So lots of scouts for Yo. It will be against Japanese spearmen, and there is a good number of archers here. Capoch has a military advantage. And Yo has to be careful he doesn't take a bad fight with all these scouts. They are fully upgraded. He is doing wheelbarrow. But Capoch is up to the castle age. We'll have the age uptiming advantage at least. They'll be down by a large number of vills. Do Khmer houses still attack melee units? No, they don't. Actually, I think it was the opposite, wasn't it? This was a Wooloo Kingdoms bug we had dealt with. I think it was the houses for everyone other than the Khmer attacked. I know I had fixed that at one point. I don't know if we ever actually pushed the patch where I fixed it, though. Because we were waiting for HD patch 5.9, but that never came. I love these grass patches added in. It's a nice little bit of flavor to the map. They probably do dream of it. I don't know if houses dream. And lots of mobility from the scouts now as Yo clicks up, a minute behind Capoch, but up nevertheless. And Capoch with 6 spears is running his vills. I mean, 6 spears against 10 fully upgraded scouts. The scouts are kind of low. Armor coming with the spears. If they have armor, they can probably fight. Less so with archers behind. But they cannot catch the scouts. And these vills now have to run and stay by the spears. It's a lot of Japanese spearmen for Capoch. Spears coming over, stable goes up. Archers come down for Capoch. Spears will look to take a fight. Yeah, that was a lot of idle time. Look at the res collected difference. Now 2k more for Yo. Has a huge army of spears, but not with the mobility to force a fight. He'll kill some archers and still has a good numbers advantage. Crossbow Bodkin. And those vills a long distance chopping those Bobab trees. Tower on the stone for Yo, so he can do more towers. He can do a castle, and Yo is going to send 8 vills forward to think about castling Capoch's TC. So second game in a row, he wants a castle. Capoch could maybe stop this with knights, and you might, with the knights, see the vills. Not much line of sight on knights, though. Hard to see that. And Yo, with a lot of scouts, will do light cav and then try to drop a castle. So a castle drop into GG is what we might be about to see. Capoch getting a nice raid with crossbows. Capoch somehow up in score, despite being down in KD and in res collected. Must have won the water somehow. And here is the castle drop. Capoch needs to notice and stop this, but I don't see how he stops it. He can go for knights, but Yo can wall the vills in. And this will be a castle drop into a GG. Capoch will look over and realize, oh no, I've lost the game. There he goes. He's going to send all the vills to fight. Yo, can he wall this in? 50%. Maybe Capoch. He has 2 or 3 knights here? He has 2 knights. Yo, this could be a mistake if he doesn't wall the vills. Wait a minute, Yo. Wait just a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, 90%. Capoch noticed just a bit too late, and it does go up. And here are the petards. 5 petards queued. You might need murder holes here. Capoch is going to sit under that castle and try to fight it. Okay, so he does get it up. Also, just not the best awareness for Capoch. Was microing at the front and didn't realize this. Light cav from Yo can come over and try to hit the vills under the castle. The castle's going down fairly quickly. It's a lot of vills. Yo might need to throw up a university and do murder holes. There's the university. He does need murder holes. Doing a market now. Oh, he doesn't have the stone to afford murder holes. Oh gosh, what if Yo doesn't succeed with the petards because he can't afford murder holes? Yeah, the petards are going to come out faster than the castle goes down, though. Okay, some Palisade gates walling. There is murder holes. Once murder holes comes in, then Yo wins. Capoch, at least he's putting up a fight. He's trying. Deleting the farms and walling. He's learned from the previous game. But not in a position to stop this. There's attempted walls around the TC. I think these need to be stone walls, though. Palisade gates can be shot down by the castle fairly easily. Remember the bug in the past when petards would hit the side of the gate and do no damage? Imagine if that were still a thing and Yo accidentally clicks the gate and loses all the petards. Capoch, though, gonna lose all the vills under the castle. And here we go from Yo sending the vills to absorb TC fire. And whoa, one petard goes down. That's only going to be 4 petards now. Capoch can repair this. Oh gosh, the Yo didn't actually hit the TC. He has a huge Vil lead now, 53 to 25. He should be able to finish it off. There's another petard. But that's what Capoch needed in the previous game. And he might have won. But here, he's just lost too much ego. It's still GG. At least made it interesting. Oh, Capoch, don't do that. Don't call the GG when the petard's right there. Don't deny us the explosion. That's the one thing we need to change. The game ends as soon as the TC hits 0 HP and we don't see the destruction animation. Maybe Nilly needs to add that to his universal handbook. You can't resign as your TC's about to die. Alright, there's military 116 to 68 KD for Yo. For Eco, it'll be around 4k more res collected. 1 minute faster to castle for Capoch, but didn't pay off for him, thanks to Yo's ability to hoover. And even with those higher military populations, Capoch never really was able to take the fight he wanted. And GG. Instead of resigning, they'll delete the TC. Maybe. Petition for sappers from Imp to Castle? Ooh, that could be interesting. I wonder if we'd ever see it used as a wood upgrade then. It does make your villas fall trees in 1 hit instead of 2. That's 2-0 for Yo. And we'll have 1 Skakuza, which was one of Capoch's home maps. And that was Khmer winning over the Japanese. Bonus damage against buildings and against rams. Could be interesting. And Capoch will pick Ring of Reeds, his next home map. And remember, we will have Margougou versus Sora Kuma coming up next. And also, as a reminder, let's give a shout out to John Slow, who is co-hosting the event with me. And a big thanks to him for organizing everything. Praise the Fluffy, yes. And here we'll have Yo playing as the red Wu to the west and Capoch as the blue Byzantines to the east. I do really like Byzantines on this map. And we did see a crazy game yesterday where they held out for a long time in a game where they were losing. So the Wu will have fire archers, the Byzantines will have more HP on their castles. We'll see how that matchup plays out. Also, you could dock on this map. Potentially the fire galleys from the Byzantines could be great. The Wu do have the, the 55 food they get from building a dock, and then also careening and dry dock available early, and they're cheaper. Don't know if you ever researched that, but you can do careening for the fire galley fire ship fight. Dromans could be a thing for the Byzantines. The Wu would have their own catapult ship. The Luchen is a powerful siege warship that shoots arrows at units and uses a long-range trebuchet weapon against buildings and siege weapons, but cannot attack at close range. Multiple attack types. Oh, that boar kind of annoying out there. You have to delete your reeds creatively to get to it, but that's normally how the boars work on this map. Stuck a bit to the outsides. And scout fight in the middle, scout fight in the middle. Same HP for both, but Capoch will disengage, run back towards his walls in their safety. Won't have a Vil coming, and just running back. Also, there are deer in the middle. You push them, use the sheep to hold open the gate. Deer being pushed in from Yo. And Yo thinking of walling. Not sure what he's walling. One more deer in the middle, then two up there they could push. Let's see where that Vil goes. Now there's fish on the outside too on this map. You have the option of either milling or docking them. And Capoch will go for the dock. Remember, if you're going to Fast Castle, you still need the mill to unlock the market. And also to unlock farms. So dock isn't strictly better than the mill. Even though it will allow you to get a few fishing ships. And Yo will go for the barracks. Remember, as the Wu, he will get 55 food for constructing that barracks. Against Jin swordsmen, I'd imagine Byzantines have cataphracts that will slaughter them. And against fire archers, the Byzantines can always go skirms. So probably some tools for Capoch to deal with Yo in this matchup. And Loom on the way for Yo. Vils will be fighting the scouts, and Feudal Age on the way for Yo. He's clicking up first. Byzantines, usually not a very fast civ. We'll have Loom for Capoch, then he'll go up on 18 Vils. We'll get a fishing ship out, though. Gotta make up for some of the speed disadvantage by fishing. And still need to make sure he mills something, though, when he's up. Ooh, actually doing more Vils. Actually doing more Vils. Doesn't have the food to go up yet. Yo will be the one milling the middle. Having the middle mill. Vils will be out on the gold. They'll move forward between gold and stone. Head to that middle. Mining some gold. They'll drop it off when they get to the mill. Even when the mill is finished, when the Vils are tasked to construct it, when they walk over to it, they still deposit the gold, which is a nice touch. Maybe I should discuss that in a video. I know people are aware of the construction. When you finish it, they drop it off. But as long as they're tasked to it, they can walk over and drop it off. But it could be a situation where if you're Capoch then and you see the Vils, you might just want to run your scout by and whack them to try to distract them. What are those Palisades from Yo? Oh, he's clearing straggler trees there. He's clearing straggler trees. That's what he's doing. Alright, clearing the straggler trees so we can get clearer micro in the middle with the deer pushes. Yeah, you don't have to wait to complete it. You just saw that there, right? They dropped it off when they walked over towards it. That is the danger, though, right? Like, if you turn to attack a scout, then you no longer can drop it off. Whereas if it's under construction, you can always task at any point of the construction. So Tower Rush from Yo. Tower Rush from Yo. And Capoch against this can wall, do his own towers. Byzantine towers will have more hit points. Spoiled by Atlantean citizens in AOM, or by AoE 3 Vils. I always thought it might be nice if they drop off continually under the TC, but I think the force drop hockey is actually a more elegant way of doing it. Feels more AoE 2 that you gotta do the action yourself. And there's just still a bit of a penalty for doing it too quickly yourself. You find yourself force dropping the first few Vils to arrive, thinking otherwise the later ones would waste their res. Yep, it's a good thing to ask. Good thing to ask yourself, but we've come a long way since. I guess that was always that thing. I was gonna say we come a long way since the days you would right-click a boar with your sheep Vils and lose all the food. But I guess the mills still functioned the same way back then with dropping off gold and other resources. People are certainly aware of the quirks now. Elo is now going to increase from 800 to 820. Perfect. Now that's the goal of this stream. Useless information becomes very useful at that elo level, I'm sure. So it looks like an extended feudal age then, unless someone's clicked up already. No, they haven't. Not much food from either player. One scout on the outside from Yo. He will at least find the fishing ships and the dock. And potentially even the fire galley. That should protect the fish. Map of Mingudai Li. Yes, this was a map from the RMS Cup. RMS Cup 2, one of the winning submissions. This is a different version, though, with shallows on the outside instead of rock terrain. I don't know if Bazi really intended this. I think he just grabbed the first one he saw and somehow found this one. But it does make it kind of interesting. We'll have Yo coming around the outside with the men-at-arms. Sort of a different take on fortified clearing that plays out very differently. What's that fire doing? That fire's dancing around. Yeah, demo time for the men-at-arms. Byzantines will be happy to be going fire galleys. Let's see, no early careening yet from Yo. Where's the dock? Naval. I always get confused when it says naval instead of dock. I'm looking for barracks, range, stable, workshop, dock. Because monastery, right? It's not monk text or religious text. It's monastery. The other ones are more descriptive of the type of tech. Monastery is just the building. Okay, this was a Vil fight map. Did you hear that, or did you experience that? No, zombie. I think you might have had some experience there. Getting tagged. Alright. So, firefight over here. Capoch could win that. Capoch dealing with the men-at-arms on this side. And here we are. Spear going down, but the archer is able to defend. Fire is here going back. Why is Yo going for fish instead of berries? Vills gather it faster? Yes, they do. Vills gather from the shorefish much faster than they do from berries. Even with the walking time, it's faster to grab the shorefish. Berries are actually the slowest form of food income. Farms actually are gathered faster than berries, but you still take the berries early on because you don't have the wood to afford the farms. Yep. Farms, I think, still are even faster than sheep are. Unless you're Britons, but... Again, it's the wood cost that concerns you early on. Town watch for Yo. Capoch saying, ha, I get that for free. Town watch, very important for sudden disaster, because you might suddenly have a disaster without it. Getting middle not the most critical? Not necessarily on this map, because you can fish on the outside. I think the middle is a bit more important on the version when you don't have the fish on, or when you can't dock on the outside. But here we have another tower from Yo, and Yo could be looking to go for a forward castle since he's up. He has 7 vills on stone, and this might be a repeat of the previous couple of games where he just tries to go for the castle on the TC. Won't have a great spot to build it, though. The tower here covers most of the area. In fact, that tower blocks somewhat where you do the castle. The castle would be right in front of the tower. Maybe he does the castle right there and hopes that Bodkin doesn't come in. Or he just goes double towers to take out this tower. This is where if I'm Capoch, I'm putting extra vills in that tower to win the tower fight. And just stone walling here in the front, making sure that you don't get castle dropped again. Capoch working on the back of Yo's base with some archers, and feels like Capoch, aside from the castle potential, would have a good lead. He can do his own defensive castle, and even if the castle goes up, could maybe delete the gate, delete some palisades, and do a defensive castle. Will be a little over a minute's difference in timing, though, and he would need to YOLO his entire village, 31 vills onto that castle to get it up if Yo does his castle first. Has a slight vill lead so far. 4 of those are fishing ships, though. And he would lose a lot if Yo does the castle first. Yeah, prevent a castle. Get a gate up right now. You see the castle age. You see the double towers there. And the question for Yo is, does he do the castle right away, or does he wait for the tower fight? And I think he can do it right away. I would still hit the TC. Yeah, Capoch needs anti-castle buildings out here. And there it goes. 1 tile more forward than I thought he would do it. I mean, if he does it 1 tile back... Oh, wait, Capoch didn't have fletching. Now with fletching, actually, he can't do it. Yeah, I think that tower is actually in a horrible spot, because if he didn't have the tower there, he could do the castle in the hole where the gate is and put it back. So Capoch going to delete everything, and he will send his entire village to raise the castle. And Yo has a head start. Yo has a head start. But he's under a tower. He's under tower fire. And I think Capoch gets his castle up first. 60 to 60. Yeah, Capoch will get that up. Then he can garrison and shoot down those vills. Still tricky, though, is... he needs to shoot down all the vills. Yo sending more vills forward. And I think Capoch has defended this with a tower and a castle. Only 83%. And this feels like it's going to be GG. This feels like the GG moment, as Yo now down by 12 vills. Surrounded on the outside by Capoch. And this is now a Byzantine's castle. And remember, also Byzantine's town center. You need at least 6 petards for this instead of 5, maybe even 7. And Capoch will start petarding the castle foundation. Gotta take that out. So a few things going wrong for Yo there. Also didn't start the castle right away as soon as he hit the castle age. Maybe if he had gone for it sooner, he could have gotten it up faster. And then if he gets it up first, then maybe denies Capoch's ability to counter castle. But this is now Capoch's game. Absolutely clutch defense from him, indeed. Have I watched Yo matches before? Well, he does have a monastery and a barracks on the back. Maybe he could go for a Jian swordsman push and some rams, but the Byzantines have cataphracts, and he now will see a Jian swordsman in the back, and he might be clued into the fact he needs to scout this. Of course he is, he's the Byzantines. The first thing Trireme did was give them free town patrol in addition to town watch, so they see the monastery. And they will have good monks themselves. Good job from Yo walling the Vill. And Capoch might need to think about devotion. Could even do heresy as the Byzantines. Could just go imp as the Byzantines too. So he scouted what he needed to scout in the back. And that castle foundation still not finished. And even if he does send vills to YOLO the castle and finish it, Capoch will be up to imp. I mean, I don't even know if he needed to destroy the Palisades. I think that Yo just... what Yo was thinking is he does 2 towers, destroys this tower, as Capoch goes up to imp, and then he'd have more room to do the castle forward, but he didn't need to destroy the tower. He could have just done the castle back and been safe. So, I mean, even if he does the castle, it's still 1v1 against the Byzantine castle, and I think Capoch might have still been fine then, but here he definitely is fine, as Capoch almost has the stone for another castle. And now it will be cataphracts and Imperial Age monks against Gen Swordsman monks. Yo will YOLO with a workshop. That's his last attempt for this game from behind. And at least the castle is here still for shooting down petards if they try to come from this side. There's the second castle from Yo. That could go up. I don't think there's a way Capoch denies that. He's almost on stone for a castle himself. Maybe Yo tries for this castle, then rushes Vill for this castle and goes petards. Capoch could buy another castle, maybe delete the farms, put it over here, and then have a double castle defense. We'll have Trebs right away anyway. Where are these Vills going? Vill's going to fight the Jin Swordsman. You think he'll GG on Imp? I don't know, I think Yo might still try to go for petards and finish this castle. But yeah, Imp's gonna be very good for Capoch. Doesn't have a university, so no quick chemistry for bombard cannons. And Capoch has to move outside of his base for houses. Well, he has pop space, doesn't need the house there. But he's having fun with cataphracts. Really could use devotion, though, now that he has that monastery and sees the monks. Vill's scouting on the outside. Vills need to find a way to mine gold, as both golds controlled now by Yo on the outside for Capoch, one by the castle, the other by the monks. And Capoch actually is dangerously out of gold at a time when he needs gold for training trebuchets. He'll get one treb queued. And is there still a chance for Yo? He is up in Vills thanks to the castle age now, and he could go fire archers. And, well, could fire archers destroy a castle? If Capoch can only afford one treb, he'll need to sell food and get a second treb. But he has no stone access and no gold access now. A couple of converted cataphracts here. Don't think that's enough, though. Yo's still trying. Score is still somewhat close, but Yo will need to repair Red Cliff's tactics, and he'll need to repair the castle to get enough fire archers out. He'll have Red Cliff's tactics, he has Bodkin, and I think he still needs... Oh, no Thumbring for the Civ, so that'll be all the upgrades he can get. Won't need ballistics against buildings. And this is a Byzantine's castle with 6,720 hit points. And if Capoch doesn't have gold, he at least has food and wood for hoardings, potentially. And Yo will need to repair, remember, 7 Vills for 1 treb, 6 for every subsequent treb. So with 13 Vills on the castle, Yo only has 45, but he can repair for quite a while. How many fire archers does he need? A lot, I would think, against the Byzantines. And, oh, we have a castle drop. Castle drop in the back from Capoch, and I don't think Yo can defend this at all. He's going to try to wall up. This should win the game from Capoch. 1 treb out here, and that can't be defended. Alright, so Capoch is fine. Capoch is fine. He uses some fire archers attacking the castle. Just needs to repair a bit. He has some stone for repairing. Fills access to stone, and then he'll be fine. Then he'll be absolutely fine. I hope. And he doesn't have the wood for a treb now. There he goes, trebuchet back here. So Yo now on a timer. Against 1 treb, maybe you can repair the TC. And he's out of stone now, so no repairing this castle anymore. 9 fire archers, I don't think that will be sufficient for taking out the castle. And this tower will go down. There's the GG. Maybe Yo needed to delete this foundation for a bit more stone to repair, but I think it was over anyway. There's the GG, and it is a 2-1 lead for Yo over Capoch. Capoch taking a game with the Byzantine, 32 to 18 KD, survives the 5 conversions. Yo tried to make it interesting, but Byzantines able to defend everything Yo tried to throw at him. And that's 2-1 in favor of Yo. Capoch wins Ring of Reeds. Now we'll have Wellspring and Palisades Kotra the remaining maps. Byzantine's OP, winning against Yo's first pick to Woo. And also hello Underil. How are you doing today? Right, next lobby is up. And oh, they just launched. There we go. It will be Palisades Socotra. So if it goes 5 games, it will be on Wellsprings for game 5. And what are the civs for this lovely matchup on Palisades Socotra? It'll be Koreans for Capoch and Jurchens for Yo. So Jurchens going for some type of Fire Lancer rocket cart push. Could be interesting, maybe though countered by guard towers. Guard towers on this matchup for Capoch, if he gets to the castle age, would be a great play for the Koreans. I'm drinking my coffee. And here we go. Boom, we'll have Capoch as the blue Koreans to the south and Yo as the red Jurchens to the north. And what do the Jurchens have? The great thing for this map when their hunt doesn't decay. He can literally go shoot all of his zebras now. And they won't decay. He's luring his elephant right away. Capoch scouting his own elephant will be a bit of a scout fight there, and he should be able to bring it in no problem. Vil forward for Yo wanting to lame. Don't think that'll happen though. Only question for Capoch is, does he go to Vil fight the scout first? Because he will be down to scout HP. So his scout is down 2 hits. Is this a bad thing for Yo that he can't actually lame because the food won't decay? Well, do you actually need to collect it, or is it enough just to shoot it? Yes, it's not decaying. Oh no, Yo. As much as his own hunt doesn't decay, neither will Capoch's. Until Capoch goes to take it. So, okay, if there's a civ not to lame with, it's the Jurchens. It's both a blessing and a curse. Okay, well, Capoch, he doesn't need to take this with any urgency. Yo will try to gather 35 food from that. And just push his own hunt in himself. But the forward Vil laming, not all that effective when the food doesn't decay. Oh, the Vil gonna fight a lion on the outside. She's doing some spin moves, has to get back to the TC. And Capoch trying to go forward. Capoch, get to the TC. Get to the TC. And there he goes. He can't push it in, but he can go lame himself. And that will start decaying. So maybe laming advantage for Capoch then? One more zebra you could take. Oh, it's being funneled. And needs another hit. But down it goes. And he just needs to avoid being walled in. And get out. So I'm going to say slight laming advantage for Capoch. We also see a bit more idle time on the TC for Yo. Might have just been forgetting to queue Vils there, since he has had the elephant there for a long time. Shouldn't have had any food problems. And oh, Yo, he's trying to wall in the Vil. The Vil will get away, though. I'll get away. Alcatraz, not quite in time. Capoch moving out. Is there ever a universe where he deletes walls to mill the berries, and then just takes the deer from the mill out there? And plays without the walls? I mean, his gold's forward anyway. He's going to need to secure the area in front of the walls no matter what. Does not have a gold on this side. And in terms of walling, actually, both players with horrible resource positions, the best thing that Yo could do is wall from this gold to this wood line, but neither player with a gold in the back or a convenient wood line. The best wood line is maybe for Capoch. If he can wall there, then go to his base and have a big safe spot over here. And yes, he's doing exactly that, deleting the walls for the mill. It actually worked. Or actually planned. Or he actually did as I envisioned. There we go. More houses going up here for Capoch. Bird flying by. Hello, bird. What bird is that? It's the stork. Stork delivering some villagers. Here we're going for the Palisade Gate. Scouts over here will keep running around, and loom on the way for Capoch. Ooh, the scout goes down. They'll wandering around under the TC. Could be garrisoned and put on the berries. And Yo patching up the front of his walls. Not up yet. Will maybe look to go up soon as he's sending vills forward. And he's going to have to find stone or gold somewhere. Outpost in the middle from Capoch. So he's patching up his walls. Wouldn't be surprised to see Capoch towering this gold immediately. And don't think he'll be shy about going for towers as the Koreans. Other stones on the outside. He didn't even scout that. Okay, he did scout the stone, so he has good scouting of most of the middle. Yo coming forward. Is there a universe where Yo walks through that wall to Vil fight? I don't think so. He could very easily get trapped. He's going to find gold in the middle of the map. And if he does the mining camp on this side, ooh, the outpost's not quite enough to see it. With Town Watch, it would, though. Capoch going for more outposts, trying to see where Yo will take gold. Town Watch is going to be a blessing for him if he ever can afford it. Find a way to mix it in. Yo, he's trying to be as clandestine as possible with his gold mine. Putting the mining camp on the side. Capoch up to feudal, and a double bit axe on the way from Capoch. He'll be setting his own vills forward, ready to fight the scout, and ready to go for a trush. And with these outposts and the vision he has, he'll know something's up if he sees Yo not mining gold anywhere. Especially if he ends up seeing archers, eventually. And there's the tower. And I feel like this is a good situation for Capoch. Up faster for the tower, but Yo will try to fast castle this with 23 vills. And no loom yet, so it'll probably be 1 vill and loom from him in feudal. Yep, that's what's queued up. With 4 on gold over here should be enough to get up, and he's even going to do an outpost here for vision. And okay, I guess his condition then is to go up and do a workshop in rocket carts and try to pump out rocket carts based on the clandestine gold miners he has over here. And hello, Anime Shank. How are you doing? Did sneaky gold mine into forward siege versus doubt as well? So this is where Capoch needs to know that something's up. Because he sees that Yo is not taking gold over here. And if he's scouted the map and seen no golds on this side, that means Yo has to be over here. And there are 2 possibilities for where Yo's mining gold right now. And Capoch has scouted them. He just needs to come back and see it. And if he sees that and sends his archers there, then it might just be GG for Yo. If he doesn't scout it, and Yo can mine gold freely and get rocket carts, then maybe the towers go down before they become guard towers. Feudal Age watchtowers will not like fighting rocket carts. There is the market from Yo, and after the market he should be able to go up. 8 fills on the berries should power him up. No eco upgrades, so this will be a very tight, fast castle. And Castle Age on the way for Yo. There he goes. And Capoch. The storks see the vills. Capoch so far doesn't. He's going skirms. Korean skirms will have that free armor. Does Yo have loom? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He clicked it when he first went up. And another tower on the way. Yo is a blacksmith, so he will be able to make the workshop. Maybe a bit worried that he will be out of forage bushes soon. We'll probably need 3 more farms around his TC and mill, because he can fit 2 there and 1 over here. Keep them out of the range of the towers. Remember, it is 6 villagers to keep the TC working. At a minimum, and you also want the wood upgrades at some point. He'll do what he can to get a workshop up and then take out the towers. And Capoch, still in ignorance of the villagers Yo has snuck forward. Archery range on the way up for Yo. Did Capoch build a tower at home? Yes, he did, on his gold mine, There's armor for Yo, as he will go Grenadiers. Grenadiers instead of Siege. Okay, I thought for sure it would have been Siege at the start. But no, he's going forward for Siege, It'll be Grenadiers and rocket carts. Grenadiers and rocket carts from Yo to the side. Capoch, all he needs is some scouting. And he's done such a good job of scouting forward. Seeing Yo's base, but he didn't scout the side. He's not asking himself, where is Yo taking gold? Maybe he thinks he has Yo on the ropes. Is a bit overconfident. Yo needs to make sure he doesn't reveal this too soon. If you get 2 rocket carts and splash the vills on the gold, that would be something else. Maybe he needs to wait for 2, but he's going right away. Gets 1 vill kill. And we'll go for the berries, the low HP vill. And now Capoch up to the Castle Age, and all Capoch needs to do is wait until he gets a guard tower, and the guard tower should be able to stop this. Don't lose the stone for guard towers. This is maybe delete farms and put a guard tower in front of your TC at this moment territory, as the Grenadiers are on their way in. I mean, 2 minutes, though, a Feudal Age Watchtower might even go down to 2 rocket carts, and more vills are going down, and this is working for Yo, this is working. Grenadiers so vills cannot rush the rocket carts. And a 3rd rocket cart on the way. Yo is housed. Being housed, the only thing stopping him from continuing to push. He will sneak out for a mining camp over here. Capoch, out of the darkness, threatened by rocket carts. It's supposed to downpour rain today, and I hear it outside my window now. Think there's a back gold? We fixed that, though. We fixed the map so you don't have back golds, or at least Bozzy did. And guard towers will be here. Trying to go for them. He needs fletching too. He can't afford fletching. He can afford fletching, repair the TC, and then hope that fletching guard towers could repel this. If he can get that tower up and get 1 more range on the tower, he actually could hold this. But getting this tower up is crucial. There's so many circles from the... I wish I could have only the selected buildings on the circles. Not an option in Capture Age, though. Here comes another rocket cart. Garrisoning. There is fletching. And there is guard tower. And with guard tower, he might be able to hold this. Rocket carts will come over here, though. Might need another guard tower over here. Yo just finding any sliver of daylight from which he can hit the TC. There is another guard tower. And he will potentially need Bodkin, though. I don't know if he'll have the food for Bodkin. Rocket cart trying to stop the vills going from this TC. We're going for that guard tower. Capoch needs to get that up somehow. We'll be doing a dance of garrisoning and running to try to get it up. Ooh, those are low HP vills. those are really low HP. But playing with fire, and I say that literally as his farm's on fire. He's in a world of pain now. He needs to get the tower up. Those vills are weak. Those vills are weak. He's going for it, and he gets it. He gets it. Takes the shot on the vills. But now the Korean guard towers will repel this. Still a ways away from being able to do bodkin on them. And he might need to get one more tower maybe out there in order to make sure that he can keep everything in a position where he doesn't get castle dropped. As he always liked his castle drops so far. Now if he sees the rocket carts moving back, the 3 rocket carts will take out an ungarrisoned guard tower. But one more tower over here and Capoch is probably safe. Maybe he'd love a castle more than a tower though. Upgrades on the way for Yo. He now has an 8 villager lead thanks to all the splashes he got with the rocket carts, 13-0 KD. And a ram even from Yo. Ram to help clean up the towers over here. And it exactly gave him keyboard. He needs to ask himself, where is Yo taking gold? But he has finally scouted it. And he knows what happened now. He knows he's been a victim of the clandestine economy. And if he scouts that in feudal, 1 archer puts a stop to this. But maybe things are not over for Capoch, as he now has the stone for a forward castle. Yo only has 3 vills, and if he needs to, Capoch could probably do a guard tower here to stop any type of castle. He's going to send a lot of vills forward, maybe needs to think about walling himself and repairing his town center. That's on 900 hit points, that is dangerously low. But will this castle go up? Potentially not when rocket carts are there. Maybe Capoch needed to garrison the tower instead of running the vills. Now the tower being rammed. And Capoch in a position he can delete the castle but doesn't have the stone for another castle. Castle out there would be sick. But Yo in a dominant position now as he can deny that castle. Imagine if the castle were right there and Capoch had all of his vills forward. Remember, you don't need vills to win. All you need is petards. Deduzu showed that to us. And a forward castle there might have actually been unstoppable. But now with the towers down, he has no way to get it up. Rocket cart's trying to hit the vills. Guard tower going up for Capoch. And this will now be a forward castle for Yo. Building the castle. And Grenadiers stopping the tower. And Yo doing the castle analogously to what Capoch had wanted. And Capoch will call the GG. There's Yo taking it 3-1. And what felt like a really dominant performance from Yo. The only matchup he lost was against the Byzantines on Ringer Reeds. And 27-3 KD. 13-1 kill, raisings to losses of buildings. More economy by the end. And felt like a game where Capoch did what he needed to do. He scouted everything he needed to scout, but he didn't realize the fact that he could see the absence of gold collection from Yo, meaning Yo had to be somewhere, and he didn't realize to scout the part of the map that he didn't have vision of. GG's, and hello, Matus. Tower was a mistake. He should have traded for a defensive castle to maybe hopefully sneak some petards. I don't know, I feel like maybe there was a way he gets the tower up at the front if he gets more vills, but Yo had all the map control to have Grenadiers pick off any reinforcing vills at that point. Maybe a defensive castle could have worked, but I think he had lost a bit too much vills and would have been behind, or a bit too many vills and would have been behind in economy had he tried to do a defensive castle at that point. Towers were needed to stop the rocket carts, but it caught him too unaware. And people in the future, I think Yo did something similar in an earlier set. We're gonna have to make sure they scout. Rocket carts killing 2 vills per volley is a lot. Yeah, remember, mangonels were also patched so that their secondary projectiles do damage within attack ground. So they're more deadly to vills too. I think rocket carts may be overall a bit more deadly to vills though. And Yo will win Palisades Socotra and move on to the quarterfinals. It's a win with the Jurchens and a loss with the Koreans. So congrats to Yo, and we will have Margougou versus Sora Kuma coming up next. And let me update the scoreboards then. And update the YouTube title too. And remember, after this, we do have the Queen's Clash coming up. And I can see Sora Kuma hosting the draft. He's deciding to be on the right. So thank you all for tuning in. I know everyone's streaming it, so I appreciate people who are sticking around our stream. Also, again, make sure to go give a follow over to John Slow. Let's see if which lets me shout him out again. I have to wait 14 minutes and 19 seconds, so I'll give him another shout out after the first game. Okay, there we go. Going ahead for the drafts. It'll be Koala and Palisades Socotra for Sora Kuma, Akare and Ring of Reeds for Margougou. And Margougou banning Arena. Lots of hamster maps here too. No Canberra, no Triple Tunnel, no Hideout, no Arena, no Jungle Rumble, no Skakuza. And that means we will have Well Springs for Game 1. admin bands beginning for the civs. Wei, Shu, Aztecs, Dravidians, Berbers. Oh, sad to see the Aztecs band. You also sad to see Byzantines band. Armenians, Vietnamese band, Lithuanians band, Saracens band, Turks band, Jurchens band, Mongols, Georgians, so no fortified churches, and then the Chinese at the end band. Margougou going to be the first pick. And no player bans for civs, of course. That's how the drafts for this tournament have been working, but at the end of the 7 civ draft, you do have 1 snipe. So you are left with 6 civs. Spanish, and that'll probably be the Acre civ that will be sniped. Picked first from Margougou. I wonder if there's a civ that can compete with Spanish on Acre. The Conquistadors are superb as the double castle unique unit. I do wonder about Maya with plumes competing against that. If you have a speedy build order and can pump out plumes, have enough plumes to stave off conks until ballistics comes in. Usually I do think plumed archers are better than conks in the long run, but that's the long run, and you might not get to the long run with double castle production. There are the Bengalis. So Bohemians, Bengalis looks like an arena civ draft, even with arena being banned. Spanish, Malay, Burmese. Burmese could be for a monk rush on some map. Portuguese, Sora Kuma, and Khmer also for him. Loathe facing conks in early castle, feels impossible to stop on maps like Nomad African Clearing. And even more impossible to stop on Acre. Now the Sky Bear Umble the Frenchman. I mean, Margougou should be Umble himself. Hello, Chicho? How are you doing? Greetings to you. As Margougou picks Wu and Gajurs for Wellsprings potentially. And hello, Tiberius. What is that Roman numeral? Is that 27? Or is there another way I should be parsing that numeral? I never did learn my Roman numerals properly. Admittedly, I do have a preference for the Arabic ones. Yeah, 27. Alright, I got it. Age of Empires, my main source? It is not. Okay, Alexis, let's not go around asking people that. So let's see where the lobby will come from. Don't see it hosted just yet. They're comparing their pings. Margougou playing on public Wi-Fi, it seems, with horrible pings even to UK West and West Europe. Admins are East US seems bad for both. So yeah, both around 200 ping. So France versus Taiwan will be playing on East US. Margougou playing on what seems to be horrible internet will end up getting balanced servers. Maybe that's just what we need. We need a way to make players' internets worse in case the servers are not balanced, so it evens out the pings. And game 1 will be on Wellsprings. Okay, both players in the lobby, and should be getting started shortly. Server draft. We've done server coin flips in the past. Margougou has also lost in spectacular fashion in the past. Margougou picking gray, it'll be blue versus gray. I'm be okay with that color. I guess gray, he's hoping to sneak petards better. All these maps freshly made for the tournament? A lot of them are. Some of them are reused, like Ring of Reeds. I think Akare was made for another event, maybe the World Desert Cup. Wellsprings, as far as I know, is new. Koalas and Ring of Reeds were from the Random Map Cup. Arena is, of course, Arena. And loading into the game, just about to start. And here we are. It'll be Wellsprings, Margougou picking the gray Gajurs, and Sora Kuma the blue Bengalis in this very, very evenly spaced aqueduct. We're now Wellsprings. Reminder, if you haven't seen it before, you do have a 30,000 food shorefish under your end of the aqueduct. Destroy any tile of the aqueduct. Villagers cannot attack it, but military units can. Any one tile is destroyed, the entire thing explodes, taking out any trees that are adjacent to it and the walls that are adjacent to it. So it opens a hole into your base, through which petards or castle-dropping vills or anything else could run. And also removes the fish. So different strategies here. If you're pressuring your opponent's fish and they can't do vills there, they could have a castle or mangonel destroy it and deny your fishing income. The Gajuras have been an amazing pick on this map for putting sheep inside of the mill, because since you have the shorefish, you otherwise don't need your sheep for anything. But maybe preferred Margougou doing the mill one tile over, and could have saturated another mill on this side and had more total vills on the shorefish, but all in all, same point for Sora Kuma. So evens it out there. Which is the most entertaining map. I've been enjoying Wellsprings and Akare quite a bit. I think they are two very unique maps that work well for these settings. And all 8 sheep will be in that mill, logarithmically generating food. So someone evaluate 15 times the natural log of 1 plus 800 over 200. And that's the food per minute you get. Is that 28.6 off the top of my head, if I recall the number? That was a trivia question that I pulled out my calculator to answer. That's what, 15 times the natural log of 5 then. Maybe I'm thinking of a 15 times natural log of 6. If it's fully garrison, that might have been the trivia question. 800 food is is what's there, though. House up for Margougou in the back. We'll have a nice lumber camp. The trees on this map are kind of spaced out, so you need to be aware of your lumber camp position and move it back consistently. Awkward also to chop wood when you have this diagonal base at the back. Lots of wood actually inside the base for Sora Kuma when he does his lumber camp. When he does his lumber camp, it doesn't necessarily need to go right for the back. Ooh, Bora not following Sora Kuma. Gotta be careful there.
Hi.
And 8 vills on the shorefish. 1k food taken already. Against Margougou, who hasn't quite gotten as much food. Wasn't putting as many vills out there. Taking his boar early on. Interesting he's taking the boar. Maybe he thinks he can overall take more food with more vills in total. He's taking both of his boars. Interesting, interesting. Not as many vills saturating the shorefish. I honestly wonder if double mill before the lumber camp could be a strategy, but then you're not having your second building to click up. And he does click up right away on 19 pop, that's 18 villagers. And going up that quickly, I wonder if he'll be able to fast castle, or if he's going to head forward for a tower rush. Pretty sure you can feudal faster if you really want to on this map. And he will be doing a barracks. That could be an indication of the Vinch-style tower rush if he wants to come forward. If you tower rush, you can get forward and take your opponent off of their shorefish. And then try to go shorefish eco versus non-shorefish eco, and those are 2 villagers who look like they want to go forward, and will have trouble pathfinding through that gate. There they go, so 4 vills forward, and it is tower rushing time. And with the barracks at home, likely a Vinch-style trush with the range behind it. How much faster is food from fishing versus boar? It is faster from a bit. It's, if someone can recite the numbers for me if I get this wrong, I believe it's 0.41 food per second from villagers and 0.43 from fish. Actually, I can alt-tab to the game and see the food per minute. It's the different units because it's per minute. but 25.8 food per minute from the fish and 24.6 from the boar. So it's actually rather comparable. The downside is you don't save the boar for later when you lose the fish. And Sora Kuma actually taking his boar too. So maybe it actually isn't that much of a difference. I mean, you see the res collected are just neck and neck. Hello, Comfy, how you doing? Hope you're nice and comfy today. And ranged tower going forward from Margougou. He will look to break through that wall and get another tower in position to deny the shorefish. So it is really close, but slightly faster for the shorefish. And I think this would be the downside of having taken the boar early. If you get tower rushed and have to move off of the fish, you could be taking your boars now instead of earlier and still have a consistent food income. Not hitting the 15 pop timing. Not hitting the 15 pop timing. Not quite getting an archer out yet. There he goes. Okay, archer in the tower. We'll use the tower to stop the re-walling. There is loom for Sora Kuma. He is getting a wall segment up. Always comfy, lovely. And Margougou going to go through that wall. Could just immediately turn to the next segment if you wanted to. The pathing bug. Yeah, definitely Nilly's fault for not getting the pathing patch out in time. Castle Age on the way for Sora Kuma. And as the Vil go for this wall segment, will be not in range of the tower. I was thinking this one might have been better because the tower does hit it. And this might just be a workshop and defensive mangonels. See if he tries to re-wall this, could just send 4 Vils and quickly try to get a stone wall up. Doesn't need to go yet, but will need to go soon. Should that be the defense he wants. And there he goes. 4 Vils. Run perpendicularly to the tower. That'll be more than enough to get the segment up. Ideally, I think here you ungarrison the archers and garrison the Vils. And the wall segment gets built fully, as the Vils will run back to the safety of the shorefish. The safety of the shorefish? Yes, the safety because it's out of range of the tower. And another segment down, so Margougou will have gone through 2 walls, but not made any progress to getting in. Still has to go through another one. And we'll probably pick... Well, I can't get 4 Vils around that, but it still is right next to the tower. So archers will have to ungarrison to shoot it. And that will be a workshop right away for Sora Kuma. And you don't even put yourself at a disadvantage by going for the workshop. Because you're not using the wood for TCs. The workshop monastery right away is exactly what he wants to destroy the tower and then think about collecting relics. Camel Scout does not have conversion resistance like a normal scout does. Also does not have attack bonuses against monks. So converting that Camel Scout, very good for Sora Kuma and doesn't have to worry about the scout picking off his monks. And hello, Frostlips22. Should I include the math details? Oh, you will like the video I've been editing. That's 15 minutes long and I need to finish editing. Hopefully in another week or 2 I'll have time to finish it. Have some Manum animations for map scripts. And nice shot on the Vils from the Mangonel. It'll keep them away. And we'll go for the tower. Archers popping out. And they're gonna try to pick the repair Vil. And don't quite get her, but they do dodge the shot. We'll protect the tower for now. Ooh, and the tower gets the Vil. Tower gets the Vil. Sora Kuma did not run her far enough away. And we'll see second Mangonel on the way out. And this is exactly what I said. Monk versus Camel Scout. Margougou gives up the Scout to the conversion. Gives up the Scout. So the Monk juice is taken. Feels like Sora Kuma is in a great position now against the Gajurs. Margougou is up, but will be down in Vils. 2-0 Eco KD, but tiny bit of idle time. 30 Vils to 31, and he still is on his way up. And at least he didn't lose any tower Vils. We'll be getting a stable in the middle and stable archer combination. Will be what he goes for as a scout comes out and around for Sora Kuma. That's his own starting scout. He'll see this. And pick a villager. Nicely done. He can heal the scout now. Did not see the village on stone from Margougou though, so doesn't quite know what the follow-up is. Has one scout in the north and one in the south though. He's going to be picking up relics, has one already, second on the way in his base. And mangonels will be destroying the forward range. A couple of scouts queued for Margougou. Forward monastery there for Sora Kuma, and he will be pumping out monks as the Bengalis. They will have armor too. Oh yeah, that camel scout. Never going to kill a Bengali monk. Done with all those vills idle. The goal was to tower rush and get into the base, and at that he was not successful. Range down, mangonels come forward to go for the stable. Mangonels going for the scout. As the stable goes down. Good job from Sora Kuma, not letting the mangonels hit his own scout. Margougou with the stone for a castle drop now. But Sora Kuma with lots of map awareness. Look at those outposts. Look at the town watch he has. All this vision, he is going to ensure that if Margougou tries to sneak a castle, he will be aware of it. He is not going to be caught off guard. And Margougou will do the castle at home. With the castle, he can shoot the aqueduct whenever he wants. Monks will go for some conversions on the vills. And, ooh, forward workshop, but Sora Kuma will see it. Lovely use of outposts. Margougou even needs to destroy outposts just so that he is not spotted. Mangonel is starting to go through the wall here. No castle yet for Sora Kuma. And there'll be chakram throwers for Margougou as he does a second layer of walls behind this. Workshop going up. And the Camel Scout! The Camel Scout will find these light cav. Camel Scout does not get upgraded to a camel since it was converted in scout form. And a Vill finds the forward Vills here. Margougou will wall that Vill in though, and be able to take a Vill fight. Should be able to kill her. Although who's trapped in with whom? As he's building houses instead of fighting the villager. And that's not good. He might lose a Vill here. And he will, okay. So Sora Kuma even getting a trade on the villagers. Margougou needed to fight that earlier. The attention must be diverted thanks to the pressure from the now Grijara armored elephant. Getting into his base. Monks can heal. We profit more from destroying the aqueduct. Right now, both of them fishing from it. Now they want to destroy it. From our point of view, I'd say Sora Kuma since he has more vills. Although I guess Margougou still would at least have food income from the mill as the Gajurs. So monks will be healing this elephant as it goes for the market. Mangonels will go for the tower. That tower won't last long as a watchtower against two mangonels. And vills can repair. Margougou will have to do some back towers. Don't think he'll actually be able... Or don't think Sora Kuma will actually be able to push at this moment because of all the light cav and melee units. And potential chakram throwers. But at least can threaten. Maybe take out this wall, push in with the elephant a bit. Yeah, needs to make sure he's attack grounding the wall and not attacking his own elephant. Archers, light cav, and chakrams can make a nice push from Margougou. House there. Love the house because it'll disrupt light cav pathing. And actually the pikemen here make the light cav unable to dive the monks. So actually Margougou cannot push this. And one workshop forward again, so Kuma knows about that. Wants to rebuild the outpost. I love that, making sure he has full vision and will not be missing anything. It'll be guard tower from Margougou. That's his chance at stopping the Mangonels. Guard tower. Elephant is through. And archers will be garrisoned in the guard tower. But we have Imperial Age for Sora Kuma. That's what the Shorefish can do for you. Quick imp. And if you could do maybe a defensive castle at home. Destroy the... Aqua doesn't even need to destroy the aqueduct. Can just go Trebs in this way and get to the TC. And I expect Sora Kuma to win this. In the back, oh, light cav, light cav somehow sneaking in. I guess there was a sliver of vision that Sora Kuma didn't have behind the outpost, and they will get in through the holes in the back wood line. Bit of an overchop. You know, he will be aware to house wall that. At least it's not petards. Imagine if he had been there with light cav and petards, but immediately he'll wall it up. And then go for one more house on the outside by where that hole exists somehow in the wood line. Yeah, you can snake your way through there. He will be losing some vills here. Maybe if the light cav fight. Margougou actually not killing a single vill. Too worried about the pikemen chasing. Sora Kuma could try to quick wall him here. Margougou with more vills now. Long distance mining gold has to move outside. Push continuing here, and this is where I think Sora Kuma wants not to destroy the aqueduct. Because Margougou can't bring his army from the top to the bottom to defend without walking through his own base. And destroying the army would enable more mobility. And maybe now all Sora Kuma would need would be Trebs. But does not have Trebs. One thing he does have as the Gujars, though, is siege engineers and siege elephants. No bombard cannons either. Siege elephant could be cute. I don't think he can afford it, though. Bombard cannon should be healed by monks because there's a guy pushing it. Maybe. Open, we have a conversion on the defensive Mangonella. Will go down to the tower, but gets a Vill in the end. Armored Elephant now going for the tower. Monk wants to heal it. Yeah, and block printing, as you say, is big for +3 range on the monks. They can stand outside the range of the tower, convert the Vills attacking the elephant. And castle in the middle, as Margougou will be going for his own Gujar elephant push, but that should not be successful as there are a ton of pikemen here, ready to pounce on those elephants. And as cav units, pikemen will do bonus damage. They will go right down, not even making it to the gate. And were they to get there, monks don't need redemption even though they have to be adjacent, so they all go down. That's not going to work for Margougou, and the Trebs soon will be popping for Sora Kuma. Question then is if he decides to go for the castle, so it will be petards from Margougou. He will try to maybe destroy the aqueduct and go straight for the TC. Double barracks defense for lots of pikes. And they'd have to be careful not to walk through the castle wherever. Oh, he's going to try to convert the tower. All the monks going to convert the tower. You can convert towers, you have to be adjacent to them. Margougou has to delete there. Monks can use their monk juice on the Vills. And he will get through the gate. Archer holding open the gate. Here comes a Treb. Mangonel's running around the back of the TC, around the guard towers. And he will begin besieging the TC. Petard snipes there from Margougou, destroying the aqueduct maybe a bit too early. That'll give Sora Kuma time to wall up. And here come the petards. Only 5 of them, so they can't get through a wall and still snipe the TC. Multiple layers of wall on the way. And this looks like it will be the end for Margougou as he tries to repair. And 16 HP, down it goes, and Sora Kuma takes a 1-0 lead. Yeah, converting the tower there is such a good move. That would devastate the gold mine, and no way for Margougou to get it back. Forces the delete. Remember, monks are the best siege unit in the game. And so many monks there, even murder holes wouldn't have prevented that. So, GG, well done for Sora Kuma. Walking through the open gate, converting the tower, walking through the gate, saying these are my buildings. And he will take the win on Wellsprings. Now, what civ even was he that game? It was the Gajurs. Losing from Margougou. Against Bengalis, right? Bengalis. So high pick there for Sora Kuma, at least. Next we will have Akare. No Spanish, so it might be Burmese. Maybe Burmese versus Koreans. Oh, we're gonna get right into this. And actually, wait, Maya? He drafted the Maya? Oh yeah, he did draft Maya. Alright. Confused for a second there. Since when can you convert guard tower? Always, you just need redemption. You gotta be adjacent to it. Dangerous to get the monks there, but guard towers, unlike castles, TCs, or monasteries, or walls, can be converted. So, Sora Kuma will be playing as the blue Maya to the west, and Margougou as the gray Burmese to the east. You can dock the shorefish, and you can do a monastery for 5 relics up here, but that is dangerous and often puts you at such a late castle age timing that you get overwhelmed by double castle unique unit production. Only 3 deep fish in the south. Maybe we should make that a more consistent number. Not sure exactly what the map script does right now. Akare can be a very quick map. You can go castle, do 2 unique units, and then it's over. And Plumes versus Arambai, I'm not sure what happens there. Plumed archers, if they get ballistics, will be very nice to micro. Your life has been a lie the whole time. Yeah, you can convert guard towers. It's very rare to see a tower conversion, but does happen. Also, we have the floating cacti. Cacti are all over the place in this map. So it will be a dock from Margougou. Okay, and that worries me for the timing of the plumed archers. I don't think you can go straight petard against the Arambai. I think Arambai can snipe that off. And I don't know if you want to go YOLO castle drop either, although you could potentially pull that off. Arambai clear everything on an open map like this? I wonder if plumes do too. Usually you'd think it's archer units that counter Arambai. And of archer units, plume is potentially one of the best ones. But also, if the Arambai close the distance and the plumes are grouped up, then they get slaughtered. Good thing for plumes is they're fast, and they're basically cav archers. And cav archers usually are a counter to Arambai. Still maybe an it depends situation, but usually I'd see them as a counter. And Sora Kuma gets the boar. Margougou destroying the walls around his castles. He's still picking the gray color, thinking it camouflages him on the map, maybe, for sniping with petards. Maybe orange is the better color on the desert map, though, than gray. There's also green for camouflage on the grass maps. Arambai are faster, but fast enough to catch plumes when they're going to split micro and dodge. Now that's the real issue. Especially if you get up faster, and plumes should be cheaper and quicker to amass. Yeah, the Spanish were sniped. Spanish probably the best civ on this map by far with conquistadors. We've seen them beat Tussite wagons and Mangadai. Plumes, I think, maybe the most interesting unit against the conks. Maybe Mamluks could be useful, maybe war wagons. But even then, conks are very, very scary. Still waiting for FC missionaries on this map with Inquisition. But that might just be a dream. And much faster uptiming from Sora Kuma, as Margougou has gone for the dock. And that's about 50 seconds faster for Sora Kuma. 2 vills there, yeah. 2 vills and 8 seconds of idle time. So 58 seconds faster. Or actually just 1 vill because of the Maya. Might they'll get an extra vill. So maybe not 58 seconds. Maybe a closer number. My mind can't math this. Yeah, 58 seconds exactly. So I guess it's maybe Loom versus no Loom too? Yeah, Loom versus no Loom. And Margougou does have 3 fishing ships. Will that make up for the difference in uptiming with these castles and their production? We also saw how Sora Kuma prioritized vision in the previous map. Maybe he'll do the same over here. A nice wall preventing sneaks to the southwest for him. Would need a petard and or walls over in this area. Making sure that nothing gets in. Yeah, camel archers take too long to work against conks. You'd think maybe it would be okay. But it's one of those things where the conks still win early on because of how ridiculously high their attack is. Ballistics is expensive. All the upgrades you need for camel archers, Fletching and Bodkin, are expensive. And when you're also trying to go for the armors. They pair Scorps with the Rambai? They could, but I think it's a bit expensive, as you say. And not only that, but also slow. Margougou will have plumes in his eco before he can react to them. Working Blacksmith in the back. Vietnamese against conks? Same thing, that they have so much attack that they kill Rattan archers. Especially with double castle production. Is castle on the way for both? But Sora Kuma up faster. Again, around a 58-second difference. 15 idle TC seconds to 12, so both idling a bit in feudal. And then we'll have Fletching on the way for Sora Kuma. So it'll be Fletching, the first upgrade he needs for the plumes. Next upgrade will be Bodkin, and then he just pumps out plumes. And you might even skip the armor because of how high the conk attack is. Armor doesn't help you as much. Yeah, they kill camel archers. I'm curious about plumes though. And I guess we'll maybe partially answer the question with a Rambai. In place of conks. Now, how is Sora Kuma going to micro the plumes? How many will he get out? How cheap are they for him to produce? Conks is like a cheat code. If you somehow get it conks, imagine if you could get Spanish for this map and Mongols for Skakuza in one draft. There's Bodkin for Sora Kuma. And Scout versus Eagle. The Eagle is better than the Scout in the Castle Age. The Eagle better in the Dark Age and the Castle Age, Scout better in Feudal. But Sora Kuma's forward, he is doing Bodkin for his plumes, and he is pumping out plumes. And look at that, he's got 3 plumes already, ready to run and go forward. They do move quickly, that's 1.2 movement speed. Rambai, are they 1.35, the same as Knights? And this is why I was saying plumes are scary. Because they are. Loom on the vills at least. Oh, actually slower than Knights. 1.3 movement speed to 1.2. Blooms should be nice here. And Sora Kuma just needs to stall for ballistics. He's maybe a bit far forward now, though. Broken Civ build a unit, generic conk. Would Genitor counter conks? On a normal map, I'd say that's a decent option, but with double castle production, it's actually more expensive to do a barracks and 2 ranges to get to Genitors than it is to make conks simply from the castle, so I don't think you have the timing here to go Genitors. And also the fact that the Conquistador attack is even higher than the 12 of the Arambai, so you are not going to be too worried if you're playing conks against the Pierce Armor of the Genitors. It's not really about the unit so much as the timing on this map. And we see here 5, 6, 7 Arambai, but 10 total plumes, and Sora Kuma with the timing advantage is able to push them out, despite being at an eco disadvantage to Margougou. Don't need much eco to do plumes, and he could take out an Arambai here. There he goes. Those are expensive. Would threaten the wood line, and much easier to micro. 5 range versus 6. So if Sora Kuma ever gets ballistics, this is going to feel really smooth for him. Trying to pick off reinforcements here and there. Wanting to avoid the Arambai darts. Now, one mistake in bad micro is caught out of position, the Arambai will massacre the plumes. Just like this, maybe getting a bit too far forward, but he's taking out some Arambai of his own in turn. And that's what you can do with plumes. They're killing the Arambai. Margougou trying to jump. And they've kind of evened the numbers out, but evening numbers out feels like maybe better for plumes who are cheaper. Although in the long run, maybe better for Margougou who has more vills and the better eco. More plumes coming around. 15 plumes to 7 Arambai. And that's the strength of the Maya. And maybe that vil difference is going to change all of a sudden. As the plumes are there. Oh, this feels like AOC plumes almost. He's going to run around. So 23 to 31. And he will try to trap more plumes, but at the cost of a couple of Arambai. Plumes still getting some damage as they're shot at. Having darts thrown at them. And more plume production on the way for Sora Kuma. Only 3 on food. So he's not worried about vills, he's just worried about plumes. Margougou has to be worried about his gold. Close to the castle, but not directly under it. Trying to save the vill on the outside. And Sora Kuma will have the time of his life microing the plumes. And looks like he's buying wood, so it will probably be a university soon. Oh, or university there, and he's trying to save it for ballistics. Having the numbers to fight against Arambai here. Need to micro back and forth a bit. The Arambai trying to catch them. The plumes on the hill, though, doing their own damage in turn to the Arambai. And taking a good number of Arambai with them. Actually, this could be a win for Sora Kuma in the fight. 1 Arambai left, 2 plumes, and ballistics on the way. So now 8 plumes against 5 Arambai. Both players still producing. He's not going to kill the TC with plumes. Well, he can kill the Arambai now that he has ballistics. And with ballistics, he's going to think about taking better fights. We'll have padded archer armor now. That'll give him some more defense against the Arambai. And 1.2 speed to 1.3, no stable upgrades yet for the Arambai. And Sora Kuma getting to the point where he wants with more eco. Tiny bit more eco. And he can, as long as he can produce plumes consistently, and now he's going to kill vills. Now he's going to slaughter vills in the gold with ballistics. Ooh, that vill escaping. Low HP vill escaping, and now he can slaughter the Arambai. Margougou will find it much harder to dance. He's killing vills there. At the top, though, Margougou with a monastery. He has gotten all 5 relics. All 5 of those cactus relics. And if he can hit the goal, he can maybe soon idle Margougou's production. Margougou trying to do armor himself for the Arambai. And it'll be his 1 armor, no additional armor upgrades. Sora Kuma still the KD lead and with a better score overall. Margougou will have a much better eco, up by about 2k resources collected so far. But that could change as we have a 7-0 eco KD. Maybe the plumes could go up and hit the transport or the vills. Arambai running around. Defensive tower on the wood line for Margougou needs to keep the plumes away. They could hit the berries, they could hit the gold still. This Conks is going to try to catch a few plumes out of position, but the plumes get the scout. And now they can run back to the relative safety of their castle. Oh, and it's petards. It's petard time for Sora Kuma. He's thinking, okay, I have enough plumes. I can be annoying here, camp the gold a bit, go back to my castle, group up. And it's 10 Arambai versus 20 plumes. 20 plumes with ballistics. Forced to do houses around the castle. These plumes will go out and maybe try to hit fishing ships on the dock. More plumes in the front. Now he's going to run back now, so running back and forth, thinking of hitting the gold again. Defensive workshop for Margougou. And Conks are just Cobra cars with legs. That's what they can feel like sometimes. Look at the micro. Margougou trying to dodge ballistics. Maybe Sora Kuma needs to run around and group up now. Scorpion on the way. How many petards will it take? He's got 3 forward right now. We do need 5 to destroy a TC. Some Plumes in the back, fighting Conks. Conks trying to jump them. But once again, we see Plumes taking a decent fight, even with the... Why did I say Conks? Even against the Arambai trying to jump them. These are Arambai, not Conks. Arambai. Have I been saying Conks the whole time? I meant Arambai. People keep talking about Conks in the chat on this map, so I've gotten that messed up. I'm sure. Arambai hoovering around. 31 to 15 KD for Sora Kuma. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 petards. And he's ready to snipe the TC. He is ready to go up 2-0 with a TC snipe. Don't think there's any way Margougou stops this now. More Plumes defending. 7 petards even. Well, he will see this petard, and he will know what's coming now if he's paying attention. There he goes. Plumes ready to screen them. And I think he just needs to go now with 6 petards. Margougou with nothing garrison the TC for shooting them down. And here are the Plumes to defend them. Margougou now, his only recourse is to garrison and shoot the petards. But with 6 of them, he's not going to kill 2 in time. And there is the GG. Boom. 2-0 for Sora Kuma. Plumes against Arambai, nicely done. And I'm thinking you could do a similar thing with Plumes against Conks. Plumes still OP. GG. So idling his eco. Well, that's because he didn't need food for Plumes. Eventually gets the food for petards. In some sense on this map, eco is less important than any other map, because as long as you can keep 2 castle production up and Plumes are fairly cheap, that's all the eco you need. So maybe Margougou with some unnecessary economy. And I don't know what you do there, a workshop for Scorpions earlier maybe? GG. And Ring of Reeds will be his final map. Burmese losing to the Maya. And this could be Malay, Portuguese, maybe. Skybear dominates, seems better prepared. As Dan corrected, Plumes clean everything, very decisive. Plumes are Cobra Cars with legs, too. The real Cobra Cars are the organ guns in the Civ Builder mod. I still have nightmares about the conks from that, or the organ guns from that first Civ Builder free-for-all we casted. So Margougou now with his back against the wall has to pull off a reverse sweep against Sora Kuma, who has looked very prepared so far today. Seems to have had an answer to everything Margougou has tried to throw at him. Civ lineup is insane. That it is. Maybe players have forgotten about the Plumes. And Ring of Reeds will indeed be the next map. It will be Malay versus Portuguese. Malay, Portuguese. And here we are, Ring of Reeds, Sora Kuma to the west as the blue Portuguese, and Margougou to the east as the gray Malay. And Sora Kuma has looked very well prepared so far. The last remaining tag player, we did have Sora Kuma eliminating Mihai earlier. And Sato himself did go down to Kingstone. Look at that house hiding behind the Palisade gate there. You can see the little edges of it sticking out, but that's very well camouflaged. Margougou not going to mess around with sheep in the gate, will immediately start pushing the deer. Use a hole in the wall to bring a boar in, it looks like. That boar just must have walked right in. Your boar on the outside on this map. This Ring of Reeds version does have the water on the outside, so 2 good water sieves in the Malay and Portuguese. Malay with the fish traps, Portuguese with the extra hit points on their ships, and the gold discount applies for the ships too. 2 good fast imp sieves, the Malay going up faster than the Portuguese having Pretorius for economy after they go up. We've seen tower rushes on this map, we've seen castle drops, monk rushes, 2 good monk sieves too, Portuguese. All the monk techs aside from illumination, and their monks are cheaper. With that 20% gold discount, 80 gold instead of 100. The Malay have all the techs aside from Theocracy and Fervor, but with the fast up timing still are good at getting the monks out fast. You're here being pushed in from Margougou. And Sora Kuma looks like he wants to go for the mill in the middle. Remember, you do need the mill still to unlock farms at a market, so even if you dock, you will eventually want the mill regardless. Killing the boar with the TC. Of course, you can do that in this patch, sadly. Deer being pushed from Margougou, but the rest of the deer in the middle will be taken here from Sora Kuma. Can take that deer completely, then mill in the middle. Might do the same thing Yo did, chop and palisade the straggler trees to open up room in the middle. And mill? Oh, there's the mill on this side. Well, I guess that gives them better access to a couple of shorefish. And as someone asked earlier, yes, the shorefish are indeed faster than the berries. Comparable to the hunt, but faster than the berries. Slightly faster than hunt, much faster than berries.
Swasti.
And deer here will be pushed by Margougou. Deer on its way in. Bill's going out to the sheep. And deer taken under the TC. And there we shall have a barracks for Margougou. So barracks for him. Now see if he tries to fast castle. I mean, he could drush FC on the map. Seeing the villas are in the middle, you go militia to disrupt them while delaying and FCing yourself. He'll have a dock on the outside. Still will need his own mill somewhere too. Feudal Age on the way. And mining camp will go up for Sora Kuma. And 3-second difference in uptiming there. Sora Kuma up just a bit more slowly than Margougou is as the Malay. And well, where I was thinking Drush FC, Margougou's thinking Men-at-Arms. Try to control the middle. And still does not have a mill himself by the looks of it. And it's going to be militia into Men-at-Arms plus forward vills. A big Vil fight in the middle. What did No Zombie say earlier? This is a Vil fight map? Well, indeed it is. No loom on these Vils. And Margougou, if he really wants to be sneaky, could try to get forward faster and wall them in. Not gonna happen though, and it will be in archery range. Oh, almost going to happen. Almost going to happen. The scout gets in front. The men-at-arms are there. Would he dare go in? He will keep the gate open with one villager, with one man-at-arm. And he has the gate open. That is scary. Get archers on the gold now. Okay, maybe Margougou has something cooking here with the men-at-arms. Attack that gate. That man-at-arms could attack the gate instead of just standing inside of it. He can market wall. That does give up a lot of map control for castle drops on the map, though, if you have to wall behind this. Sora Kuma himself is close to clicking up, though. And maybe that's all he needs. Market wall and then a workshop. In the back, Margougou fishing heavily. Still needs a mill should he ever want his own market. And this will be a palisade for Sora Kuma. What this does do, though, is give up that forward castle space. And we've seen that happen quite a few times on this map. Lots of low HP scouts for both players. And Sora Kuma even going to chop his own tree. He needs to palisade behind that. There he goes. And men-at-arms going through the house. That will require some repairing, perhaps. The archer there doesn't have fletching, and only one archer still. Watchtower will go up for Sora Kuma, and it will be under the protection of his TC. Now, all but perhaps one tiny sliver of daylight, where Margougou can get perhaps one man-at-arms to attack it. And he's going to dive. He's going to dive the TC. All of a sudden, the walls have to go up. And that could be a disaster if one more palisade goes up. It won't go up. And Sora Kuma has to turn and run. Could turn and wall this out, though. Maybe he needs to delete foundations? Well, he has one lumber camp disrupted. He'll have to go for other reeds. Maybe delete his house for lumber camp space. At least the reeds get chopped quickly, so you could make more space quickly, but that house will be annoying. Has a bit of pop space, so he could afford to delete it. And we'll go for, a lumber camp here. Oh, nice alcove for him to chop if he puts a bunch of vills one tile from the reeds. He can try to retake the middle of the map then, as he's up. And once he's up, still doesn't have double bit axe. When he's up, food might be hard to come by because he doesn't have fishing ships for the dock. And it will be 23 vills to 32. Margougou has a huge eco lead at this point. What does he go for to defend? I think it has to be a workshop. Oh, that's cheeky. He'll wall the archers in. A workshop and maybe a transition to a monk rush, because he'll need to apply pressure before Margougou can use his eco advantage. So there's the good castle age timing, and yeah, immediately goes for the monastery. Now, those archers no longer a threat. Those men-at-arms going to run right under the TC. They will not be a threat. And the TC. Remember, the arrows are bigger in this patch. Those men-at-arms will go down. And only 6 HP left. There they go. There's a monastery up for Sora Kuma. We also have to run off of the reeds. And ooh, insta conversion on the archer. Margougou is not devoted. Margougou rushing up a tower in the middle. Well, the vills will get underneath it. They can chop and palisade the straggler if they want another tile from which to attack the tower. Now Margougou's up to castle. Malay go up quickly. He does have a good vill lead. We have more idle TC time from Sora Kuma, and then just overall more vills from the Malay from their uptiming advantage. But the monk rush has begun, and the monks are on their way out. 2 archers in the back still for Margougou. He has a fire galley in the back. There's a mill out there for Sora Kuma. Sorokuma taking the shorefish. That is an archer on the minimap from Margougou. I'm just checking that's stone. All the gray dots. Of Sorokuma moving the monk around the outside. He gets there, could convert a Vil. That could be interesting. Margougou on stone. Might be... Oh, it's going to be a tower. Could be a defensive castle into Karambits. This is now a good monk push, and the tower will help stop that. And the castle would shut it down completely. Then you kind of get yourself into a fast imp war, though. Ooh, it's a ram! There is a ram. Monks want 2 or 3 conversions on Vils. There's 1. You should be able to swap targets and get 3. I didn't swap in time. Not enough garrison space for all the Vils to garrison, but the monk goes down. Okay, I think that was some mismicro from Sorokuma. Should have been able to get 3 conversions there. He'll have to run his own Vils forward. That ram will try to soak up some tower fire. You could put the monks behind the ram and use it as a shield against the tower. On the other side, Archer's still there. That's just a fire, nothing threatening from the back for Sorokuma. And we'll need to repair his palisade. We have all learned about the danger of leaving those open on this map. Vils are fighting the tower. Monks want conversions. Sorokuma still with a good score lead, but down by 6 Vils. And Margougou will be getting up his own defensive castle. Monks there still wanting conversions. Tower's shooting them down. Ram going for the wall and then the tower. More conversions coming in. Oh, there goes the Vil difference if Sorokuma can just convert Vils. But the tower will go down. There's nothing stopping that castle for the moment. Maybe monks can come in. Vils can garrison the ram. I say there's nothing stopping it. Monks and a ram. Margougou is going to send more Vils over. And yeah, that will go up. That'll go up no problem. And the Vils will have to garrison the ram and make their escape. Try to get another Vil kill. But can't overstay his welcome. That castle's up. Now the Vils need to get out. Okay, Sorokuma gonna throw some Vils, being extra far forward. And now we'll have to deal with Karambit warriors. Karambit's when he's open at the front. This could be a bit tricky for Sorokuma, as he lost some Vils there, and now he's actually down by 7 Vils again. Could have just hopped in the ram and ran away. But was a bit greedy. That's another conversion. Only 4 Vils difference. Now the conversion really does help with the Vil difference. Mangonel's out. Margougou up by 1.5k res collected, and we might be going for at least a game number 4. If Margougou can keep this up. There's a lot of forward pressure just to be stymied by a castle. And remember, Karambits can go around the outside too. More monk techs. Monks against Karambits, not the best because of how many Karambits there are. Hard to micro. And monks around the outside, is this the answer? 1 man-at-arms there. Ooh, I think that's really tricky against the Malay. Hello, Nico on YouTube. How you doing? And then Town Watch on the way from Sorokuma. And here come the Karambits. Quick gate from Sorokuma. That is just a palisade gate, no stone. And 9-1 eco KD from Margougou. That'll explain a lot of that Vil difference. Sorokuma being a bit careless with some of his Vils. Wanting conversions on the Karambits, but not getting any so far. And that's now 17 plus Karambits for Margougou and counting. As this go down, monks still want conversions. Around the back, some archers will go for the Vils. No surprise he didn't want to go for organ guns against Malay. Remember, Malay can do monks against that. Organ's good against Karambits, and I think that's what Sorokuma has to do anyway. He's collecting relics, does have 3 of them now. The other 2 pretty far away from him, though. Don't know if you can ever get out there. No one fishing either, no fishing ships. Karambits will take some time on the workshop, so Kuma needs to make sure he doesn't overchop. Defensive castle, forward castle. It will be a 1 Vil forward castle. And does Margougou see this? He does not. Outside his line of sight. And 1 Vil might be all he needs, so the castle will go up. Here come Karambits. Margougou will see the outpost and be alerted to the outpost, and maybe the Karambits will see the castle. And with only one Vil on the castle, no, he's going for the dock first. He's going for the fire. Well, if only that were a demo, but still unaware of the castle. Only 30%. He didn't see it. He didn't see it. Now on the front, still pushing. Maybe he'll see it now if he scouts. And he will see it. The Vil, however, walled in. More Vils on the way, going for bigger walls. That's a lot of Vils forward, and they are walled in. Monks want conversions, and with 2 Mangonels, they'll Mangonel the converted Karambits. But this castle should go up. Okay, this castle should go up. Now things get interesting for Sora Kuma, as he'll have pressure in the back of Margougou's base, and that castle might even give him a way to pressure the stone. Maybe the Mangonels go forward a bit. It will be a watchtower, but enough pressure in the back will take the TC. Don't think Imp is going to happen anytime soon for either of these players. And with enough monks here defending, as long as conversions are there, you might be able to defend against the Karambits. 7 conversions on Karambits, I mean, that you're probably still losing. And it'll be Karambits and Rams now. Redemption on the way. I feel like Sora Kuma will need stone and stone walls with Mangonels behind it to defend a Ram push like this, and he doesn't have that right now. So this could be the game for Margougou, as he gets inside the Rams and goes for the push. Monks ready for conversions, but can't convert the Rams. They need to be adjacent to them. Here's the Mangonel from the back, and 1 Mangonel. Will this be enough? And there has to be quick repairs here. Quick repairs and stone walls. Vil's not in position to stone wall behind the house. Trying to wall, but the Karambits and the Rams are in. They will get 1 stone wall up in time. The other area is still exposed. Can the Mangonel get a splash on the Karambit warriors? Vil's trying to repair, use the tower. Monks grouped up in one small space. More walls from Sora Kuma. He's walling this at the same time. He's a castle and 2 Mangonels in the back, taking out the tower. If he has petards in play, the castle needs to be taking out the gate. Ooh, can't quite reach it. And the Karambit push is maybe succeeding. That Ram's very low. The Mangonel's doing so much damage. Bills now need to garrison the TC. There they go. There they go. The Karambits will go straight for the Mangonel. But the Ram, for the most part, will go down. It's a lot of monks eating the Karambits. So everything here now puts Sora Kuma on a timer. Karambits will eventually take the TC with Rams. That's eventual. At the same time, we just need petards here, but Sora Kuma does not have the economy for petards. Does not have the economy for it. Somehow, it's now 20 Vils to 49. Can he do it though? It's only 5 petards he'll need. The castle will cover the edge of the TC. Maybe he can cut it down to 4 petards with some Mangonel play. 7 Vils on food. He doesn't have the wood for a mill. Oh, he has a mill though. He has a mill. He can take food and make petards in the back. He's trying to wall the TC. More Rams coming forward. More Rams are there. Hill's trying to fight the Rams. That'll be a Ram going down. The TC taking damage. In the back, where are the petards? He needs to get them queued. Don't see how he does this. He needs to defend. More Rams on the way. Converted Karambits attacking the Rams. He's down to 11 Vils. He's running out of Vils for he's fighting Rams. If you get one more house up, maybe he has some life in him. But he needs the petards. There are 3 petards. 3 petards. Alright, you need 5 for a TC, but the Mangonels can help if they take out a tower and then start pushing. If he gets to 6 petards, maybe there's a chance, but I don't think he can get there. The TC going down. The TC going down, he will call the GG. He's not going to get there. Oh, he's going to be one of those GG before the TC goes down, people. And it is 2-1 for Sora Kuma. And 70 to 45 KD for Margougou. 5k more res collected. And with the melee, they've been an impressive civ for this game mode. Great economy with the up timings. And the melee will win. And GG. Alright, so that will force another game. That's 1-2 now. Margougou still trailing. He will at least win Ring of Reeds. So Koala and Palisades Socotra, hamster maps now for Sora Kuma. With Khmer, Koreans, and Malians against Wu, Persians, and Sicilians. Margougou getting to the bottom of his draft. And it will be Koala. Hamster map of Koala. And loading into Koala. Civs will be Woo for Margougou and Malians for Sora Kuma. A reminder, after this we are going to cast the Queen's Clash. So let's get those circles off for the moment. We will have Sora Kuma here as the blue Malians to the southwest, building both of his houses to the back, against Margougou as the gray Woo to the north. And immediately we'll have Sora Kuma finding 2 of his pigs, scouting with his pigs in the back, finding a boar. We'll come around and find those 2, and I think it's prudent on this map to take your boar super early, because of all the laming that we see. We'll have Margougou doing exactly that, taking his boar. And there goes Sora Kuma taking his boar too. We'll take the boar and try to time it after the first pig. So nice timing, usually you do your 2 houses, first fill on the pig, then go take the boar, you get it in at a great time. Now the scout can go forward and try to lame. Margougou didn't get 2 of his pigs there, we'll have to loop around and find them. Gets his first boar in and might think to push the ibex. I do think you maybe want to take your pigs before getting the ibex, but we will see Sora Kuma doing both here. And even just hoover around in front of the board to protect it, and then wait to push the ibex. But he'll push it right away, and take the lumber camp in the back. So no laming so far. Koala with the standard Dark Age, no lame. Ibex taken by the Vil under that TC for Sora Kuma. Boar ready to be lured in, and there it goes. Hit once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and taken from Margougou. Now finish his first boar, then go to the second. Take the ibex also. And Malian's Woo, so ooh, I mean, both good infantry civs. Gebettos for the Malians sound fun. Woo, of course, have the fire archers to go for buildings. Who has an uphill climb to make a comeback. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Well, he started off on Ring of Reeds in a crazy game, but still needs to pull off the reverse sweep. Going after his berries. Your berries are always very exposed on this map. Look at the straggler trees for Sora Kuma, all on one side of his TC. Not spaced around all that much. And lots of randomness there to the stragglers. And they will have Loom on the way for Sora Kuma. Now shooting the scout. There we are. And Loom for both players there. Finding camp on the way up here for Margougou. Morville is going to be popping out of this TC. Does anyone use the outside of the map? We did see a couple of attempted treb snipes around the outside. I think that was, what, that Mihai Sora Kuma set. But not enough actually to snipe the TC from the outside. The inside is just much closer. So there you are, Sora Kuma up to feudal, militia coming forward from Margougou. He'll be upgrading to men-at-arms. Straight range here for Sora Kuma. And he's not walled at all. Houses in the back kind of awkwardly. And he's going to try to go just pure archers on gold. One vil on gold, so archer scar maybe. Would discount on the buildings for the Malians. Very nice for them. A double bit axe on the way. And he'll be walling. Actually, he wanted the walls back here. Very compact walls. And here he'll be trying to wall the scout in. Don't think he can wall it on this side in time. Maybe the vil could block or get a hit. We'll do a blacksmith there. We'll chase it around a bit. Here comes Margougou onto the berries. But Sora Kuma not too afraid of that. Does have the straggler by the TC, and that will prevent the men-at-arms from getting around this side. Now the archers will pop out, prevent them from getting around the other side. Remember, skirms produce more slowly now, so archery is a bit more effective in feudal. The pure skirm meta may be a thing of the past now, as we see an archer for Margougou also. How much gold for Sora Kuma? Well, that's how this map works. You have 1 4-tile gold and a 3-tile gold, and the way he's walling, the 3-tile gold will be outside. Same thing for Margougou, though. 3-tile gold out, or in 4-tile gold and stone inside. Archers coming over, trying to hit the men-at-arms. And fletching on the way. Archers pop out, they'll get the scout. Okay, Sora Kuma losing a scout. That can hurt on this map. We've seen so many times players pressure one side and ignore the other side and get castle dropped, or petarded, or whatever. Distribution is concentrated to the north. And you mean like the extra golds? I guess, yeah, maybe there are a few more extra golds out here. I don't think Sora Kuma will be at a lack of gold, though. Remember, the stone's also dotted around the outside, too. And maybe a bit more sparse than the golds. And big wall from Margougou, so if a castle drop comes in, it won't be directly on his TC. You eventually have to move to the outside for the golds there. Men-at-arms getting in. Ooh, TC snipes off 2 men-at-arms, though. And only 1 man-at-arms will remain in the back to hoover around and get killed by the archer and the skirm. Not holding any tournaments in October. Yes, we have Stronghold Frenzy 2 that we're hosting. And also there's the Lingyuan Cup, or the Lingyuan Cup, that will be having its LAN. Not going to that, but we will try to cast it if possible. As the men-at-arms goes down. And you definitely sign up to Stronghold Frenzy. You have the handbook. You can share if you want, if you're interested in it. Stronghold Frenzy. Ooh, I'll post in the other chat too. Yes, General Octo. The sequel to the best C-tier tournament of 2024. What is special about it? Walls, General Octo. Lots and lots of walls. Arena style? Also more creatively. Like Tulo, or a couple of new maps too, with some Gaia stone walls in the middle. With various fortifications. Is the Marintho, Bazi, Welcome to Rapture, the people who make a lot of the John Slow maps. Have made maps for it. Has Castle Age on the way for Sora Kuma. Good idea using the relics as part of the wall. Surely nothing will go wrong. Remember, they did make relics larger, so you can no longer pass units directly through them. You used to be able to. They have Castle on the way for both of them. You hate Wally maps. They're the best. A walled map tournament means we don't have any fire galleys and small ponds. That's what I love about this tournament. No fire galleys and small ponds. Tiny maps. I do have another set. We need T90 to organize the show match. I have a set of the 36 by 36 tiny maps ready for the next T90 Community Cup for a small map show match. Only good when Turks and Bohemians are banned. I'm waiting for it to sign up. I'm waiting for it to happen. T90 needs to organize it. We've been waiting for a while now. And sitting on that map pack. So, similar uptiming for both. Margougou will have crossbows, and Sora Kuma will have stone. So, if a good elite skirm fight clears some crossbows, that'll be a forward castle for Sora Kuma. Margougou deletes the walls near the relics. Tiny maps you spell in a lifetime, chance, nice. Oh, using the berries as part of the wall, nothing will go wrong there. And Margougou sniping off some of the skirms. Okay, there he goes, there he goes. And castle on the way up for Sora Kuma. Alright, workshop and a castle for Sora Kuma, very defensively. We'll go siege and Gebeto warriors. And how do the Woos stop that? Maybe monk? Gebeto warriors should be great against GN swordsmen. Castle on the way. We'll need squires, but then they'll be super speedy, faster than knights without husbandry. So 1.38 speed for Gebetos, they run really fast. Can berries be destroyed? No. But there is 4 food on them, they can be harvested. So Mangonel pushing out, defensive castle. Does open up maybe the right flank for a castle drop. Margougou not on any stone himself. And it will be Gebeto warriors now. So Gebeto plus Mangonel. Sounds scary. Margougou going to try to get overwhelming crossbow numbers. Then when with them, he'll sneak behind the back of the woodline with crossbows. Could be annoying and might force elite skirm from Sora Kuma to clear it. Or at least a couple of scorpions. Outpost up there for Sora Kuma. He will be aware if they come through. Did not do town watch yet though. And there will, I guess, be an eco lead in some sense from Margougou. Res Collector are similar, but that is 650 stone versus other resources that already have been contributed to the castle. And archery is being found by the crossbows. We'll get a couple of kills, but they were not upgraded anyway. Oh, it's Gebetos and siege towers. Gebetos and siege towers. Oh, the madman, he's gonna do it. Gebeto's in a siege tower. I've been watching some survivalist strats. Keeping the crossbows on the backwood line, we'll have Vils going to another lumber camp. Ballistics on the way from Margougou, that'll make the crossbow raids even more potent. They can hit the gold even, look at the range. Maybe the Vils need to lumber camp the middle. And there it is, there it is. Mangonel on one side, siege tower on the other. Gebeto's gonna hop out, hop back in, try to pick off the crossbows. I think there might be a few too many crossbows there, but now with the Mangonel on this side, that'll be denying Margougou of his gold income for the moment. Vils surviving some splash damage. No spot for the Gebettos to hop over here. But if you can get another Mangonel, maybe a Scorpion forward, then things get more scary. Gebettos get through buildings pretty well themselves. They do need arson, though. Maybe the attack upgrades. They even use more armor against the crossbows. So 1 pierce armor now. They can go up to 2. Which saves the early siege engineers? That's the Jurchins. Mangonel going for the crossbows. No Repairville, though. Sora Kuma might need a Repairville if he wants to keep the Mangonel alive. Hoping he can go Gebetto against this. Mangonel on the way, but hard to use the Mangonel against the Gebettos. They do melee damage, and with 10 damage each, they are quite adept at picking off Mangonels, running forward, sniping, and getting out. We might see that here. A good split. And crossbow's still on this gold, trying to be annoying to Sora Kuma. Forward pressure is so far so good. Maybe forcing Margougou for another Mangonel, forcing him into a monk defense. He did pick up his 3 relics. Sora Kuma will just be doing that right now. Won't be too far behind, only 100, maybe 150 relic gold by the time they come in. Mangonel applying pressure to the range, as are the Gebettos. Sora Kuma could just play destroy both ranges. And still, Arson's really cheap, and I think you do want it for the Gebettos. The problem is the wood. The problem is the wood. He has 1 more straggler tree, not enough wood to get in another lumber camp. He'll need to use the market, but he doesn't have a market. Okay, lumber camp over here, but already denied by a crossbow. A couple of Gebettos can deal with that. But 1 range is down. The siege tower is here. Mangonel needs to shoot the crossbows. Siege tower going forward. What is that? The Gebettos pop out. Remember, they need to go through their 1 reload cycle before they shoot. Gebettos and towers is not what they used to be. The ballista elephant we need run. Not in these civs. I hope Crab will keep me updated for the progress of the drafts on the Queen's Clash. The Vills could go forward for gold, maybe. 1 or 2 crossbows now, completely idling the gold. Siege tower is still at the front. Margougou getting more and more crossbows. Blacksmith could go down. And Blacksmith in the range could go down. Margougou needs to rebuild the ranges. Trying to do defensive Mangonels. This might just come down to 1 fight between Mangonels and Gebettos. More Gebettos than can fit in a siege tower now. Maybe he needs a second siege tower. Going to be a second workshop. Blocks him the gold access, though. And he's very close to being denied gold. And that house could go down. And then all of a sudden the workshop can be denied. Okay, Mangonels need to trade here for Sora Kuma. And he gets the Mangonel. Loses his own, though. Get the monk. Another workshop is up. Gebetto's still worried about the crossbows. I'll let the crossbows engage much more rapidly, though. Crossbows around the back. Crossbows still harassing the wood. Gebetto didn't quite clean them up fully. Siege tower on the way through. Could just go straight to the wood line now. He's gonna make a run for it. Castle drop coming here. There's the stone for a castle. Where are the Vills? There they go. On the right, Mangonel versus crossbows. Gets 1 good hit. And can't quite get a second. So Margougou had looped around, found the Vills on the gold, and this could just be the ending castle drop. As the siege tower is going forward, the Gebettos clean some of the crossbows. Can they pop out and clean the Mangonel? They can! And now you'll go to the wood line. Sora Kuma is doing it. He's going to find a way to drive right into the wood line, past the crossbows. All the Vills now have to run. And as that's going to happen, it will be a forward castle, but a Mangonel from the workshop. That's too many Vills. That's 22 villagers. Crossbows and Mangonel on the way. This castle will decide the game. Can the castle be denied, or will the Vills get it up? The siege tower with the Gebettos going to walk back, try to kill more crossbows. The Vills going to run out and fight the siege tower. The siege towers need to kill the Mangonel somehow. That'll be deleted. It's still a good Vill lead from Margougou. The siege towers around the back of the back, denying the wood line. I mean, no Vills here anymore to be denied for Sora Kuma. He's taken the score lead. He has a Mangonel. Doesn't get the equalization, though. Doesn't get the 1-for-1 trade. Margougou now has no wood. He has 2 defensive Mangonels, and that castle drop did fail. Maybe it could be a bit farther back. That would have ended the game if it went up. But the double workshop Mangonel production working so far. The siege tower is down. Now it comes down to Gebetto Micro. And what's going to happen here? Will the Gebettos be cleaned by the crossbows? I think they will, and Margougou will then take a nice lead. At the same time, it's an attempted second castle with 2 Mangonels and more in the workshop. That castle's not going to go up. That's not going to go up. Or is he getting gold? That's a good question. His gold's almost done. I think we're going to have a game 5. I mean, he still has a stone for a castle. Maybe there's a world where the crossbows come over here, try to harass the gold again, and then all of a sudden there's a good mangonel fight with Gabettos over here. Well, when I say with Gabettos, there are 0 Gabettos left. And that's a lot of dead vills. Ballistics on the crossbows. A nice attempt with the siege tower play, but now it's 28 vills to 48. 2 mangonels, and it's going to be one more yellow attempt at a castle. Margougou has to run away with the archers. And what type of micro will we have here? Will be mangonel advantage for Margougou. Sora Kuma still could do this if he wins the mangonel fight. And he still could do this. Has 29 crossbows and only 2 with a 3rd mangonel on the way. Sora Kuma could take a mangonel fight here. Margougou not paying attention, does pay attention at the last moment. We lose some crossbows. Vills here need to repair. That's a lot of repair vills. With these mangonels and all the crossbows, Margougou gets the mangonel. Loses some crossbows, but gets both mangonels, and now this is GG. Now this is over. Now we have game 5. 21 vills to 51, and the forward castle will not go up. Oh man, he had a chance. This game was really close. If that castle went up, he'd have gotten it. But not quite enough. There's the GG, and Margougou on his way towards pulling off a reverse sweep, perhaps, ties it 2-2. 82 to 70 KD in favor of Margougou. The siege tower Gabettos did not work as fun as they were. And we have game number 5 on our hands. And that will be a loss for Koala, and Palisades Kotra will be game 5. As the Malians lose to the Wu, and I imagine this is Khmer, Koreans against Persians, maybe? Actually, I don't know if Margougou goes Sicilians or Persians here. Khmer or Koreans feel like Koreans are for this map. And so again, right after this set, we will immediately go into casting the Queen's Clash. Thank you, La Pabe and AFJKPO 5AEP for the follows. Keep it 0. Alright, where are we? Palisades Kotra. And here we are. And once again, just a shout out to John Slow for hosting the event with me. And we will have Game 5, Palisades Kotra, Sora Kuma as the blue Chimera to the west, and Margougou as the gray Persians to the northeast. Immediately, Margougou bringing in his elephant We'll probably see the same from Sora Kuma, elephant running into the wood line. Margougou does get the initial hit on the scout. Sora Kuma will send a Vil once again, 4 on the goat, then straight for the elephant, taking it in nice and early. 1 extra hit on the scout here for Margougou. And he's going to try to be annoying, but the Vil could actually hit the scout here. It's the second delete on the wall, and he's all good. Next come the zebras, and how will they be lamed? If at all. And elephant taken here. Nicely lowered from Sora Kuma. And zebras at the front there for Margougou too. He will go for the lumber camp in the back. And no one's sending a laming Vil forward just yet. No real idle time on the TCs either. Vil has to come forward for the scout fight here. Margougou turns around. And now maybe the Vil just runs for the zebras. It will be a lion out there. Player is aware of the lion. It has been in their line of sights for both of them before, actually. Yep, it has been. Alright. So Vil wants to engage in the scout fight here. Margougou sending 2 Vils forward himself. And no loom for anyone. Ooh, almost got a hit on the scout there. Maybe should have committed. And Margougou will just take the zebras himself. What do the red civs mean? They were banned. Banned randomly at the start, so players cannot draft them. So Zebra taken in by the TC there. Long distance gold mine, Vil hopping in the house for some extra efficiency. That's extra gold. He wants to drush or something. Lion going for the Vil in the middle, so that will be a quick wall to try to keep herself safe. And Lion will go for some extra bites, but now the loomless Vil will have to go back. House coming up in the hole in the wall for Sora Kuma. So we look at the walling situation here. Sora Kuma with a wood line could try to wall in a way that keeps this gold safe. Stones are mostly forward for him. Actually has a very easy wall off over here and then down here to keep this gold safe. Maybe would want 1 tile just for safety over there so archers or crossbows don't hoover in the back, but that's pretty far away. When camp on that side, take your wood in the back, and he is a safe wood line. Could even delete this wall to go to the back. Over on the other side, easily walled stone for Margougou, less so for that gold. And he has 2 golds forward on the other side. Sell 100 stone to go up to castle faster. Could be the build order, but I don't think you want to do that on this map when the stone's so forward. You would need a defensive tower anyway, so hard to sell. Middle on the outside, that's interesting, Mill. You will delete the walls, and you probably is anticipating walls like this. So Khmer Persians, I was wrong about the Koreans pick, actually. Khmer Persians, Khmer player going for the eco compared to the Persians. I would think Koreans dominate Persians in terms of unit composition for this map. Towers are insane, but maybe the eco isn't there. And he wants the Khmer for their farms. Trying to match the Persians, which I don't think you quite can do, even as the Khmer in sudden death with their 1 TC faster working bonus. Where it's, what is it now? It's 5, 10, 15, 20. And you do get ahead in Vils rather quickly. Scout still coming in, wants to disrupt the push, but can't with the villager there. And we'll go all the way into the TC, both players up to feudal. Tiny bit of idle time for Margougou, but makes up for that by being the Persians. And they'll click up on 18 pop versus 19 pop, and then Sora Kuma is slightly slower. And he's walling not to the wood line, actually just to the edge. Well, archers would harass the mining camp a bit more. Might have liked to have seen this wood line and this wood line, or this wall and this wall line to the wood, but all the same, it'll keep the gold safe in the feudal age for the most part. And he might get involved in a tower war anyway. Wall the scout in if Margougou is not careful with his hoovering. Oh, he gets another hit. Nicely done on the micro to grab that hit. Ooh, and here comes the militia. Margougou trying to keep this open. Trying to keep it open. The Vil does not have loom. It's a loomless feudal age click from Sora Kuma, but this will maybe backfire on Margougou as he loses the scout. 2 HP left for Sora Kuma, so that scout can't fight anymore, but it can still scout. And the walling of the gold will now have to be much closer, so archers pressure that much more easily, but it will still be walled in if the militia don't... Oh, they break in. They do break in. Alright, the militia are there. The militia are there. Hello, tenacious chipmunk. And now we'll have Loom, a 2 Persian militia about to become men-at-arms with more militia on the way behind them. Forward range from Margougou, and he will be taking map control, which is oh so important on Palisades Akotra. And this is maybe the start he wanted if he is thinking of that reverse sweep, which I'm sure he is. And he's even going to trap a Vil on the mill. 3 men-at-arms get the kill, not close enough to the TC to save her as the range goes up defensively. And now no gold control for Sora Kuma. He's just going to have to make skirms. And Margougou will safely be able to take gold. Can be archers from him. And we'll see what follow-up he does against the skirms. So, no way to pressure in feudal next to the TC if the skirms camp, but a forward tower could get some more map control going forward. Skirms pop out of the range. As the wall goes up. Men-at-Arms will catch a skirm even. This is looking really good for Margougou. Men-at-Arms will deny that house even. And just a quick militia opening before a wall went up has led to all of this. It goes from safe gold for Sora Kuma to a disaster. I still think 2 or 3 Vils walling this earlier. Maybe it's a different setup. Well, he still does have the skirmishers. Remember, skirmishers are the best unit in the game. And, well, compared to monks and fire lancers, the only of the 3 you can train in feudal. He'll be pushing this army away. And blacksmith up for Margougou. And fletching on the way for Sora Kuma. And skirms take out the man-at-arms. I'll keep running over here. Arms go down as the skirms come back. Try and hit the archers. It will be a stable transition. Margougou will see that. He'll lose his men-at-arms. Or no, he won't. One will escape. Armor for the skirms now for Sora Kuma, necessary for fighting against the archers. Keeps them alive much better. And he's going to make a scout swap. We'll see scouts from Margougou too, not going to fall behind in military. He's up by 4 Vils and will still have a Persian economy. Res collected still fairly similar, but a slight lead for Margougou. And we'll have the initiative even in fighting scouts versus skirms. We'll pick off a skirm, but lose a scout in the process, so that's not worth it in terms of resources. Your scouts are valuable, cost a lot of food, and you'll have to make more. And maybe the scout transition comes in sooner for Sora Kuma. We'll have the better food eco in terms of more efficient farmers, just not in terms of the TC and the Vil count. Also did manage to get horse collar on the farm. No horse collar for Margougou.
Farmon. Tia Panjir.
Scale barding armor on the way for Sora Kuma. And with armor and skirms, can he think to fight? He will have, aside from bloodlines, all the upgrades he really needs. Forging would be nice too. And Margougou forced to do a tower on the gold. Forced to do a tower. That'll be stone he doesn't have for a castle or for selling to go up. And Sora Kuma taking some map control now, does finish his walls and get access to his gold. And Archer's fighting the Skirms. Skirm's getting a couple of hits. And this is the fight that Sora Kuma wants. He's diving the Skirms and taking a really nice fight here, even with the tower nearby. Ties up the KD now, 12 to 12. And through all that harassment, only one eco kill from Margougou, and the idle TC time is just about the same. But that being said, Persians, through all this, have a 5-0 lead thanks to their TC. Thanks to their great TC. More archers going down. So KD lead for Sora Kuma, and more importantly, scout lead. 8 scouts to 4. 8 to 4. And wheelbarrow on the way. If he can just bide his time, wait for bloodlines and forging, then fight, he might be able to take an overwhelming fight even underneath the tower. We'll be going for the archery range, and it's still expensive this early in Feudal to be losing a range. Double stables from Margougou, and he'll be pumping double stable scouts. We have the same, though, from Sora Kuma. Both players going double stable scouts. Let's go. Forging in bloodlines and wheelbarrow on the way. Sora Kuma will have all the upgrades. All the upgrades. Still falling behind in vill count, but I think wheelbarrow now will definitely help 24 farmers. Maybe Sora Kuma can wall himself up, but at least he has houses out there as the Khmer, and make sure he doesn't get housed, and he will have much of he will have a pretty good advantage now in the scout production. And he's going to do his own tower, and if both of them have towers, he can fight by the gold. Margougou, as I said earlier, his gold is over here. He should have scouted. Oh, he didn't even scout that. Didn't scout his secondary gold, so doesn't know where to go once this tower goes up. All the Feudal Age upgrades are here, and he's forcing the fight. The scouts on the vills, maybe fighting a bit too early before the tower goes up, but that tower will go up. The Skirms need to pick the spears. Margougou trying to get his own scouts out. Res collected still very close, but the scouts can run back to the tower. Skirms won't care too much about the tower fire. This tower now garrisoned. Looking at the range, it doesn't quite hit all the vills on the gold, but hits enough of them. And Sora Kuma takes the score lead as he is pushing down by 7 vills, but fighting under the gold. Losing some scouts though. Now it's 8 to 6. Needs to come back. He's gonna go for a third stable. Triple stable scouts. Triple stable scouts in Feudal. He's on stone and he's taking Margougou completely off of gold. Margougou now needs to use the market if he wants to go up. But that's with already having done the tower. He won't be able to sell the stone. An outpost now for Sora Kuma. Those vision boxes all over the place. Now both players with scouts. No forging yet for Margougou. Forging just coming in for him. This actually could be a great fight for Sora Kuma since he has forging. He's gonna hoover around though, a few archers and a spear. And he doesn't want to fight that under the tower. He's getting trapped. Where is Nilly? When you left it was 2-0 and you thought the dream was over, the dream continues. What is the best tech? Probably Loom. Or if you could only research one technology, it would probably be Feudal Age. So big scout fight, fully upgraded, but numbers for Sora Kuma. And he clicks up to the castle age behind triple stable scout production. Sora Kuma is going to do this, and then immediately he'll have knights. He has 5 fills on gold, doing another mining camp for more gold, stone to protect the mining camp, protect his gold vills, collect his main gold. And wheelbarrow just now coming in from Margougou has an 8 villager lead, but he won't be up to castle. He's trying to take gold in the center. He's still missed scouting the gold on the side. And do a mill and farm on the outside, running out of farm space here. A few skirms, all they want to do there is pick the spear, and they get a good volley of javelins on him. Another tower there. Margougou won't be able to pressure this fight. And the scouts and skirms will be able to hit the gold. Margougou has to fall back. Why is the Persian TC so strong? 10% faster production in Feudal, 5% faster in the Dark Age. And also just all the extra hit points too if it goes to the douching situation. Works so fast, and 53 to 44 vills in favor of Margougou. But this should be walled up with houses. And then can even do more walling for Sora Kuma. Margougou still no gold access. And Sora Kuma not taking the fight. He's biding his time to go up, do light cav, and do armor, plus potentially iron casting. And if the scouts come in here, those vills can garrison in the Khmer houses. He's going to take an opportune fight against that one scout. Why is the market in the middle for Margougou? I guess he doesn't have any farming space in the back. Should probably be farming back there rather than out here, but I guess he wants the forward vills in good position. There's castle, and we will see an immediate monastery, husbandry, light cav, and a knight queued. We're looking for armor, bow saw rather than armor. Okay, so he is going for some eco upgrades. Down by 12 vills though. Margougou can take one fight, but not going to win against a light cav, I fear. No one has tried to Persian debuts. In a community game we saw it, but not in the tournament. How you doing, debuts? What I expect from the next DLC? No idea. Honestly, I haven't really paid attention to DLCs in a while. Not really interested in them at this point. So big scout fight going on in the middle. And this is scouts against light cav. Number is still there for Sora Kuma. He has a knight mixed in, some skirms in the back. And this will probably be the GG fight here. I mean, Margougou's still up by 12 vills. He might not say GG because he's fighting for his tournament life, but double barrack spears are not going to be enough to clear this. And there he will call GG, and Sora Kuma will win 3-2. And that will be a 56 to 32 KD with comparable eco by the end of it, despite the vill difference. So GG, Khmer Farms OP. Oof. Alright. So that is a 3-2 win for Sora Kuma. And we almost immediately need to go into Queen's Clash, as that took 5 games. So that's Khmer over Persians. And the scouts and the eco were his approach there. So this is Queen's Clash 4. And this is Luna versus Sunsetfire. Semifinals. No more sudden disaster, but we will swap over to Queen's Clash. And I'm just going to find that. Let me update my title right away here on YouTube. Don't have a thumbnail, but we'll have to do with this. And look, see you later. See you later, Epic. You respect someone, you'd probably laugh at them. Oh, did I forget to turn the sudden disaster logo on? Oh well. Right, we just need to hop right into game number 1, I think. I don't know if this will show up on the thing. On the dashboard. Alright, they're into the game on Outcrop. We might co-cast with Crab. We'll need to catch up, maybe. Oh, and John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. We're going to keep streaming here. We have another event. We got Queen's Clash going on. I was afraid for Sora Kuma for a while in that game. Oh, I need to swap my patch. I need to swap my patch around. This is on the previous patch. So thank you very much for the raid. I'm going to hop right into another game. This will be Luna against Sunsetfire. This will be the semifinals and will be a best of 5. We're going to hop into game number 1. And Baron, thank you also for the raid. Thank you, Baron. Everyone raiding. And swapping patch. Okay, while the patch updates, I'll take a very quick break and I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Yes, and Crab is here. Let me just say, let me catch up to live. First, swapping patches. Alright, and here we go. Hopefully getting this game started right away. Did Margougou win? He did not, Big Tasty Bacon. He did not. D takes forever to launch. And here we go. I think we're in. All right. So Luna versus Sunsetfire on Outcrop. I'm going to speed cast, and then we'll towcast with Crab. Alright, so here we go. Speed casting to catch up to live time. And what do we have going on here? This is not Sudden Disaster, no. This is the Queen's Clash 4. This is... Change the logo and swapped everything out. So, we will have Luna. Let me double check that my Twitch title is updated. There we go. And my YouTube title is updated too. Yes. We'll have Luna in the Cyan playing as the Way. Oh, the Outcrop bug didn't spawn the hill. She'll be against Sunsetfire in the gray playing as the Chimera. All these gray color picking today. Players really wanting to hide themselves on the minimap. So Deer being pushed in towards the TC. And after this set, I'm going to go cast the Rex of Gabi versus Lilybear. And they were about 20 plus minutes into this game. 1v1 on Outcrop. Lots of scouts coming forward here for Sunsetfire. Scout defense from Luna. Trying to keep her gold safe, still running around with the scouts. And Castlade on the way for Sunsetfire. Good fill lead though for Luna, as the Way with all those ecotechs of course, but taking maybe the brunt of the damage from the scouts. There goes some of that Vil lead. That'll be 3 Vil kills for Sunsetfire as she's up first. Castlade on the way for Luna. Light Cav, lots of Light Cav hovering around, but we'll get a second TC up and a few farms at the top. TC will be on the bottom for Sunsetfire, maybe a better location because it has gold. Slightly harder to defend though. And we're going to have Shinbei Raiders here for Luna as the Way. And they'll be fending this off. And still a good Vil lead for Luna. More res so far for Sunset, and now it's Chimera Scorpions. They're going to try to push the TC, and some Huiguang Cav will come out and take out some of the siege there. 3 of the Scorpions, or 2 Scorps and a Mangonel go down. The Scorps get back, and now Vil count's still pretty similar. 3 TCs at the top for Luna. She's going to have to find a way to get down to the bottom sooner rather than later, and also find a way to get herself fully walled on one side, I think, as she doesn't want those raids to keep coming in. And how are the Shinbei Raiders doing? Pretty well. They're going to find some Vils down here. Sunsetfire maybe pulling slightly ahead in Vil, still trying to raid. Wall still not up fully, and there'll be a good eco lead now for Sunsetfire. Still Shinbei Raiders. What do you do long-term against them as the Chimera? You can keep going Cav, but as Ballistics will come in, I think the Shinbei Raiders start winning the fights. Especially if they can camp this hill. I think good thing for Luna to expand on this side because the hill spawn properly and you can use the hill bonus for your Cav archers. There's a lot of Cav diving the TC, but not enough Scorpions perhaps, as Luna takes the score lead, and she's down by 20 Vils, but up in scores. 7k res collected behind, but now the Shinbei Raiders are there. Let me see if Crab's ready, and I have caught up. Want me to join. Alright, we'll join. Grab. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, in chat, let me know. It's going good. Let me know if you can hear properly, chat. Hold on. Discord messed up my audio settings when I joined and decided it was going to swap my headset's mode. Okay, there we are. Now, chat, let me know if you can hear.
It's like we got Light Cav coming in on the left again. Again, I really would have liked a wall to the edge here, but...
Yeah, that's been the Achilles heel of Sunsetfire's economy this whole game. Not being walled by like 5 or 6 tiles on the left, and Lycav raid, or for Luna's eco, and Lycav raids for Sunsetfire just kept coming in relentlessly.
Gabi says she loves your voice.
Oh, well, thank you.
Imp is on the way for Luna, but she's going to be more than 2 whole minutes behind, so it really is going to be, can she hold from the Imp upgrades? +4 coming in already.
Yeah, that's a lot of Shinbei Raiders. And correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't actually have an Imp upgrade, they just get a bit of extra HP in Imp, and then of course can access Bracer and Chemistry and Parthian.
That's correct. Forward Castle coming from Sunset doesn't actually range any of the resources, so not the biggest deal.
Of course, no fletching
That's
even
a
on
lot
the
of
castle.
knights.
If she does the ranged upgrades, maybe that becomes a bit more impactful over there.
Conversions, do we get more instas? That was pretty quick. The castle does go up, so that's going to make it really hard for her to engage here. It looks like Luna is going to switch into Haeguang Cavalry, which I do really like. Haeguang Cavalry with the unique tech are going to absolutely crush Cavalier.
Yeah, they'll have extra hit points first because of the Civ bonus, and then the unique tech will be +4 melee armor. And honestly, I struggle to think what the Chimera do against them. They'd have to go for a Halb switch, but that's pretty expensive at this point. Also, there are a couple of Huiguang Cav raiding Sunsetfire's eco right now.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's really nice. Getting some picks. Both players can afford to lose some bills, though. 130 bills for each.
Yeah, and advantage in the Treb timing, at least, for Sunsetfire being Imp first over here on the right.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if Luna only gets Mingguang Cav out of that castle... Yeah, and there it is. Like, you just get that, and then you worry about the position later.
Yeah, if you have the
such
better
a
melee
powerful
Cav,
upgrade.
then you can jump the Trebs anyway.
More Haeguangs around the side, going for raids. Did get cleared in the back. 138 vills for Sunset. Maybe a little overboomed. Luna is struggling a little bit for villagers. 120 still is plenty. She is struggling for gold control, though.
Yeah, and that's what that forward castle does, right? There's only 1 gold that she has access to, and that TC could be trebbed down soon. But she does get the
T90,
upgrade.
thanks for the raid. We're in the middle of game 1 of the semifinals. And it's been a banger so far.
Yeah, we have 2 Trebs working on the castle over here on the right. We'll have some Shinbei Raiders and Huiguang Cav for Luna as the way. And I think you're right about the gold. This is going to be the struggle for her. If she has gold access, and maybe she has a lot of res she's floating at the market to sell for now, and she gets this Cav unit out, I don't think the Cavalier can actually take a successful fight. But she's going to need to take a fight that somehow jumps the Treb. Yeah, that is a lot of melee. The Cavalier are going to do, what, 6 damage there? And they're fully upgraded.
Yeah, not great. Ugly. Hello. Still, the raids are slowly picking Luna apart, and she's down to only 20 on food, which is not what you want to see.
Yeah, there's still light Cav just hoovering around in this eco. I feel like at some point, if Luna could have just gotten a few more tiles of walls here and there, she would have been much safer from all these raids. It's not like there's much more walling, as you pointed out.
It's taking 5 light Cav.
And there go the Trebs. Maybe a bit late, though, because the castle and both TCs have gone down, but Sunset will be losing all of her Trebs.
Yep. Xianbeis were a little late to engage, so not quite the best fight, but those Haeguang are just so tanky. 111 bills, getting pretty low.
Yeah, to 168. Now Sunset might be a bit overboomed on Vils. But, I mean, if you're the Khmer and you're against
maybe a
Guang
little.
Cav, maybe you just want farms and you want to spam Hussars and you're okay with losing them. Maybe you could use more farmers compared to the rest of the eco. That's still 38 on gold. That's a lot of Cavalier
Yeah,
spam.
zero on gold for Luna. That is a problem. I think that's gonna be the end for her. 8 on food, 64 on wood. Oof.
Yeah,
And yeah, just the
slowly
lack
losing
of
Vils.
walling over here.
Yeah, lack of walling and a lack of gold. As that castle was her chance to take a fight in the right, but couldn't get the Huiguang upgrades in time to fight early on. And had to keep going back and forth to stop the raids, too. Right, just like a bit more walling, so to force the Cavalier into the army earlier might have been the play.
Yeah, and that's a lot of Cavalier, and Sunset can just spam Hussar now.
And there's the GG.
And GG's called. Really nice game 1. Goes to Sunset. So that will be... Where'd my drafts go? Ah.
I will need to set up a draft. I don't have an overlay yet. I came right from the sudden disaster set.
Yeah. It's a win on Outcrop for Sunset. Loss for first pick Wei. Ooh. Win for Kamai.
All right. Do you have links to the drafts that I could access?
Yeah, it's in the Rex.
The Rex. All right.
What's the channel?
Got it.
Channel, that's the word.
All right, got him.
Same with the lobby code. Oops. I accidentally joined the lobby I typed a 0 instead of a 1.
You're gonna play. You're admin. You can check the settings are right.
You can check from here too.
That's true. You can check from the dashboard. I check
You
that they
can, in
have
fact, check
the
from
right
the
spectator
dashboard.
delay. I mean, make sure that Nilly doesn't come to another tournament and admin lost players.
He didn't give us any money. He doesn't get to admin loss any players. Them's the rules.
All right.
Second lobby is up. Wait for the game to start. Luna's home maps are Stranded and Sunburn. So it'll be interesting to see where she goes with those. Probably Stranded would be my guess. I think she's going to be more comfortable on that. I don't know about that, Ugly. There will be no corruption in my tournaments.
Okay, I'll at least get the maps properly on an overlay. There we go. That was Outcrop for Sunset. So Sunset, I guess the favorite in this set, or Luna, I guess the favorite in the set so far, because she had the higher elo going into it.
Yeah, I would say this is a very evenly matched set, and I think we saw that in game 1. Sunset has been, both of them have been a little up and down. Sunset peaked, like, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, and then had a big losing streak, fell down a bit, you know, as you do. Luna tends to rattle around between high 1600s and like low 1900s.
Okay, that's a
So it
pretty
really
big
depends
range,
on the
though.
form of the players. Yes.
Alright, so let me see. Do we have the next game going yet? I don't see a lobby up yet.
There is a lobby. The lobby code's in the Rex folder. She's just editing them to add it.
Yep, got it.
But
Found it.
still waiting on, it looks like Sunset to join.
So talk to me about these color choices of the players. When I made the map pack for the Cartographer's Queen's Cup, I was told that everyone would be fighting over purple, but here we are with cyan versus gray. Where do these colors? Where does the gray come from, especially? Margougou was picking that earlier. Well, what's with all the gray picks?
Oh, I think I got a DE bug. Yeah, I got a DE bug on Stranded. Need to reload the lobby code. It's been doing that recently, where it just you load in and it's like, so and so was defeated. Well, that's not. That's not.
I've seen
right.
that too. Anyway, I did successfully load in, so I will give you the lowdown. This will be Stranded, not the DE version of Stranded with the transport. It'll be the version we had from TTL with the fishing ship, and we'll have to the west Sunsetfire as the Persians playing in the gray and immediately doing the TC on a wood line. To the east, we'll have Luna
great.
as the cyan.
Great job, Commissar.
Great color pick from Sunsetfire. And we'll have
I'm putting
my favorite color, the cyan for Luna as the Koreans to the east.
I've been putting all the players in purple and yellow, so it's consistent. So I have Sunsetfire in the purple, Luna in the yellow.
Okay, let me do that.
Those are sort of our theme colors for the tournament, as it were. So Koreans versus Persians. It should be an interesting matchup. I think Koreans have a lot of tools to deal with Persians, especially with the addition of Fire Lancers.
Oh yeah, that's true. One of the top 3 units in the game, along with monks and skirms.
True. Fire Lancers are pretty cool.
And also something, you don't need any stone to access them on Stranded, where the stone is only one tile of stone spread out very sparsely around the outside beaches, and no resources in the middle. So as the Koreans, it might be hard to get up the number of towers that you usually want, or even to get up a castle and go for war wagons. So on a normal game of Nomad, I think I'd like the Koreans maybe a bit more against the Persians here, where the Persians have the insane eco. On this one, especially with the fishing ship start, I think Sunsetfire is in a really good spot as far as the Civ matchup is concerned. We'll see if the Koreans can do something outside maybe their normal game plan.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to... Sorry, I'm going to mute for a second. I need to clear my throat.
All right, I know that feeling when you cast for 8+ hours. So lots of fish out here for Luna. We can already see, I think, the benefit of that Persian start, especially with all these rhinos. Also, we should mention on this map, the rhino lore is important because the tournament's still being played on the previous patch. And all of the rhino lures will have to be very careful because you kill the hunt with your TC and you spoil the food. Like in a classic Age of Empires hunting situation.
Yep, Gabi, I think, actually did that on Land Madness earlier today.
Oh no, I'll have to watch that in the rec now.
Yeah.
Don't give me spoilers though. I still need to watch those.
Super Cat Leaf, Gookie hasn't played Age at all in over 2 months. I'm not really sure why. I didn't know that she was going to go on a hiatus when we started to organize this tournament. It's unfortunate to not see her, but I hope she's doing well.
That was a really long and nice elephant lore from Sunsetfire too. I'm bringing it right under her TC.
Indeed. And yeah, you're seeing the Persian work rate bonus in action already. 2 vills up.
And a fishing ship up. Because remember, it applies to the dock too, and not just the TC. So you get the fishing ships out much faster.
I always think it's funny, you can tell who really played a lot in like the Voobly HD era. Because they always shoot the boar twice.
I miss that, actually. I think it was kind of fun to shoot it, and then you'd try to time it so the Vil would walk back slightly with the reload and shoot it again. I miss that.
Yeah, so both of these players did achieve pretty nice upsets to get to this point in the semifinals. Sunset upset Ning in the winners round to move through, and Ning played Gabi in the quarters. And then Luna upset Mika in the quarterfinals, who was the 3 seed. So Ning being the 2 seed, Mika being the 3 seed. Both these players really worked hard to get here. Really,
those are some
really
pretty
been
nice
playing
upsets. Ning and Mika both have been, I think, up to like 2K1 in the past. And looking at the elos here, of currently 1600 and 1700, I think these players must have really prepared then to be able to pull off those upsets.
I know they have. I have been a practice partner for both of these players, actually.
Biased admin.
I don't know I'd go that far. I'm just... Anyone can practice with me.
And so, Elephant Lore from Luna. She's going to have the Water Buffalo there to block. All beautifully done. It's kind of... I like how you can block along the side, too. Like, you don't even have to block it. You just walk along the side and it slows it down.
Pretty quick up for Sunset here. Also pretty quick for Luna. I personally am not a big fan of this. I generally prefer a fast castle approach on this version of the map, but I'm not playing, so...
Yeah, I mean, lots of different ways you can play the map. We'll have a second dock from sunsetfire, so it could just be a fast up for fire galleys. Dock's kind of close to the initial dock, so it won't really give much in the way of additional food access, though. You can also see sometimes players send the vills forward if they want to dock aggressively.
Yeah, you can do that. There are occasional animals, but those are mostly in the middle. The tigers. What is that? Is that a Komodo dragon? Yeah, Komodo dragon.
Yeah, I should have randomized them
up
for this
Sunset.
version.
And it is
So
galleys.
Okay. So galleys here for the Persian player. When you're this far apart, usually you do want to open galleys. But I think the Koreans usually prefer facing the galleys at this point because their own galleys are cheaper. And remember, they do lack demos. So they wouldn't have that demo option against fire galleys.
Yeah, a little late to the second dock for Luna. As I said earlier, I spoke to her before the set, and she was feeling pretty nervous. So maybe a little bit of nerves there, but the rush distance is pretty far. I don't think it'll be huge. Oh, I think she will lose her fish, actually, now that I look at it.
Yeah, 2 galleys forward, and remember, take 6 arrows to sink a fishing ship, so 2 galleys take 3 volleys. And Luna's gonna have to pump out 2 galleys really quickly if she wants to defend this without losing fish, as the galleys from Sunset are forward, and that's the advantage of the Persians' economy we talked about, able to get the galleys out really quickly in this Civ matchup.
Yep. And the faster uptime also helps from the work rate bonus.
Yep, and here's one
Galley
galley.
does come out for Luna.
And maybe this is just in time to defend the fish.
Looks like galleys are forced
just
back.
in time. Also, this dock being in the corner makes it a bit easier to keep taking the deep fish. There's more room in the corner for them to spawn. We see Sunset needing a third dock already just to keep fishing.
Yep. Fletching on the way for Sunset, so that'll be a pretty big advantage. Luna does have a blacksmith on the way, so she will be able to get fletching as well. It's already 4 galleys forward. Just a little bit faster timings for Sunset so far.
Yeah, and here's the tricky thing when you're fighting under your opponent's docks and they'll have reinforcements. So even if they take a losing fight, they might still keep the numbers advantage. So see what the galley micro is. You're talking about players playing in the Voobly days. This is the old school Voobly galley micro stage.
The galley dance. Interesting, Luna does have a lot more gold, so she could theoretically maybe get a market at some point and buy her way up. I do like repairing the galley. That's a nice touch.
It is, and right now she's defended. And needs to maybe find a way to get her fishing ships down to her other dock where the fish are closer, though. But you can look at the res collected difference for the Persians now, 800 resources ahead. And Persians on
Yeah.
Nomad maps are insane. And I think even more so on this one, with the start they have with the fishing ship.
Barracks for Sunset. She might be thinking about some scouts, or maybe just thinking about going up and going into Knights. Barracks coming up for Luna. Maybe sensing that. How's the galley micro?
It's good for Luna.
Good for Luna. She did have some really nice galley micro on migration against Mika. That was part of how she, was playing really well. Archery range coming down. Maybe thinking about some land aggression. And I do like Town Watch. Town Watch on Nomad maps, super underrated.
Yeah, look at these walls from Sunset Fire. She's walled with houses between all the little wood lines up above her base, but didn't really wall off her main gold in the direction of her opponent. She's just doing a range now, and maybe that gives an opening for Luna, but actually both these players didn't really scout each other. It all just comes down to whether Luna actually goes forward and hits the gold in time, I think, for whether this land aggression is successful.
I kind of hate that she did this arcane wall and it doesn't actually touch the wood line.
Yeah, it is. There is a hole there. You see, I think the deer might even try to funnel itself around there.
Maybe that was the whole point. It was a deer funnel the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, even if it was
trade cog.
a trade cog, that is. I guess she
believe
just
it's a
misses
misplay.
the junk from the other version of this map and wants to trade.
It looks like Sunset will buy her way up, and that's going to be a significant problem here for Luna.
Yeah, Castle Age on the way.
Market coming up for her. I think she will also buy her way up, but she will be a fair bit slower, especially with the Persian bonus. And a nice sneak around here from Sunset to try and get those fish.
Yep, and I think she will now. 6 galleys, so 1 volley kills a fishing ship. And then we see that there.
Still, fish are running. Hard to hit a moving object before ballistics. Any lane military, just 1 spear so far.
Yeah, we saw the range transition, but not really enough scouting, I think, to figure out where to go.
Yeah.
Oh.
I honestly, if I'm Luna here,
That's the
I
galleys
want-
in the south.
I would just dive in. Go kill Purple's fish. You lost your fish. You're not really producing any more galleys. Just run in. Take away that eco advantage.
And that's what winning the fight here in the south will do. Sunset not going to have the galley numbers to defend this right away. And at the very least, Luna does manage to click up, only about 20 seconds behind. So huge eco difference still. But at least Luna keeping pace with the uptiming for now.
Yes, second range here for Sunset. So she's maybe thinking crossbow doesn't really have the numbers on gold to make that work. But Luna, without the scouting, she's actually thinking it's going to be knights. So she's making spears. These first couple archers could cause some damage.
And the spear does get
Rings
in
of
on
force.
the stone at least.
Oh.
And the galley's being cleared in the left corner.
Koreans, of course, do get free archer armor upgrades, so these skirms will be pretty okay here. Does do some quick walls. Archers can't dive in any further.
Yeah, and Sunset needing to do a loop around the map with her fish. All 6 of them idled to the north.
Crossbow coming in. Yeah, it's just going to be crossbow play. I don't love that against Koreans. Like, the free archer armor, easy access to skirms. Makes it kind of hard to play archers into them. But Siege Workshop coming up in the middle, and a town center coming down for Luna in the around the gold.
And this is, again, the old patch, so those feudal skirms do still produce at their old speed. Do need to get elite skirm eventually, but with the armor, you can at least fight a bit if you just have Bodkin.
And Bodkin she does have.
Oh, a tiger and a Komodo dragon chasing that one poor crossbow.
Run away! Luna is still producing a lot on water. I don't know that I love that. I don't think you need the water that badly anymore.
Yeah, and she's
She did
returning
collect a
to
lot
her.
of water.
Yeah, she's returning to her home dock with the galleys, and that's going to let Sunsetfire run back around to the left side to her docks with the fish again. Oh, but the trade cog will spot them if Luna's paying attention. She can then send a pair of galleys back.
Cog.
Yeah, look at the line of sight on that thing. Yeah, there go the fish. Chances she pays attention to this are... Oh, wait, she moved it at the right time. She sees it. She sees it. 100% she sees this.
Watching the mini-map like a hawk. She's
And
getting more
skirts.
galleys, so these galleys will get cleaned up.
And she can start fishing again then. This is one dock, but we'd have to rebuild it anyway for good fish. Yeah, and there she goes, dominating the water. And actually, with the second TC, ahead in, or tied in actual villager count now. The fishing ship will still be working, but that's the eco difference now. TCs will be much later for
Yeah.
sunset.
Not a lot of vills on food, though, so she's going to have to stabilize her food eco to really make it work.
Yeah, and is down already by about 1,500 resources collected, but did manage to stabilize the initial aggression from the crossbows with those skirms with the armor, as you said. Crossbows only have fletching, no bodkin for Sunsetfire. So maybe that fishing disruption really affected her eco, as the trade cog will be shadowing the fishing ships as they run back along the other side.
I don't think those
Trade-
fishing
and-
ships are going to last very long.
I mean, think about it. Think about it. The trade cog, 1.65 speed. It's the fastest ship. It's wonderful for scouting. The war
It is.
galley is
Is
just
she gonna
not going to
notice?
patrol. Just
passing?
noticing the trade cog more than the war galleys.
there
Oh,
we
there
go.
we go.
Pretty funny. Luna trying to get some farms down. She's got 10 farms down. Sunset has 11, so very similar ecos and a pause. And an unpause. Huh? That was weird.
I didn't even see that.
Well, she has no galleys trade. You know, you could.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get it working just so that you don't keep clicking it with your idle villager hotkey, as that's going to get annoying after a while.
Do a little heist, as it were. Send it around.
Yeah.
Crossbow's
Now a
coming
couple of
forward. Two
mangonels.
mangonels.
Yeah, exactly. 2 mangonels on the hill in the middle. And this is a pretty big hill for pressuring the TC. I don't really have any defense against that yet. No rocket carts from Luna. No stone for guard towers. I'm worried about those skirms.
I, too, am worried about the skirms, and I'd like to see a siege workshop. She can just buy it. She has a ton of gold. Sees the mangonels, runs away. You gotta know you need a siege workshop now.
Yeah,
No,
about
buy
the tower,
stone
though.
for a guard tower. You know, I'm okay with that. Korean guard towers are very strong.
And
The
already
trade
has
cog is
bodkin for the
going.
tower. Oh, there it goes. It is 48 gold. It's
Let's
not
go.
valuable at all, but it's going.
Hey, it'll pay itself back in only, I don't know, 3 trips. How much does trade cog cost anyway?
That's a good question. I don't make him enough to know.
When are we getting Akwichi? Like Michi with the like a walkable water terrain at the back so you can do water trade?
Oh, we should do that.
I agree. A lot of crossbows here from Sunset. The mangonels do find an angle to try and take this TC, and I think the TC will go down.
And we do at least have the rocket carts now. Hard also to defend when you're downhill from the mangonels. But both those mangonels are weak, actually. If the rocket cart were to get a nice shot on them from somewhere, Sunsetfire really needs to be paying attention here. Ooh, can it hit it from that little notch in the wood line? No, it can't. Repairs on the
I think
TC.
Oh,
Gets both.
2 for 0. Brutal. Excellent shot. Behind this, Luna's
geez.
carved out an 8 villager eco lead.
Yeah, that TC's staying up. Really needs to get Elite Skirm at some point, I think, though.
Just make more rocket carts. It's fine. Rocket carts are easier to micro after all. More guard towers coming up. Doesn't actually defend the Mangonel, but should keep aspiring crossbow raids out of this wood line. She does need to refresh the lumber camp, though.
Yeah, those Vills are running a marathon now.
Third TC comes up for sunset. Good split on the rocket cart. Villager comes forward to repair. Elite Skirm is coming in.
And ooh,
Good Mangonel
crossbows
micro.
pick off that rocket cart. Sunset Fire is going to need to repair though, and there is finally his Elite Skirm. So Mangonel Elite Skirm against Crossbow Elite Skirm, or Rocket Cart Elite Skirm against Crossbow Mangonel. There we go. That's the actual units. Crossbow's a bit better at picking off the rocket carts, but do potentially die to the skirms. Although Ballistics is in, and it's a lot of wood to keep repairing this TC for Luna. She has to keep going around for the side for more wood.
Indeed,
And,
really, really needs a new lumber camp.
Yeah, at least she has a TC on wood, but look at these outposts from Sunset. You're going to see the Vills heading over to the gold. And will the crossbows find the castle? And can the rocket cart defend the Vills?
At least she's fine. There's skirms there. There's a rocket cart. It's not an easy fight for Sunset to take.
Yeah, nice repairs on the rocket cart. Sunset just gonna try to kill some Vills. And we'll get quite a few.
She is getting quite a few. Same time, might lose some of these Mangonels. She's not paying attention. Loses one. Loses two.
I'll
Might
pay
even lose
attention for the
three?
third.
No.
I'll completely misses that shot. At least she has the hill bonus there. But no, we'll lose all three. Nice micro from Luna.
Loses three. Elite Skirm coming in for Sunset. She does have a better resource bank right now, so we could see Imp. More ranges coming out. And Imp is on the way.
Persians, well, they won't have Bracer for the Elite Skirms and Imp. So could be a risk if War Wagons start coming out for Luna, as she is getting them. Could go War Wagon Rocket Cart now with water control. Because maybe the one thing that Luna could be paying attention to is those War Galleys sitting idle on the bottom of the map. Just kind of spread them out in the back of Sunset Fire's eco, and then you'd hit some of the farms on the TCs and the outer wood lines.
Yeah. One here, one here, one here, one here. Control that wood line. But benefit of Imp, well, it should be Savar, but she's not teching into that.
That's the hard thing about Stranded. You go Imp, and even with a decent Vil count, you don't have the same resources that you do on a normal map. I don't know if it's the sparseness of the stone or the fact it's hard to get a decent wood line, but I've seen so many games here where going Imp means a death sentence because you can't produce anything from it.
Yeah. 3 rocket carts here. No Repairville, but there are war wagons to defend. If Sunset's been paying attention to Emu and Masty, she should know that war wagons are just conversion targets, but no monks as of yet.
And Persians do not have good monks. No sanctity. They would have block printing, which makes them kind of interesting in Imp against the war wagons, but that lack of HP will really hurt. Also, the trade cog is still going. I gotta check this. I gotta check. What is this? There we are. Res collected. It has been 142 trade profit, and it's on its way back with another 48 gold. So I'm calling it. This trade cog has paid for itself. Sunset Fire is up to Imp.
I would agree. I'd honestly like to see Luna add a ram and just ram down these 2 archery ranges on the hill.
That could be nice. She will get a guard tower by them.
Yeah. It is a Persian TC, but those rocket carts are on a hill.
Yeah. And honestly, any production from those ranges now just will be killed by all the skirms that are forward.
It looks like she's thinking maybe Fire Lancer. Fire Lancers are great against trash. Absolutely crush them. And Luna's just gonna dive. She's like, you got nothing.
Yeah, war wagons are gonna dive. So after a promising start where Sunsetfire got a pretty good eco lead, Luna managed to bring this back, winning some fights on the water. And if those war wagons go north to the wood line, that's going to be a massacre.
Don't think she knows about it yet. Should be clicking imp soon. Those Vills are going to dive the rocket cart. If the Skirms notice that, could be a lot of kills. Still going to lose some to the guard tower, but no ballistics for Luna. Good shot there on the mangonel.
And the rocket cart does go down. And imp on the way for Luna. All the war wagons found the wood line.
I don't know that she doesn't know that she doesn't have ballistics. She doesn't have a uni. She should know she doesn't have ballistics. Bombard cannon coming out. That's going to be pretty valuable for Sunset, but she's down 25 bills. She's not in a very good situation positionally.
Yeah, Luna's KD has been
really
great,
would like
86 to 44.
Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers, Fire Lancers, Fire Lancers. They'll destroy the skirms.
Oh, we have a spear. Almost the same thing, not quite. Sunsetfire is going to have to be careful with these bombard cannons in the middle of the map. As right now, I don't think she has a great way of protecting them from the war wagons, and we'll need, I guess, just more skirms then. This is where I feel like if you don't have gold, the trash composition for the Persians can't quite hold up that well to the Koreans.
Could this be a game for Korean Hussar? Think about it.
Could be. You need a lot of farmers for that, but maybe that's something that Luna has.
She's got 45 on food.
I mean, to be fair, the lack of bracer and the lack of final armor kind of cancel each other out a bit.
It does. Conscription on the way immediately. Interesting. From the castle. She's going to make her own skirms.
Well, Korean skirms will be better. There's no doubt about that. And they do have the free armor upgrades.
Where is
she'll
her
just need
university? She
chemistry.
has chemistry on the way. Yeah, chemistry is coming after. Good rocket cart hit on the skirms.
Yeah. And then
She's
this
running
is
around
where
adding keeps. I like it.
Oh, yeah, you gotta love the keeps. This is where, especially as Bracer comes in, those galleons, or those war galleys in the south would become even more valuable. Oh, looks like the trade cog was killed finally. The trade cog finally was destroyed. And the end total on the trade profit will be 190.
I think that's worth it.
I think that's definitely worth
off.
it. It scouted the fishing ships and it traded. All calculated from Luna.
Height coming in. I want Fire Lancer. I also like her to get Yupseong here. Having the extra range on the towers makes bombard cannons really feel
useless.
Quite poor.
Yeah. It's hard to afford that, though. It is... How expensive is that? It's... No, 300,
Not
300.
very.
Actually, that's really cheap for what it is. She could afford it.
Yeah, and here it's coming.
Yeah, and there she goes.
War Wagons getting raids on the wood line. Sunset is up to 120 bills, but Luna is incredibly overboomed. I think just sort of it's a natural stress reaction.
Yeah.
She's adding
what did we
keeps
see?
in Sunset's base.
Yeah, last game Sunset got to 168 vils. Luna needs to get close to that at 155 right now.
Hussar would legit be really, really strong. Luna's Q is not that good despite her massive eco. I think she just needs to start making it. And I think she's sensing the tech switch here. Maybe even scouted it with like those keep vills. That it's going to be Hussar. So she's teching pikes, adding more keeps. And I think she's in a very good position to win this. Especially if she DQs her 13 vills.
Yeah. I mean, remember, those vils do have more line of sight for the Koreans too. So those keep vils see a lot with Upseong and then the war wagons. That's actually a lot of scouting.
They see everything. But at this point, I don't think Sunset can ever kill these war wagons. So...
Actually, I'm just thinking of this now. The line of sight bonus for the villagers, that doesn't apply to trade cogs, right? No, it says villagers. That actually would have been sick if it applied to Korean trade cogs.
I think so. I mean, like, Hussar raids are coming in, but that's just doing Luna a favor, honestly.
Oh, she's 162 Vils. And she has 15 Vils queued. But there's the GG.
And
Luna
GG's
ties that
called.
1-1. Yes. As she was doing arrow slits anyway, so that would basically nullify the bombard cannons, as you were saying, with the unique tech. And, well, he said she was nervous. Maybe a bit of nerves queuing 13 Vils when she's already at 164 Vils. What was her villager high there? So, yeah, she got to 161. And you're looking at the economy. Really nice early eco lead for a sunsetfire. But couldn't quite figure out what to do with the Persians against the Koreans. Tried for the Mangonel pushes, maybe didn't quite have the micro to overcome Luna's yeah, look at that, 177 to 107 KD. And most importantly, 190 trade profit.
We do love our trade profit. GG earlier today, Lily. Thought you played well. Especially that Suburbs game, that was a banger.
There we are.
So if we go to our drafts, we've got a win for Luna on Stranded, a win for Koreans, which was the last pick of the draft, first and last so far, and a loss for Persians. Next map probably will be Acropolis.
Alright, so we have Sunburn, Acropolis, and Suburbs. These are some interesting maps we got still in this map pool.
Suburbs has produced some absolute bangers so far.
So when I've seen Suburbs in the past, it is a 3 TC start, essentially on Regicide Fortress. As I realize I have two logos on top of each other somehow, I think. Or no, I don't. Okay.
Gotta have the beautiful logo by Donut up on the screen.
Yes. I just saw there's like some like explosion or particles in the background. I thought I forgot to turn my Sudden Disaster logo off behind it for a second. Appropriate for both events.
Would be a good Sudden Disaster logo, just an explosion animation. Bam!
That would explain the tournament very well.
So 1-1. It's what you want to see. Both players having a good time, winning games.
And we'll be on, or in the lobby for the next game.
Oh, you also missed the Battle of the Bears, Twest. Lilybear versus Mundo Bear in the quarters.
Oh. Shame it's on the old patch before the Bears got a buff in the new patch.
True. Release an extra map script, just spawn more bears. Buff the bears.
Play Beast Chi. Now with buffed
No,
bears.
not Beast G. Not Beast G. Yeah, Lily, they updated the wildlife, so a lot of the animals do more damage now. Or walk faster or something.
They also,
remember what
as the
the
effect of a
bear
path finding change, are harder to quick wall, and they block the Vils a bit more. If everyone on Rage Forest has been complaining about that.
Oh no, I can't degenerately quick wall. Alright, looks like we've got a game.
We do, okay.
No
And
DE bug this time.
Remind me the colors. It was sunset in the purple.
Yep, blue and the yellow. So Byzantines here, interesting. Not what I was expecting out of Sunset. And Bengalis for Luna, that's been a very popular civ because of the free villagers. So reminder to everybody, this is 3TC, Regicide, Sudden Death.
Okay, so sudden death, we're familiar with that. You can't build more TCs, and you have to lose all 3 of them in order to be defeated, or lose your queen in order to be defeated.
Lovely purple queen over here, just hanging out. So Byzantines
And-
is a pretty odd pick. I mean, I like the extra building HP, but they don't really have an eco bonus except for advancing to the Imperial Age faster, and you spend so long in Dark Age on this map.
I mean, with 3 TCs, you could potentially just go straight to the Imperial Age. And against the
We've seen
Bengalis,
that a lot.
the Byzantines do have really good skirms, which counter Elephant Archers, counter Rathas, counter Bengali skirms. But I think I really like the unit composition here for the Byzantines.
I do too. I'm just worried about, like, by the time you get to Imp, the Bengalis are going to be up 18 free villagers.
That they are. That's a lot of free fills for 3 TCs. Yeah, the Bengalis and the Lithuanians all have a per TC bonus now. In the old days of Regicide, the Chinese and the Maya actually got their extra vills per TC, so the Chinese would start the game with 9 extra vills and be able to produce from the Regicide food. Regicide Metropolis was dominated by the Chinese.
She didn't pick Lithuanians here. I think Lithuanians are one of the best civs because they start with 300 extra food.
Yeah, and good skirms too against the Bengalis, which you're assuming are Luna's pick.
Yep. Already a much cleaner build for Sunset. She's up 5 villagers, so she's kind of already erased some of that. I know she's been practicing this map a lot.
It is her home map.
Luna has her queen safely ensconced in the castle. Sunset's doing a bit of scouting with it.
That's confidence on the
We
map.
don't
right?
want to miss her
confidence that
yo.
confidence that your queen is out there and can get your scouting for you, and you're gonna keep it alive.
I am not confident in that. You'll never catch me scouting with my queen because of that.
Not gonna do what Mihai did and run his king straight into Gabi's castle back in TTL.
Absolutely not. Well, didn't Yo run it into Jordan's castle too? And like,
I remember.
it's like Noble?
I remember a 2v2 tournament years ago where Bakht wasn't aware that the scouts became faster than the king in the feudal age, and he was still scouting in feudal and ambushed by 2 scouts on Regicide Fortress.
Backed.
He started typing in the chat like, "Is there a bug? Why are the scouts faster?" And Dogal is just like, "Nope, nope, buddy, they're faster." In feudal. I was also kind of worrying maybe that the castle's in front of the walls and not behind them might not provide the same safety that you have on a Regicide fortress normally. Also, Luna, look at this gate
That's
spawn
the
on the top
point.
of her base. It's blocked completely by the wood line.
Zoning laws.
Yeah, she needs to like pause and calls for the admin re here, right? Bugged map.
I had a point. What was the point? I don't remember. Probably wasn't important.
Yeah, well, Luna the first one up to feudal, which does make me think if Sunset's staying longer in the Dark Age, and she is up by 5 fills already, that this will just be straight to Imp for the Byzantines and straight to Skirms and Trebs.
That seems likely. It will probably be straight to Imp for... The Bengali eco does get pretty crazy. And you generally have so much on food, it's generally pretty much a straight to Imp map. Though I could see... There is an argument for like fast castle with Bengalis, and you go like double siege shop, full elephant ram.
Yeah. And speaking of the
And
build
just try and
orders,
take
here's
a couple TCs.
here's Luna, just doing Loom now when she had 3 minutes and 30 seconds of idle time in the Dark Age. So maybe could have optimized that a lot better. Sunsetfire, this is impressive. Only 40 seconds of idle TC time on 3 TCs on a Civ that doesn't have an eco bonus.
Yeah, she practiced her build a lot. It's really nice. Really nicely done. Luna is going for some outposts. I like that. Let's get some vision.
And that elephant ram suggestion you had is kind of interesting. We were seeing that a lot on the sudden death on Jungle Rumble of Bengalis versus Byzantines, where if you stay Castle Age and go for an elephant push against someone who goes straight to Imp, you're going to find yourself at a 20 to 30 Vil lead. And I don't know if you still get the same thing here when you have the 18 Vil lead just going to Imp anyway. I don't know what the timing is on this map. Maybe you could still pull it off, or maybe it's better just to go Imp anyway. And maybe you could do both at the same time, just amass and start pushing with elephants on your way up.
It could be. We've seen a lot of players using the market pretty heavily. Just putting more on gold, buying some food. Not even buying food here, just getting her way out.
Yeah, and look at this eco upgrades in Feudal from Sunset, recognizing that she had the food for it. Market and Blacksmith up.
Yep. Looks like Luna's going onto stone with a fair few Vils, so maybe thinking dropping a castle like right here, maybe dropping a castle over here, just taking one of those TCs essentially for free.
Yeah, so outpost there right in the middle of the map from Sunsetfire. Now that'll be a great Byzantine outpost. That'll get Town Watch and then Town Patrol for free. And she'll have complete vision of the middle of the map.
Pretty nice. Wheelbarrow coming in for Luna, no double bit. Kind of curious, but Wheelbarrow also coming in for Sunset, and the ecos kind of even out, although Sunset is a fair bit ahead because of those fills coming in earlier. Not a lot of food in the bank. And, oh, Cav armor. I think she might be thinking elephant push. I don't know why else you would get Cav armor.
Yeah, those armors do, of course, apply to your elephant rams. You probably want to see maybe a stable in Bloodlines and Husbandry, though, if you're really thinking of the elephants.
I mean, I'd probably forget about that.
And, I mean...
where will the seed shops go?
Have to be right at the front, right? You need them forward. You talked about a huge Vil lead, but 3 minutes of idle time actually has meant it's only +3 Vils, when it's a total of, what, +12 in total on the way up to the Castle Age. But yeah, as you were saying, straight to Imp.
Yeah.
Straight to Imp. You have the castle, so you don't need any resources, and it'll probably just, or any building, so it'll just be straight to Imp for Sunset as well.
Yep, straight to Imp. I think this is just better execution by Sunset. She practiced this build a lot. She
Double
really put in the
workshops.
work, and double seed shop from her. Wow.
So that'll probably be a university and then instant bombard cannons after chemistry as soon as she goes in. Oh, I found the stable. I found the stable. To the south of the map. Look at this from Luna.
Oh,
Bloodline's on the way.
she might be going regular elephants.
I mean, I talked about the great outpost in the middle of the map, but Sunset not paying attention down here to the south.
Just the scouts so far. Also, don't forget to drink your chemicals, kids. Interesting. 2 siege workshops, no university for chemistry yet. Obviously, she doesn't need it quite yet, but it's like Luna's just going to try and go for an eco play and just completely clear this. No siege workshop yet.
I mean, she could go pure Hussars with 35 farmers. They do get full upgrades for the Bengalis. And if this is just a blind counter to a skirm opening, maybe it could work.
It might work. That being said, though, I don't like how vulnerable the front is. I could at least buy some stone, put a castle down here, or both. Just secure this area.
Yeah, there's the university from Sunset, so she will have that in time doing ballistics. Just about ready to go Imp and then do chemistry. Maybe a bit of an imbalance in how she's floating a lot of food, but doesn't have the wood for Trebs right away. Maybe 30 seconds to Imp with this big of an eco is enough to overcome that, though. She has 100 plus Vils.
And she's going for a castle at the front. Luna can buy the stone to do her own castle. I would like a Treb before conscription.
Yeah. Also,
I'd
Luna,
like to
the
see her
queen is
slam
in the
down a
Ratha
castle right
castle, so she has to be careful about the ungarrison. I guess that's true for both players. Don't ungarrison your queen.
Yeah. She sees this. Come on. Oh, and she's just going to abandon that TC. I don't really think I like that, but here comes the scout cav raids. Not even light cav yet.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if Sunset were paying attention to that front scout she just saw, she'd have checked the armor upgrades and seen its cav. And she needs to check her wood line, as the scouts are getting a huge raid down here. And she is just now garrisoning.
Yeah, really nice sneaky raid there. I honestly would have rather liked, like, siege workshops. Take the TC, take the inside TC. Puts you at a huge advantage.
In sudden death, because then you just have the forward one, which you could eventually just try to YOLO Trebs for. Or even petards.
Exactly.
So the good thing, though, about this defense is Bracer Chemistry on the way for Sunset Fire, because she's going skirms. So she will have the TC arrows and the castle arrows to deal with the cav raids.
Indeed. Where are the light cav?
They're hoovering around. And, oh, Sunset, well, she did not scout the stables, so she's going to try to wall off. But might be surprised that the stables actually are inside of her walls. Needs more of those outposts. Great outpost in the middle, but not along the sides. And this is also where you have to be careful in the Treb War if there are a bunch of light cav turning, that could turn into Hussars, get the third armor. If you're pure skirm, it might be hard to defend the Trebs. Oh, but we have Cataphracts! We have Cataphracts for Sunset.
Twist's favorite unit right here.
Absolutely.
I think they look pretty good in purple.
I do too. They look good in any color, let's be honest. And Byzantine
Masonry coming in
Castle.
for Luna. I like it.
Yeah, but the Repairvilles need to get out there. 3 Trebs is still hard to repair, no matter how much HP you have. That Bombard Cannon, though, could pick off Trebs, and Luna will have to do something soon with the Light Cav if she wants to keep her castles alive. Maybe it's just wait for the castle to go down and snipe the cannons. Or just
She's
dive
going
them
now.
and snipe
I think
them.
she's worried about
she-
the bombard cannon.
Yeah, she gets a cannon with a Treb.
It's nicely
This
done.
this castle will go down. The Vills were not there to repair at the start.
Yeah, castle goes down. Now she can dive with these light cav. Don't think there's enough pikes there. Yeah, only 3 pikes. She has Rothel too.
And that initial raid has made this a 20 Vil difference now. With over 3,000 more resources collected, though, still for Sunset. And she will take the first of the TCs. Losing the castle, but in sudden death, maybe the TC is more valuable. She's going to rebuild it in the same spot. There were 2 Trebs there.
I don't know about that.
I think it's okay. I think it's okay. Okay, Sibs other than Byzantines might have lost it there, but she has HP enough to survive.
Good mangonel shots on the skirms. These light cav are going to dive the Trebs. I think they'll probably get a couple. Oh.
And one
Gets
goes
one.
down. Pikes are there. Stables to the south have stopped producing from Luna. Now she's going to have to remember they're there. Oh no, Sunset, she walled all the way to the right corner of the map, but left a hole in the wall. She'll have to realize that. She's going to build the one on the side, I think, but there are still 2 tiles of hole. And also a hole by the university. A lot of nerves in the tournament.
Trebs, though.
I think. Did take both
She did
Trebs
take
and will
both
take a TC.
Hey,
A
Smiley.
lot of nerves. A lot of nerves. You have to be careful of the walling.
I don't really like the Elephant Archer transition here. I think it's just going to be a little too slow.
Oh no, Luna, this is your queen castle.
Oh dear.
Hopefully the gather point's not forward.
Luna with more like have raids in the back. Sunset's probably like, oh no, there's a hole in the wall, not realizing. Oh no, that's just stables back there.
Well,
I
to
think
her
Luna's
credit, at least
thinking
there are holes in the
redemption.
wall. Okay, the queen castle under siege now. Here comes some elephant archers.
Here comes the chunkies.
Lots of repairs there.
Oh, let me
26
count.
repair vills.
There are helbs out for Sunset, but she is losing bills back here.
She did see the stable though. It is in her line of sight. And the halbs can clean that.
Yep, redemption coming in. So she's gonna just try and say yoink to these bombard cannons.
Well, 4 HP on that tread behind the castle for Sunset.
Oh,
Just kept that alive.
I didn't even see that it was there. It's so well hidden. Ballistics on the way. She does finally see these stables, so this will get cleared, but there's still a hole in the wall.
The elephant archers will dive the cannons and take them out, but at the expense of quite a few elephant archers to the skirms. But she does importantly keep
yeah,
the
I
castle up.
Rather seen her try and go for the conversions there. It's like she got redemption, then sort of forgot about it.
And, well, we do have another game where a player has surpassed 150 villagers, as we're at 155 from Luna, and more being queued on the way. I guess that's fine for the Bengalis. She doesn't have Mahayana yet, but could get it eventually. But has to be careful of her second TC. And maybe Sunset should leave this TC up and just let Luna get to 200 pop and not have military.
I don't know, players that have gotten to over 160 vills have won both games.
That is true.
There's your stat of the day. Come on, use the monks. You have redemption, you have block printing. I think you have sanctity. No sanctity, but still. She's trying to take this Treb, I think. Just one hit. Oh, maybe not. It's hard to tell with the perspective.
Yeah, well, 4 Trebs out now for Luna. And she's able to repair her castle. And crop rotation on the way for Sunset Fire, so she's prepared for a long game.
Indeed. And 2 TCs down for Luna. She only needs to snipe 1. I'd be getting Fortified Wall if I were yellow. 160 vills, let's go.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of worried though, because the elephants were going forward to snipe bombard cannons, so I think the gather point for the queen in that castle might be forward. Okay, that is a risky castle for Sunset Fire when there are 4 Trebs already in the area. And yeah, she's gonna think better of that.
Yeah, I don't think I'd do that one. Strictly speaking. You know what I think the answer is here?
What is the answer?
For Luna? Champion. There's only 1 castle left.
Hoarding's on the castle. Okay. And champion good against the trash units. There's a villa and a couple of houses on the right side of Sunset Fire's base. I mean, on the right side of Luna's base from Sunset Fire. And get more stables. Oh, there are cannons in the workshop to the west of Luna's base.
Oh.
Maybe we could see some type of sneak here?
Yeah.
Go for the TC?
We'll get advanced notice. Bombard cannons and Trebs can't rage the center TC from out there. Will she see it? Eh.
Yeah, no. 200 pop for both players, but Pike's on the way. I got excited for a second. Mahayana is still not done for Luna.
She doesn't see the siege workshop. No. She walked like 10 vills right by it. Oh, that's brutal.
Wait, she's gonna try to do a mining camp? Okay, can't she? Okay, mining camp on the gold. That is a forward mining camp.
That is cheeky. I like it.
She also... Wait, somehow Luna didn't scout the gold that is... Oh, look at this in the north. She's 1 tile away. This is doubt levels of scouting, not seeing that extra gold. And going very forward for the risky forward gold.
She's gonna get more raids in the back with these light cav. I like that. But this is gonna be a really hard army for her to deal with. That's a lot of bombard cannons. Not that many skirms though. Elite Elephant Archer is on the way.
Still needs the armor for
the bombard cannons.
For the elephants though.
She needs sanctity. So this. Ooh, that was a quick.
Okay.
2 quick bombard cannon conversion. That's brutal.
Yeah, Sunset was not devoted, and cannons picking off more cannons. So that's what, 3 or 4 cleared cannons for Sunset. And at this point, elephant archers will mow down halbs, especially if they retreat to 2 castles.
Indeed. Castle coming up over here for Sunset. These vills will get cleared, probably fine. This is a very stalematey game.
Yeah, but only 1 bombard cannon in that workshop to the west.
Rotha raids coming in. More ranges for Luna. You could honestly almost just get away with like Elephant Archer plus Skirm. You just have to front the Elephant Archers with the Skirms.
Yeah, and so far Luna has been doing an insane job with these raids. 37 villagers killed. And super far ahead in KD. His gold.
They're gonna die now, but like...
Yeah, there you go, with the castle up.
Logistica. Huh?
Okay. Cataphracts still need their final armor. And Sunset's still up by 5k resources collected. But having trouble taking these fights. Byzantines usually have a KD like this, where they're spamming the trash units and don't care about losing it. But, oh, the workshop's been spotted. But repairing these castles has been so valuable for Luna, as Mahayana is now on the way, and she'll have even more pop space.
Yep. She does get a bombard cannon, which is really nice get for Bengalis with the conversions.
Oh, yeah.
I think she just
Sunset...
needs to really start spamming light cav to stick in front of these elephant archers, because that's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and
Raids in the back still. Sunset's down to 107 vills.
Yeah, and struggling a bit with the army control, maybe. To be fair, Byzantines sometimes can get away with fewer vills because they can get such a large and cheap trash army and keep producing it with fewer res. And the Queen Castle is destroyed, and the Queen has retreated to the town center. I guess that's the safest place to keep your Queen now in the sudden death TC. Because either way, you lose.
You lose that, you die. Not a lot of light cap production. Needs more stables. She is getting them up, though. And these elephant archers will tank skirm shots. They're so tanky.
Yeah, the only downside is they're missing their armor. They could tank even more.
Oh no. Brub just pointed out. Luna still doesn't have bit axe. That's the difference in the res collected.
Yeah. I'll still no two-man saw for sunsetfire. But all the other upgrades are in, at least. And yeah, that might be the difference in the res collected. And only horse collar, too. So lots of res spent reseeding farms as well.
Yep. Yeah, these halbs are just getting absolutely shredded. Just needs to keep the light cav in front to kill the skirms.
Oh, we have a sneak.
She's running pretty low on gold.
Stable to the right for sunsetfire. Sneaky stable in the back, trying to get some revenge from earlier. That stable is still up from Luna with 461 HP on it. Never was fully cleared by the halbs. If she realizes that, she could even get more hussar raids.
More cannons going down.
In position. Cataphracts coming forward. Cataphracts will not do that well against the elephant archers, especially when they're lacking the Imperial Age armor upgrade. So both these players need to take a look at their blacksmith, their eco upgrades, make sure they have everything at this point. They're both lacking a bit.
It's so hard on this map, though. This is...
It is.
This is... I put it in the chaos category for a reason.
It's pretty chaotic.
I don't think Luna's just kind of lacking the food to really spam these light cav the way she should be wanting to. And now, light cav raids in the back.
Yeah, and that's 3,000 wood, or scout raids in the back even, just scouts. Sunsetfire cosplaying as the Teutons here. And cleaning the elephants on the front. This is the scary thing about the Byzantines, when they're on 120 vills and they don't need any more than that, and you get to 200 pop with Skirm Halb, also raiding a bit in the back, as she has Vilfought the Scout. And has 14 vills queued at her town center right now, so we could see almost 180 vills this game, and she'll probably just queue more out of habit.
Word. Those raids are doing her a favor.
Yeah.
And yeah, doesn't have the meat shield to keep these elephant archers alive.
Oh, the Treb's also pathfinding a bit too far forward.
Ooh.
We'll snipe a TC, so start working on that sudden death objective.
That's good, that's good. I know she made a petard at one point. Not sure what that was for. Could have been a misclick.
Oh, well, we know she can occasionally misclick a unit based on that trade cog.
Happens to the best of us. I would like to see elephant rams. Or siege rams.
TC's gonna stay up. I guess that's tricky against a Byzantine player who has Halb already, though. And any type of ram push here with so many melee units, especially the Halbs, is hard to pull off, I think. But that's also the Bengalis. When they don't have bombard cannons, your options are limited.
Well, so she could easily clear these ranges on the side, and a lot of people don't know this. Elephant rams actually have cavalry armor, so they don't take the full damage from halbs, and Bengalis have further reduction with their bonus.
Right. And finally, the archer armor upgrades on the elephants. Now Luna just needs to look at her lumber camp. And Sunset's still lacking the final cab armor. Yeah. And also, I think Luna re-establishing the eco balance a bit. Earlier, she was floating 3k wood with a lot of vills on wood. Now she's up to around 60 farmers. And 60 plus, I think, is the minimum you want with Bengalis when you have such a food-heavy composition. Sunset with 52 on wood could maybe stand to have a couple more farmers, too. Oh, and she's adding them in just as I say that. More mills and looks like some auto farms on the side.
Ooh, sneaky siege workshops. Sneaky siege workshops. I like it.
Alright, castle going up. Byzantine castles with hoarding. 8,000 hit points.
Oh boy. Luna does have really good gold control at the moment. She's got 3,000 gold in the bank.
2,000 gold for Sunset. I mean, this is just Byzantine trash, and both players have 5.5k gold banked between the two of them.
Yeah.
170 vills. 170 vills, and we've hit 14 more queued. We're hitting a new high with villagers this game.
Herbal medicine! She's gonna heal the elephants. Ooh, great raids in the back over here with these light cab. There's nothing in defense back here. And she's adding more stables.
Yeah,
making elephant rams getting...
Yeah, maybe a repeat of that first game when Sunset wasn't walled all that well. A couple opportunities she could have had walls here as some Byzantine walls all the way to the side. Like, she did it in the bottom.
That was Luna, who wasn't walled.
Oh, that's true. It was Luna in the first game. They swapped positions. I forgot because we changed the colors since then.
Oh dear. They're calling each other Schmurs and Mustard James in the chat.
Well, now we're going to have both players with forward stables in the back of each other's base. Maybe a bit easier for the Byzantine player with halbs to clean these raids. And we still have 4,000 gold.
Rip those old men.
Yeah, we still have 4,000 gold for Luna, who isn't spending it on anything. Could this be a Byzantine Hussar game?
It could be. Here come the siege elephants on the side. Luna might lose this castle, though. She does have trebs in it to maybe push back these bombard cannons. The elephant archers are picking them off.
5 cannons.
I think the castle's going to go down.
It goes down. Oh, and that's huge, because that's the last castle, and no more trebs for the moment. I guess she has a lot of gold for buying stone. And there's that one stone in the middle of the map. Yeah, it feels like now with the army composition, though, Sunsetfire should be able to take the resources in the middle. And despite having 4k gold, Luna's struggling on food, and she's dropping now to 150 pop.
Yeah, just big raids were really... I think just lacking a bit of production, forward farms. I think both players could use some more stone walls along the sides.
Yeah, now...
Boy, howdy, that Byzantine castle has a lot of HP.
Yeah, it does. And melee units there to protect it. We don't have siege engineers, though, from Luna, so that castle not going down as fast as it could. And Sunset's everywhere with the light cap raids. Yeah, Sunset, though, still missing the final armor, still missing 2-man saw, and also potentially even missing Hussar at this point in the game when she's raiding like this.
Yeah, she is out of gold, though. But these raids are pretty nasty, and Luna just can't afford to replace these vills. She needs her own light cav to defend against these raids.
And the raids are everywhere. Look around the map and you see purple dots, whether it's halbs defending the eco at home or raiding the farms at the front. Luna, she was over 170 vills, is now down to 116. Still no bit axe. Luna's gonna do whatever she can to sneak stables, though. 3 vills still alive in the corner.
And the big thing here with the raids, Sunset still has 3 TCs. Luna doesn't. Yeah, no heavy plow either. Commissar points out.
Yeah, and much easier to replace Vills due to raids when you have 3 TCs. So those 2 early snipes, now in the long run, paying off for a Sunset.
Yeah, really good game. This has been an absolute banger.
And Halves and Skirms moving forward.
Man, those elephant archers just eat those halbs alive. Those bombard
do.
cannons are all gonna go down.
Halves not in the right position. Like Cav pathing to the cannons. That's the most important part, pathing to them. And one cannon will, for now, survive.
That was a really good
Elephants
fight for
can
Luna,
pick it
and she's
off.
got a big, massive Trebs. She can pick a TC, she can pick a castle.
Yeah, and
Really good recovery there.
yeah, right now, only 156 population. I guess Mahayana makes that look a bit different than it really is.
It's actually 170, yeah.
Yeah. And now the question is,
Where are
where
the
is all the
Trebs?
army for Sunset? She's got 20 Halbs, 20 Skirms queued, and trying to fight with Skirms in the back. But it's hard to see exactly where all the military is. Sometimes that happens with the Byzantines. You have a huge population, but it feels like you don't have much because of how weak the trash units are. Yep, and I have a brief pause, it looks like.
Game is paused.
Yeah. And reminder, this is sudden death on this map, so you can't add any more TCs. Luna just stuck with her TC with the queen in the middle. What is this? I know it doesn't affect anything in game, but why does Luna have a petard in the TC with her queen? That sounds like an explosion waiting to happen in the wrong place.
I believe she was accidentally misclicked a petard from the queen castle when it went down, and she ejected the queen to run into the TC, and the petard also followed that gather point.
Now, maybe it's just planning in case, it is sudden death. In case those sneak petards come in, she's ready to counter petard them. I don't think you actually kill a petard 1v1 too. I think you actually need 2. Maybe with siege engineers you do. Siege engineers, I think you do. Oh no, it's just attack versus buildings. I guess you don't. Alright, so we're 52 minutes into the game, and Luna's retaking the score lead. And I still look at that population and see
game.
200 versus, I'll call it like 160 probably with Mahayana. But 4 Trebs for Luna, who still has 2k gold, and there are still relics out on the map. Only 1 to 2 right now.
Here we go, back in. Castle is going to go down. I would like to see siege engineers, but honestly, she can't afford it right now.
Yeah, and now we're at the point where it's 143 vills for sunsetfire, and she's floating 3k food, and maybe that's a bit too many vills for the Byzantines now. As you really, I don't think, want to be more than 120 with how cheap your trash is, and you want to make sure that you're taking the trash fight advantages. Since you're not also going to be pumping out Hussars for the Byzantines in all likelihood, you don't need as many farmers, so 71 farmers might be a bit excessive for them.
And huge fights on the sides. This game has been absolutely wild, and I'm here for it.
There's some of the stables on the side from Sunset are now cleared by that siege elephant, but she has another one. You can still keep pumping out Hussars. But man, that KD, 700 to 450.
Oof.
It's been great for
I don't
Luna.
think there's not enough vills to repair that. That's going to go down.
No, there's not, and Sunset
And
will
Sunset
call it.
calls the GG. Wow.
With
what a
the score
game.
lead, too. Resigning with the score lead, that's important.
Oh boy. OBS just crashed.
Oh no. That happens. Oh, you gotta really decrease the VRAM if you're gonna zoom out. There's a slider you gotta put all the way to the left.
Oh, I think it's good. I think it's good. Is the stream still going? Maybe?
I've had that issue. I feel your pain.
Okay, no, it crashed. It crashed. Let me
Right.
reload really quick.
Between the games, you're okay.
What a game.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like the game was decided by Sunset not scouting those early raids. And at the beginning, when she had such a huge eco lead, would have had an even crazier one if she wasn't down 20 Vils and was instead basically even with Vils, which is what her build order did for her.
Yeah, I agree. Also, everyone, we're back. Sorry about that. OBS decided it didn't want to play nice anymore, but really, really nice game. Really, really fantastic. And I'm not sure I've ever seen somebody win an hour plus long game without double bit.
Oh, that's true. That is the least eco upgrades at that point in the game she could have gotten away with.
There's a win for Bengalis and a loss for Byzantines. I am going to take a quick little bathroom break and grab some water, and I will be back in like 1 minute.
Stay hydrated. Keep the chat entertained. Everyone
Oh my god, I just realized that it shows me as muted on OBS. I don't know how long I've been muted for.
Oh, you've been fine over here at least. Maybe just since it crashed.
Okay. Yeah, it might be. I'll be back.
Also, we'll shout out the Age of Queens channel. Go give them a follow too. And you're in the lobby again. This is now the challenging part where the players have to remember to change the game mode so that it's not regicide, and then the victory so that it's not standard and we don't get a relic victory when they swap to the next map. So go give the Age of Queens channel a follow and say hi to Crab. She has been casting all the games in the Queen's Clash so far. And after this set, I still have Rex from Gabi versus Lilybear from earlier to cast. So if you didn't see those, I will be looking through them.
Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry
All
about
right.
that, folks on the stream. OBS decided it didn't want to play nicely.
All right, I'll send you a note on capture age settings to check for the future. That might stop that. I've had that issue in the past, and I know Daniela has too.
Gotcha. Let's check the next lobby. Oh, do not join the lobby. Let's watch the lobby.
It looks like they did correctly change the game mode to random map, so already better than the pro players.
Twist throwing shade.
Yeah, the player elos here are, as Ugly says, they're around 1k7. I think they've both peaked above 1900 though. And they did both upset 2k1 level players to get here.
Yeah, so they've both been playing really well. Been practicing a lot, really prepared. We'll see what the next map is. Also, hi Terrace again.
Yay, Terrors. They also started the set on time. Exactly.
They were 5 minutes late-ish.
That's within the rules of the handbooks.
That's true. Has the game started for you yet?
It is not. I'm still looking at the
Okay.
lobby screen and the dashboard. I do see they picked Acropolis as the map, though.
Ooh, Acropolis. Should be interesting. It's been some pretty good games on that map so far.
So which version of Acropolis is this? Are there fish in the middle?
There are no fish in the middle because I thought that version of the map was silly.
I agree. Okay. Good. Alright, it looks like they're launching. So once again, yellow for Luna,
Almost there.
purple for Sunset.
Very true. Hey, Capture Age, you want to show the right game?
Oh, you need to leave the other game in the game.
I did. DE's
Oh,
showing
really?
the Acropolis. Yeah.
Maybe time to restart Capture Age then.
Yeah, I think so. Well, that's not entirely right.
Yeah, so as you said, no fish here in the middle. And just a couple of shorefish. I don't know if you dock the center for 2 shorefish. That sounds a bit ambitious.
Personally, don't think that's worth. I'm sure Viper would.
I'm sure there are players who would pick Japanese or Malay and go for fish traps in the middle.
Lithuanians
have-
here for Sunset. Pretty solid.
Yep.
Civ.
As you said, though, might have been a more appropriate pick for the suburbs for the 3TC map, with the good start with their eco and also skirms.
Yep. With skirms, only take 1 damage from elephant archers. Makes them very, very good into them. Still, though, I think Lithuanians are always a hard civ to place because they're good on, like, every map. So it's just, where do you value them most?
Yeah. And then against the Saracens from Luna, who would have good camels, and maybe interesting if they get to Mamluks, because then what do Lithuanians do well? Halb, Skirm, Lechai? Mamluks should counter all of that.
We did see Mamelukes dominate on this map earlier in the tournament. I believe even, was that Luna who did that? I think it was. I think she did pick Saracens on this map before. Went for Mamelukes and found success. It's all sort of blurred together for me.
Oh, Luna. Oh no, the deer. They're against the edge of the map, and she's going to struggle to push them in. Thanks, DE. Oh no, she has to let them
Denounced deer.
reset. Alright, one of them's moving back. A much easier deer push for Sunset Fire. So the map script
hacks.
hoping Sunset can give us a game 5 here.
I hope we get a game 5. That would be sick. We've had some pretty good sets already, but I think this is definitely the best one so far. It's a really nice play from both players. I feel like, I know it's called Acropolis, but I feel this, you could just reskin this map for like desert terrain and call it like, what's that called? I can't remember the Arabic name for it, but it's the empty quarter in the Arabic Peninsula, because there's always an empty quarter of the map.
Oh, that's true. That's something I'll need to think of next time I script the map, like what to do out here in the corner, because it does feel very empty. This was...
I'd say just
Ba-
sprinkle some more gold out there.
Maybe. Back in the day, this map, before we had the nice rock terrain, was road terrain on the sides that you couldn't build on. And there were lots of flowers under the TC. Yeah. And both players up to feudal, so Luna perhaps 1 minute, 45 seconds away from clicking double bit axe. Will she remember it this game? Oh, panda rocks in the corner, vanilla donut. That is a perfect idea. There's already rocks there, but they could be more pandas on the rocks.
Ooh. Ooh, yeah. We need some panda rocks up in this. So Luna did something really interesting last time, and that was went up very fast, did some walling, and then kind of just like chilled. I think she put like 7 on gold. Something like that. And
Could
just
maybe
bought her way up to Castle Age super, super fast.
Yeah, I mean, could maybe pull that off with Saracens and camp here and use the market for wood. Wood becomes an issue if you try to stay on the top of the hill for too long.
She made it work. It was a very interesting game.
Yeah, it looks like we'll have a scouts opening from both players. And I guess if you're Luna, you kind of want to play this matchup scouts into camels into Mamluks. And maybe the question for Sunset is, what do you do against that as Lithuanians? You could try to collect relics and just power knights with extra attack through Castle Age camels, or you might have to make a crossbow switch at some point.
Could be. I don't love the crossbows as the game goes later. No double bit for Luna. Luna, what are we doing? Please. Please.
Luna, no. Oh, there's a stable. Second lumber camp before double bit axe. Maybe she'll remember when she finishes this lumber camp. Although Sunset is hoovering her scout around here. Maybe that'll be distracted. There is a weak Vil by the lumber camp.
She clicked it.
Oh, there we go. And both players double bit axe, neither player horse collar.
No, I don't think you can really justify horse collar off an 18 pop-up. Not unless you're like... Well, I mean, Frank's obviously, but... You know,
Well,
someone who's saving
really,
a lot of resources.
I guess it really depends on how many spears you want to pump out. If you're pumping early spears, then you skip it, but if you aren't, then you do usually have the ability to afford it. I've seen it go both ways. Some people still prefer to do horse collar, some don't. Back in the old like 21 pop-ups, when that was fast, you'd always do it, but yeah, 18 pop is a bit tighter.
I remember those days. A lot of wood in the bank for Luna. It looks like she's adding farms now. No spears, just one additional scout.
Oh,
so I think this is another... Uh-oh.
The house went down.
The quick wall.
Okay, that was a disaster into a sudden quick wall to save the Vils, but still it hurts to lose the wood for a house at this point.
It does. And Scout's just going to hoover around. Still no additional military from Luna. This is kind of like game one where she just was like, I don't think you can really stop me from just making eco. And it almost worked.
Yeah, but that's now some idle time. A third lumber camp, which feels awkward for your build order. That's going to eat into your farms when you already don't have horse collar.
Two scouts hoovering around, trying to pick a Vil in Sunset's base. Vil's trying to fight, chased away by a spear. Almost gets a Vil.
Yeah, one of those scouts is weak. Sunset chasing a bit too much, though. Those Vils going on a bit of a journey.
Here comes spear. No pokes for this spear, though.
Ooh.
A little rough there.
Yeah. Well, Luna's definitely ready to challenge Viper for that Alcatraz speedrun record with all these quick walls. There's a market in the back.
You mean...
Oh, that poor deer.
Speedrunner Timber Hog Vondy's record.
Oh, does Timber, did he ever get the record back?
I think they share it right now.
Oh, who got it first then? You can't get a tie. Do we have to go like to decimal points and go for tenths of seconds now?
Looks like Luna lost the scouts probably to a spear somewhere.
Ooh, Luna, 9 food left on that forage bush. Sunset's not going to notice though. She's going to run away. That could have been an over forage.
This is just an exercise in quick walling. Like, wow.
Sunset picks the spear. Now Luna forced to do a bunch of defensive spears. Oh, that's a lot of quick walls. Spears will get a poke.
She's been pretty sick with them. Not gonna lie.
At the same time, though, it does hurt your
exposed.
eco. And it does hurt your eco to be spending all that time quick walling and 400 more resources for sunset fire so far.
But Luna's up 2 Vils somehow. I don't know how that happened. Well, 1 Vil now, but...
With a bit of idle TC time. I mean, 0 eco KD so far.
Yeah. She's making a run of it. Lures the spears into the TC.
Oof, that is painful
eco
for
count.
Sunset. It goes from being
Blacksmith
able to
gonna
fight
come
the
up.
spears with your own spears to now suddenly all your scouts are forced away. Thanks to that TC fire.
Not the greatest engagement for those spears from Luna, but she's got enough that she can at least keep the scouts at bay for now. Should be making another one, yeah. And I think she's just going to try and buy her way up. Kind of like she did last time. And Mamelukes are scary. Is there a follow-up from Sunset? No, just a blacksmith. I think she's just thinking, I'm just going to go up.
Yeah, just go up. And she has the eco to go up without the market. Just about has the gold. She'll have 6 or 7 vills on gold, so probably 1 more vill, and then she'll be ready to go up.
A little bit of
And
an
also-
eco disaster here. Not sure where these vills are going.
Yeah. Also a lumber camp in the middle for Sunset, and here, as we talked about earlier, Luna might struggle to keep the wood vills safe at the top of the hill.
Yep. Oh, and vills are fighting the scouts. There's no spears in there. That's really rough for Luna. Another spear coming in. Still no vill kills. Only 1 vill kill that whole time. That's not actually horrible. And she's thinking Mamelukes. Let's go.
Alright, so stone for Mamluks, but she needs to click up using the market there. We'll be a little over 30 seconds behind Sunset. So Sunset with a good timing advantage, and she at least will scout the stone. She'll know it's coming.
Yeah, but she's still dropping a second stable. You just can't overpower Mamluks like that. Uh-oh. Exposed villagers. Gotta run. Gotta run. This map is just so hard to defend on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the question then becomes, if you're Luna, where do you drop the castle?
I think I drop it. Oh, I don't know. Probably just protect the gold.
Alright, but then you also
Your
need
Saracens.
wood.
Do you?
Yeah, you're
With the power of
Saracens, you're
market,
right.
Anything's possible.
Okay, the lumber camp vills have to run. There we see Luna running out of wood at the top of the Acropolis.
This build's not quite working as well. I do believe Sunset watched that set, and the better timing is really important for this to work.
Yeah, and Bloodline's on the way. Now, if she can get knights out, and maybe even some relics with Lithuanian monasteries, I think the important part would be controlling the wood lines at the front and making sure the castle for Luna doesn't drop down there.
Yeah, and just not enough vills on stone for Luna to be able to get a castle up. Just too much disruption. Yeah, knights are coming out. A couple camels. I like that. That'll keep you alive in the midterm.
Yeah, that'll take care of the scouts. And Saracen camels, of course, have insane HP in the Castle Age. 125 right now without even bloodlines.
Pretty nice. And then I like monks to defend. I'll let you get to your better options longer term.
Yeah, so it feels awkward, but it'll be monk and camel defense for Luna to get to her castle. And that'll give
I
Sunset
guess.
at least an opportunity to start picking up relics with the monks. But a second TC for Luna, that's going to eat into the castle timing then. We'll be on stone, though.
She did do this last time. Dropped a TC to secure some wood and some extra res. Monastery coming up for Sunset. She will probably get a number of relics with that. But the CC will go up.
Okay, I'm loving Sunset's economy so far. Over 1,000 more resources collected. And I'm just worried about the
Pretty
unit
smooth.
composition. I'm still in the back of my mind thinking, does Sunset need to start getting archery ranges out for crossbows just to deal with all of the camels?
Could be. She could also add her own monks. You see knight monks succeeding against camels
true.
fairly often, I'd say.
And at least she is going to start thinking of the monks with the monastery at home for relics. Second
Yep.
TC forward.
It's a nice TC. It's a really nice TC. Knights just sort of hitting Palisades for the fun of it.
Yeah, they gotta stay busy. This
Yeah,
is
sometimes.
walled.
Sometimes you just want some wanton destruction, you know?
Yeah,
Nothing
now
wrong
they
with
found
that.
a
Luna's
nice.
gonna go try and sneak a relic.
Yeah, now they found a nice house to hit. And well, sneaking relics against Lithuanians, you're feeling pretty good about that. Knight could go pick the monk off if Sunset's paying attention, but doesn't look like she is quite on point there. She did scout that, so if she's paying real close attention, she'd notice it disappear, but maybe not quite something you notice in the
She might have
hectic middle of
noticed
the
it.
game.
And here comes the castle for the Memalukes.
And
Do
in,
love seeing that.
honestly, probably the worst spot for a castle. Doesn't defend a gold, doesn't defend
Yeah.
a wood line after a while. I guess it's on the stone, but crucially, it's not going to be on those forward wood lines.
Monk going for conversions. Does get it. Still two
Okay,
CCs
so-
for both, and Luna's actually ahead by 8 Vils somehow.
Yeah, that second TC paid off.
What an excellent defense. Just like the outcrop game. Just really nice defense from her. Limiting the damage. And now we get Mamelukes, and Mamelukes are capital D difficult.
And there's
to deal with.
fletching for Sunset. And, oh, fletching for what? I don't see any ranges. All I see is the monastery.
I'm not sure. I think Luna goes out for another TC. Securing some more wood. Really nice TC spot, actually.
Okay, so Spear stop a relic from Luna. Luna's still only on 1, and Sunset should very easily be able to grab the 2 that are close to her, 1 already in. And gonna go for a forward relic first, I think, maybe by that pond.
Could be. Luna's probably going to sneak another one in, so she'll probably get at least 2. As good as Lightest are, as good as +6 Paladins are, Mamelukes are a
Wreck
problem.
them.
So I think Sunset maybe... Okay, I see a range coming up. I don't mind relying on monks. Excuse me, to take care of those, but we'll see what happens.
2 ranges, but there's a knight there. 7 HP. Vils need to fight the knight and kill the knight. Oh, the poor monk won't get a conversion in time. Well, he has Sanctity. He needs to get lucky here. He needs an insta. Oh, that's a delete from Luna. Ooh.
Yep. That was
Might have been
nicely
able
done.
to kill the monk. Yes, there's relics number 2 and 3 for the Lithuanian player on their way. And it'll be 2 for Luna. So 3 relics for the Lithuanians. Pretty happy about that. But still trying to figure out a way to fight the Mamluks. And we'll have to be crossbows here. I don't think you go Cav Archer in any world against Mamluks, right?
I think Cav Archer can be fine. With your upgrades, you can kite them pretty well because they are the same speed, more or less, and you have a lot more range. But it's
hard,
kind of
though.
playing with fire.
Yeah, it can kind of work, say if you have a castle you can camp under and you have a spot to retreat to so they can't chase you. But on this map, with how much nothing is in the corner, like we discussed, the Mamluks have a good bit of mobility here. And if I'm Sunset, I'm actually kind of worried about the eco advantage Luna is getting. After that initial castle came up, it's hard to keep the night raids out with all the camels and Mamluks, and this has allowed Luna to expand now to the south, to the woodline, to the gold.
Fourth TC up for her. A lot of knights coming around the back. Luna should see this and divert monks
she's
and
walled.
camels back. Well, but that's a diagonal palisade wall. That's going to last all of 3 seconds against that many knights. Yep,
Yeah,
it is
this
Cav
could even up the
Archers.
bills. Yeah, still more eco for Sunset Fire, and yeah, we'll be Cav Archer. I guess in the long run, Lithuanians don't have ARBs, so if you're thinking things get to Imp, things are looking even more bleak. But here's Mamluk versus CA. Monks are key.
Mamluks have to run. Yep. They have Sanctity. Oh, okay, they do. I was like, those monks might be about to get splatted.
And crucially, she has found one of the TCs, not the second yet, though.
Yep. Uh-oh. Those Cav Archers in for a World of Hurt.
Ouch, and this is why I was thinking crossbow. You can get more of them out, and Mamluks don't quite hard counter them as well as they do Cav archers.
More knights in the back. There are monks. Could get some conversions. If she's paying attention. She is.
But light Cav are there too. Knights will just run away. Still no devotion from Sunset. Yeah, one conversion.
Redemption. Okay. I wouldn't mind Luna adding light Cav just to dive on the monks.
Yeah, that can be nice. Redemption is interesting. I guess she's extra worried about the workshop.
Mm-hmm.
I guess one
coming in for Luna.
Yeah, I guess one problem would be if Mangonels were to hit Redemption less monks and be kind of like a counter to protect the Mamluks.
Yep, and she's going to try and convert the Siege Workshop. I do like that. It's a kind of a cheeky move, but I do like it.
A monk, the best
TC
siege
for
unit in the
Luna.
game.
She's getting
booming.
devotion. And I think she's going to run these knights down with the Mamluk.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
lot
she
of
sees
Mamluks
it. Those
now.
knights are probably going to die. She has 1,300 stone. Could drop a castle, defend this TC just right here. I think I'd really like that.
More TCs. There's just a farm TC out there for Luna. She's just plopping them down.
Yeah. Good shot from the Mangonel. Shoot and delete, shoot and delete. Oh, nice shot.
And deletes the workshop.
Really well played by her there. And these knights are getting cleaned up.
And there's that castle you wanted, but also a forward castle from sunsetfire, who still has a good eco lead and is keeping pace in Vills despite all the extra TCs. She has 4 TCs herself.
Yep.
I might actually worry if Luna here as the Saracens was just to buy her way to imp with all that stone and then get to a Trub War.
And that's exactly what she's going to do.
Yeah, there she goes up to imp.
It's the CC. I was worried it was going to be this one.
Yeah, worried it's the forward TC.
Yep, it's not. It's not. That is a lot of Luna's gold access, though. She doesn't really have a lot. But then again, like we said, she's the Saracens.
Okay,
And still
camel
actually-
raids on the right.
2,500 gold on the top, so. Oh, yeah. They are attacking a farm. Not super duper ideal.
There are a lot of idle Vills and a converted Vill blending in right now.
Actually, notice that's a lot of idle vills. Wow, yeah. Here come the Mamelukes. That could be a problem.
Yeah, those Vills have to get to the safety of the TC.
Stables on the side. She does love playing that sort of way.
Yeah, I mean,
Sees a lot
one, one potential answer to Mamluks could be hand cannoneers, but Imp and Chemistry is still a long ways away for Sunset.
Yep. Luna does have to evacuate a large part of her farm eco and her only remaining gold, so that raid
And
could
relics.
be a problem.
Luna is kind of
But I
getting
think she'll
trapped
get
in
it
a
back.
corner. A full Cav Archer now from Sunset, but struggling to fight the Mamluks with this composition. Even with the hill.
Yeah, and I think Sunset's gonna probably lose that castle, and Luna will be able to get the gold back. Probably sell a little wood, get 2 trebs out.
Yeah, there's Imp, but the problem now, Luna does not have any gold access at all, so she's Imp, but will struggle to do stuff with it. Saracens can use the market, but there are limits to how much gold you can get over time from that. There's going to be 1 treb from her. And that's
She
it.
can afford another one.
2 trebs.
She's
And
sneaking
armor
around. She
now.
might drop a castle, like, over on the side. And that's the MTC. If she drops it there, she could kill the MTC. That'd be crazy.
Okay, they're chasing the Vills. And looks still running around. I mean, Sunset
doesn't
still has a
notice.
good eco lead. And more Vills. If she can get Bracer for the Cav Archer and stop the Mamluks from getting their elite upgrade, maybe she can still fight with this composition. And at least she'll see the Vills.
Bloodlines.
Their
Armor coming in.
Cav Archer's
Yeah,
out
those
for
Vills are
Sunset's Eco.
cooked. Stables on the sides could start producing light cav with last armor. It's pretty dangerous.
Mamluks want to raid 2. And no repairs on the castle for Sunset. And
Luna will
because-
get
beca-
gold access back.
Yeah, and because Sunset had gone so hard for the Cav Archers, no knights for jumping the Trebs. Oh, that castle doesn't
Luna,
go
my
up,
friend,
Luna.
that castle is not going up. Just delete the foundation. It's not worth it.
That's a sudden disaster
here-
desperation castle.
Here come the scouts. They're still only scouts, but they do have last armor, and Sunset hasn't noticed this. Luna's going back for a TC, trying to get back on gold. She does still have gold in her base she could take. Not looking at that, though.
Luna's losing Mamluk numbers here.
She has don't think that's the greatest fight, but she has successfully kept Sunset in her base, which is really nice. And those scout
Yeah.
raids are probably really annoying.
Yeah, no quick camels to clean this up. Either for Sunset. Scores flip back and forth. Here's Chemistry, and here's Bracer. And still more military, but again, it's military that's fighting Mamluks, and Luna wants a castle on the hill in the middle.
Will she
Heavy
get it
Cav
up, though?
Archer?
That's a lot of CA.
It's a lot of Mamluks too. And while that's happening, Light Cav raids on the side. Cav Archer's going to clean that.
Not all of it, though. They're getting into the farm eco.
Okay.
I think Luna might have
Cav
just sent enough
Archers-
bills that it doesn't matter that there's CA there.
Yeah, and if the CA have to focus the Mamluks, then they're not spending time killing the Vills. I think this goes up 85%. And it will
It
go
definitely
up.
goes up. Gets herself some more stone access, kind of secures a bit of gold. Trebs are taking down this TC. It's not looking great for Sunset. She still does have a solid eco. Does have heavy cav archer in already. Wow. Oh my god, and Luna's going for... That's an aggressive castle if I've ever seen one.
Mamluks are blocking it. Vills are blocking it. There's one monk there. Capture Age puts the monk behind the castle for some reason. Oh, the monk blocks
I'm
the
not really
castle. Sunset has the hill. She'll kill a lot of Mamluks here.
That was some classic Luigi wins by doing nothing. The monk just sort of stood there. Luna's still kind of struggling for gold access. Sunset's taking a lot of the neutral gold. There is some at the top. I don't know if Luna knows about that. Does she? Oh, she does. Just hasn't moved out to it yet. Elite Mameluke.
Okay, so Elite Mamluk against Cav Archers. We're starting to see Light Cav added in for Sunset. That could become Winged Hussar. And she's starting to get the eco composition for it with 50 farmers and 20 on gold. What
Yeah.
is Luna doing with these forward castles?
She's playing like an
deletes it.
absolute maniac, apparently.
Oh, does she want that even more forward? She does. All the Vills.
Blast
Oh my
Furnace
god,
coming in,
Sunset-
those,
Sunset needs to quickly do hill forts on the TC. She doesn't have a castle anymore. She can't.
she doesn't have a castle. No hill forts that days.
Now, Elite Mamluke's going to be a lot tankier. 133 HP. But also losing the
What a
fight.
great
Maybe
fight
they're
for
gonna
them,
kill
though.
some cannons. But
Did
overall
take
go
some
down?
shots.
Double castle drop.
Oh my god. She's out of her mind. and
GG.
Sunset calls GG. What a set. What
a set indeed. And honestly, I look at these two games and I think Sunset might have needed to swap the civ picks, go Lithuanians for suburbs, and then Byzantines here. I was assuming Luna still goes the same civs, but I think Byzantines are much better against Saracens, and Lithuanians may be slightly better on the map with their start on suburbs with 3 TCs.
Yeah, I think I would have switched the civs, but still really well played by her. That was a knockdown, drag out sort of set.
And that will be Luna advancing to face the finals, and I haven't casted the other set yet, so don't spoil the other finalist. I still need to cast Gabi versus Lily.
Spoilers, the winner of the other semifinal is a woman.
Spoils everything. Alright, so Luna, 3-1 win over Sunsetfire in what felt like a very close set. Sunsetfire might want to go, maybe think about the drafting and civ usage for the future, and maybe think about that Stranded game, where that was a weird one, right? Like, she had a huge eco lead, but couldn't quite turn it into a victory at some points. But it's also a weird map for the build orders, too. But well played. I was impressed with both of them there. Lots of stamina for that Suburbs game, too.
Yeah, I think that Suburbs game is the game of the tournament, for sure. That was back and forth, and yeah, Lilybear, Luna really can have big swings in her mental state. So I think she was feeling pretty okay going into this one, and when she's feeling okay, she plays really well. Well, thanks for the co-cast, Twist. That was lovely.
Awesome. Thank you very much also for hosting this and putting this all together. And I am right now getting the Rex for the other set, so I'm prepped to cast that.
Cool. I'm gonna do a raid. I think I might raid. Maybe you, Phoebe. She's been streaming a fair bit recently. I guess we can just raid you, Twists. We'll just if people hadn't seen the first cast, they get to
they get a recast. All right. Well, thanks for the co-cast, and I will talk to you later, and we'll see. When is the finals going to be? Tomorrow?
Yep. Third place match, 16 GMT. Finals, 18 GMT.
All right. Sounds wonderful, and I'll try to cast that too if Sudden Disaster is quick. So, talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right. I'm going to take a very quick break before casting this next set. I'll be right back. And let me update in the title here. YouTube 2. This will be Gabi versus Lilybear. And thank you, Crab, for the raid. I'm going to take a very quick break here myself, and then we're going to get into the set from earlier from Gabi versus Lily, so stay tuned. All right, let's get started. Thanks for the stream at this hour and all the organization behind it. You really enjoy it? Well, glad you enjoy it. And a big shout out to Crab for being the one organizing the tournament. Also a reminder, if you want to check out the VOD, it will be on my YouTube channel. And let's just get straight into Gabi versus Lilybear. I think my overlay and everything should be good to go. I need to set up a scene for the drafts. Like I can do better from that. I'm caught a bit unprepared, but here we are. It'll be Gabi versus Lilybear on Land Madness. Oh, okay, this is the version I put together for the TTL Season 4. We will have rock terrain on the outside of the map, so you can't wall to the edges. And this is also the version without terrain masking on the rocks. So you can very clearly see where all of it is present. So we will have Gabi playing in the blue as the Catans. She will be to the northwest. And Lilybear, she will be playing as the Magyars to the southeast. So Gabi, I think pretty heavy favorite so far. She's usually hovering around 2k4, 2k5. Lily, last I saw she was 1900. Maybe she improved a bit since then. Maybe she's been grinding it out. But this will be in the semifinals. He's here against Gabi. And Magyars, very popular pick for this map. And if you get to fully upgraded heavy cav archers, I think you're in a good spot against the Catans. Although I guess Catans do have good skirms. We did see that. I think Catans Britons in Sudden Disaster on that arena game, where Viper could just go skirms with the Catans. They do produce them more quickly, and this was played on the old patch, so it'll be even more quickly before the production speed nerf, at least for the feudal skirms. Anyway, Gabi pushing in some deer. You have one boar on this map, and she'll be going for a lumber camp. Would have a nice nook in the back, and actually has a fairly defensive map as far as the woodlines are concerned, but needs to be a bit careful with the rock terrain. Berries are in the back. You do have double berries on this version of Land Madness. Lots of neutral berries on the map, but you start with 2, you have a gold, and you have a stone by your starting base. Various wood lines too, some bushes, some pine trees, some bamboo spread around. And we'll have deer pushed in here from Lily. You want to try to get that back to the TC and get off to a nice start. As I said, one boar on this map, so really important to get your deer pushed in properly. Want to be more like Slam than Doubt when it comes to playing this map, that's for sure. The berry bush you have under your TC doesn't quite make up for the lack of the boar. Back berries too for Lily, so both players have a safe berry patch in the back and also a fairly back gold. But back sometimes doesn't matter on this map when there's nothing you can wall, and you are going to be wanting to pump out as many scouts as you can. Magyars will have a great discount on the scout line, as well as the free forging. So if it gets to a really long feudal war, it's bloodlines versus the extra attack. No bloodlines for the Catans, but they will have the double attack upgrade, so +2 from forging. And everything pushed in so far here for Lily. We'll be bringing sheep under the TC. And 2 vills on wood. So 2 vills on wood. This is a very fast uptiming then for Lily. Maybe 18 pop scouts. Did you want to co-cast Ugly? I'm doing the Rex now, so we need to sync up then. So if you want to co-cast, let me know for the next game. So I'm already like 6 minutes into this one. I'd be down if you want to join. Oh, let me actually remove. I forgot to take the co-cast out of the title. So Vill's moving out to the berries there for Gabi. And Loom will be on the way here for Lily. And moving out to the woodline, 19 pop up. So 19 pop with Loom. Not the most aggressive uptiming you can get on this map, but fairly standard. Gabi on 20 pop. We will be going up without Loom, considering it. Alright. Or no, never mind, going up with Loom. So slower build from Gabi as the Catans. But not doing any pastures yet. I could think about taking the forward berries, but that does put your eco at risk. I guess one strategy would be open with a mill on the forward berries and then go for a second mill on the back berries where it's a bit safer. And even if you don't take all of them, you're maybe saving a bit of wood on farms. Although if you're the Catons, maybe spending wood on pastures is what you want anyway. Forward barracks from Gabi. And the food eco for the Catons with pastures. Pastures replacing the farms will be much, much better than the Magyars. Will it offset the food discount, though, if they end up going very heavy into scouts? Not actually quite sure what's better here. Usually I feel like in the full scout war, I've seen Magyars be the best civ in the past. I think I remember hosting a game on this version of Survivalist versus Ozone, where Survivalist was Slavs and the farming eco couldn't quite keep up with the Magyars. Although it's maybe frightening to think that the pastures might even be a better farming eco. Did the other Luna win? Indeed, yes, Luna. The other Luna did win. I gotta give it to those players, though. That was a great set between Sunset and Luna. Deer on the way in, and taken by the Vills. Other 3 Vills from Gabi going forward. They'll look for a stable, maybe? And yep, there's the stable. Gotta be careful, there's that weak Vill forge to the Magyar's forging scout, but that scout's hoovering around the back instead. Gabi instantly throws up some Palisades around her berries. And there'll be scouts for Lily, too. Title needs to be updated. It's probably your Twitch. Oh, actually, it's not your Twitch. I do need to update the title. I updated it on YouTube, but not on Twitch. This is Gabi versus a Lilybear. Thank you. 2 streams to manage. At least I don't need to manage thumbnails on Twitch like I do on YouTube. The YouTube thumbnail is something that catches me off guard all the time when I don't have a thumbnail for the stream. I'll need to make just like a generic AoE 2 thumbnail for emergencies. So second berry patch for Lily, and she is pumping out scouts, 1 spear on the way. Is it a question of how valuable it is to make spears on this map? Gabi's going to start hoovering around this economy, but Lily will wall up. Need to make sure you actually build the Palisades. Can be tricky when you're right-clicking and misclicking on the scouts, but she does get it up. She has an overforge on her berries and doesn't get the Palisade in time. Almost was there. At least these scouts don't have any upgrades yet. And the Vills will fight them off just long enough for the spear to get over there. So Lily can relax. Did manage to keep her berries safe. And Solified, thank you very much for the raid. These Recs were played earlier today, so no spoilers if you saw Crab casting them already. This is the semifinals of Queen's Clash 4. The finals will be tomorrow. We saw Luna win over Sunsetfire in the previous semifinals we just casted, and the winner of Gabi and Lilybear will be facing her tomorrow. Hello, Def Vader. So thank you very much for the raid. I'll have a nice Saturday night. A bit of AoE 2 entertainment for us here. Or Saturday super late at night if you're in Europe. And Lily recognizes the overchop. Good job picking that up. And we'll keep running around. Thank you, Monster, for the follow. Monster Lol 13, welcome to the stream. We're closing in on 14k followers, so I appreciate the support. And we'll have Lily looking for a hole in the wall, not finding one. We'll be careful of that spear, at least as forging for fighting the spear. And Gabi does have her eco upgrades, but no forging just yet. There's the blacksmith. And that is a forward lumber camp. Back here feels like it'd be safer. Going to Dare going forward. She wants more stables. At least there's the option of just pasturing in the back and doing stables forward. Hello, Full Metal Zim. And Scalebarding armor on the way from Lily. Just got off work, well, just in time. I have more houses and walls coming up here for Gabi. As the spear will come over. Only invested into 1 spear and now 10 scouts, nine of which are here. There is forging, and she'll just need armor, and she'll evolve into the full Catan Scout's threat of 5+2 attack is whether or not that's better than Bloodlines won't matter because it'll be better than just the Forging right now. And Lily's diving. She has armor. I guess the armor kind of evens it up slightly. She is Forging herself. That won't be the worst fight in the world for Lily. A lot of Gabi's scouts are really low on HP, but now it's going to be 7 versus 1, and there's that double Forging paying off already. Lily, I don't think that was the right fight. I think she needed to wait for Bloodlines. I think it's really important to get Bloodlines against the Catans, and she will have to play on the defensive now. Wall up her gold. We'll see what these spears can do. Like I said, those scouts are very low, and the spears might be able to massacre some of them. Gonna heat up some food. I like that the pastures paint the minimap. They paint Capture Age. Maybe this will eventually be fixed, but Capture Age should have some layoffs recently, so I guess they're gonna be hard pressed to get those bug fixes in these days. Some more scouts coming forward. We'll have a house going up for Lilybear. And still fully walled on all of her resources. Not finished with the berries just yet. Eventually can delete those palisades and surround that mill with farms. And Gabi not able to do any Vil damage. The scout's able to just hoover. Finally able to pick a Vil, but that spear on the low HP scouts gets 2 of them. And that market will go up now for Lily. Res collected, Gabi super far ahead as the Catans. Although res spent will be lower for the Magyars. Don't know if it's going to make up for 700 res so far. Monster, as I said, Lily I think usually hovers around 1900. Gabi around 2k4 usually. Has hit 2k5 in the past. I think Lily's been over 2k before. I don't know what her highest is. But these are wrecks, so the dashboard's not going to have the stats. Maybe we could look that up between the games and add it, though. Remind me to do that. And Tiger going for the spears. And Lily raiding the pasture. She is up to Castle 2. Has 1961. All right, 1961. And triple stables from Gabi. And that'll be triple stable Step Lancers against double stable Knights. And no Bloodlines for the Step Lancers, but that will be +4. And Lilybear not going to try to go for the Cav Archers of the Magyars. We'll simply go Knights. And hope that she can amass enough of them to stave off the early Step Lancer raid. Lily's still trying to pick Vils. The spears poke the scouts away. Lily trying to be walled fully and actually can get the walls up in a full circle. One more tile and she is safe for now. Other than the one Vil who's out on that wood line. But one Vil isn't the end of the world. Gabi is up. Or Lily is up, Gabi right behind her. Having captured struggles. Alright, the fix might be to go to the settings and reduce your VRAM usage. So triple stable now from Lily. And Knights on the way out. I'm rooting for Lily. She is definitely the underdog. And another stable on the way for Lily. There is that iron casting for Gabi. Those light cav numbers are looking scary. Step Lancer starting to come from behind too. Lily doing armor. She has the free iron casting, has Bloodlines on the way. Or has Bloodlines finished. And she will hope that Bloodlines will be enough to win fights. It'll be triple stable Knight production, but falling behind already in the light cav numbers. That many light cav will be great even against Knights. Even if they don't have Bloodlines because of their high attack. But Knights do have full upgrades now for Lily. She is making sure she is walled. Great job paying attention to the quick walls. And still keeping the score close. Might be losing a stable, might have to repair. Doesn't have the gold income to work on 3 stables though, and behind this, that's 1, 2, and now a 3rd TC from Gabi. She will have tons of gold control and pasture eco behind this. And she's pushing through one stable. This is walled behind for the moment. But I think now things are going to tip suddenly in Gabi's favor. Still walled out. But it's at the point where she doesn't need to do much damage because she has TCs. Although that being said, there is a bit of a raid here. Eco KD actually in favor of Lilybear, at least for the moment. Does have that upgraded scout and a knight in on Gabi's wood line, doing some damage there. Gabi, though, in on Lily's wood line, and these steppies and light cav will massacre Vils, force a hole to be made in the walls at home, and we'll see if Lily can maybe get a wall up as she runs in. No, she can't, and now Gabi is in with a couple of light cav and steppies. Lily, 8-6, Vil KD, at least Lily's getting some kills in the back. And Lily thinking about going back to the wood line, but needs to close that wall and close it now. There she goes, closing the other wall. Okay, and she's safe now. Needs to close the wall on the other side, get both holes. And she is still stabilizing, but now down by 2 TCs and 9 Vils. Needs to get a very aggressive night raid going. And Gabi can make camels as the Khitans and fight against the knights with camels. Lily has to go CA. Tricky against camels to go CA, I think, too. But yeah, without bloodlines, if you can get a big mass of Magyar or Cav archers, I think you can do well fighting the Khitans. But that's a big if at this point in the game. Lily down by 15 Vils right now. His knights are picked off by the camels. Gabi's still hoovering around. And oh no, Lily, there's a hole she notices, and just in time she notices. So now it's a 20 Vil difference, and full camels from Gabi against the knight play. And here I think is going to be difficult for Lily to deal with this. Also a couple of monks in the eco. Expo against Khitans or die. Yeah, the pasture eco helping camels feels really scary. And camels with extra attack even, 6+4. They will be great at killing Vils if they get in. And Lily will call the GG, recognizing the eco situation, I think. And at the stats, that's 40 to 36. Calling GG while she has the KD advantage. That's the way to do it. But yeah, Gabi's eco is going to be too far ahead with that Vil difference. And if we check the scouting, yeah, Lily sees the extra TCs in the pastures. I don't think there's a hole there. Oh, actually there is now. The Vils over mined and the stable graphics do, annoyingly, extend well beyond the edge of the stable. So there would have been a hole there. But yeah, the Khitans are still broken. So allow me to, as I said, update the scoreboard and also update the elos real quick. I'll look up their highest achieved elos and put them on the scoreboard. And Ugly, let me know if you fix your capture age issue. Lilybear 1961. There's Gabi who's 25 something. 2563. Get closing in on 2K6 for her highest. Makes the game more popular than AoE 3 and AoE 4. I think AoE 4 has a lot of issues, especially on release, that people didn't really enjoy it. At least not from the AoE 2 community. Did I download? Hope I downloaded the right games. I'll get him from the dashboard if I didn't. Wait a minute. Let me just double check something real quick and make sure I have the right games. That's always important when you're casting recs, verifying that the recs are uploaded correctly. I think there might have been a save and restore in one of these. And I think they also were uploaded out of order. So one of these games is 42 seconds long. We'll see what that is. Heavy OP. Alright, ugly. This game might be over quickly. That might be a restart. Let me see. Second settings is wrong. It's regicide, sudden death. Alright. Yeah, these are recs. They were played earlier today. We casted one set. These were played simultaneously with other things we were casting. Let me know if you want to co-cast, because we got Suburbs coming up next. And let me know if you have the recs, too. I can send you what hopefully are the right files. Can't get it to work? Alright, I'm just going to plug ahead then. Thanks for trying, though. Alright, oh, I didn't even update the scoreboard. Too many.
Presto.
Iya.
Apa sasananya, Baginda?
Thank you, Ugly. Thank you, Ugly. I think he's letting me know I was muted. Did I hit my mute hot? Yeah, I must have. Hopefully I wasn't muted for a long time in the previous game. Anyway, as I was saying, 3 TC start here. Hopefully I wasn't muted for too long. It's only 2 minutes into the game. I hit it as I loaded in. Maybe I did. Alright, well, 3 TC start, not like we missed much. We saw Lily luring the boar with her scout. You have a queen with which you can scout. You do not want to run your queen into the enemy castle. And as I said when I was muted, it is regicide and sudden death. So sudden death means that if you lose all 3 of your TCs, you are defeated and you cannot add any more. Regicide means if you lose your queen, you are defeated. And always going to be tricky on this map since the castles are forward. You don't have a great spot for garrisoning your queen, and you don't have any towers in your base. So either your starting TC or your castle are the place to garrison her, but your castle is kind of exposed. And early imp Treb wars could be a thing. And there is, I think, a passage between these wood lines, 1 tile. So Treb should be able to have a good Treb war here if they come forward for Lily too. Is that under the range of the castle? No. Gabi going to run her scout by the castle, but far enough away she can dodge without ballistics. And it is indeed her scout and not her queen. So no worries about being defeated. Bills for Gabi still working away. A bit more idle time for Gabi. So if Lily picked this as her home map, she might have been practicing the start. And we saw that in the set with Sunsetfire, who had practiced this map repeatedly as the Byzantines and pulled off only 40 seconds of idle time, which is darn impressive for this map. Malay, though, the Dark Age is potentially going to be extended, because as I said, you do click straight up to the Imperial Age, which means you're going to go from Dark to Imp really fast as the Malay. So Gabi, not going to put her queen in her castle, we'll keep it inside of her base. And I think what we see from this map is you usually get to 120 vills really quickly. So losing your initial TCs doesn't hurt you in the short run because you have enough vills by that point as much as it does in the long run when you're raided and can't add vills back quickly. So Feudal Age, clicking first for Lilybear even. Oh, I do wonder on the Malay, maybe it's worth it to go Feudal and do the upgrades really fast. I mean, you have such a large economy, right? 53 vills, double bit axe, horse collar, wheelbarrow, they'll pay off right away. Lumber camp for Lily on that wood line being as efficient as possible. And only a minute 30 of idle time, much less idle time than Gabi. Neither save with a Dark Age eco bonus. So that's just practicing the build and being prepared for the map from Lily. Here's Feudal for Gabi, and the age up upgrades will be very cheap for her as the Italians, 15% less for Feudal, Castle, and Imperial. As Lilybear has advanced to the Feudal Age. On his idle time here is a TC that is not working, the idle TC counter. Ooh, there's a description. The total length of time this player's town centers have been idle, and idle town center is one which is not building units or researching technologies. One that is not building units or researching technologies. So let's see if we can spot one. All these TCs are working. This TC is working. Yeah, Gabi remembering to queue vills on her way up. That's one of the tricky things about the multiple TC starts. Sometimes you click Feudal and you just autopilot don't queue vills. Gabi, at least she's the Italian, so doesn't need that much gold yet. And should be able to do a market in blacksmith and go straight up to the Castle Age. Tricky thing is your Imp build and making sure you have enough resources to click Imp immediately because the castle counts as your buildings then. Is this map playable as 4v4? I don't actually know. That's a good question. There are 3 TC maps in 4v4, as the ES custom map Metropolis is a 3 TC start. It's basically Baltic with 3 TCs. So, oh my gosh, Lilybear is going to go straight to Imp, and we'll do 3 stable Malay elite battle elephants right away. So this has to be conscription and elephants from her. And behind this, Gabi, if she has a good number of Genoese crossbowmen, will completely mow down the elephants. But if she doesn't, then the timing could catch her off guard. And she needs to click up to the Castle Age now. There are her Feudal Age eco upgrades. There's the market and the blacksmith. And which TC has castle in it? And this one. Also putting Imp in the right TC will matter. As Imp in a forward TC, if you just hit that select all TC button, could be devastating against the earlier Imp timing of Lilybear. The Lily up to the Castle Age. Oh, she's not going to go Imp. She's going to go Castle Age Battle Elephants. Oh my gosh, she's going in the Castle Age. You're right. Oh my gosh, I was assuming this would just be straight Imp from the Blade, but no, that's what the early Feudal is. And I don't know if Gabi recognizes that, but right now she has no military, no Genoese crossbowmen, and since this is sudden death, Gabi will be losing 1 TC. I said you usually lose the TCs when you get around 100 plus vills, but not this time, only 75 for Gabi. And this could really cut into her vill production if she loses this. The elephants are there. Elephants are there, exactly. Get your Membi-motes in the chat, because there are 0 Genoese crossbowmen out for Gabi. And maybe she needs to start pumping them out, but that will affect the gold timing for Imp. There's a workshop and a ram. Lily is going for the kill on this TC right away. Elephants, they have to be careful of all this arrow fire. We do have fletching on the way, or in already for Gabi. Vills will be fighting the ram. Elephant push on the way. Fletching, maybe Bodkin will be necessary. Archer armor for Gabi. Is that a misclick? Did she mean to do Bodkin? Because Bodkin for the TCs would help stop the elephants from the Malay when they only have +1 armor. 3 pierce armor against 7 attack on the TCs would be much better for the TCs than 6. Vill's trying to house wall this out. Not going to be in time. Gabi takes the score lead. But here come the elephants. Ram can start going for the TC. Elephants will be fighting the spears. Genoese crossbowmen queued for Gabi. Oh, that's why we had 0. I thought she was up to Imp. No, she's up to the Castle Age. There's Bodkin. There's so much chaos, I'm not even paying attention to the ages properly. And Gabi so far keeping the TC running. We'll be trying to repair. Here come the Genbos and more pushes with the Rams and the Elephants. And a bit of idle time now for Lily, but she's queuing 3 stables worth of elephants. There's forging on the way. Repairs on the ram even. Repairing 2 rams on the TC. Gabi going to lose this TC. Yeah, Gabi just now in Castle Age trying to get the Genbo numbers out. 4 Genbos now. Repairing the TC like crazy, but now she's losing Vils. That's 17 eco kills for Lily so far. And what if she started adding Scorpions behind this to deal with the Genbos? So far it's just a ram push. Monk is out for Gabi. Where is Gabi's queen? The queen is all the way at the back of the map. She is walled in. She has her own area at the edge of the base. And the elephant push continues. Only 5 elephants though. Gabi doing a great job of mowing down the elephants with the Genbos. But Lily now 2k more res collected, continuing to push with the elephants, has taken a TC. Is there a world where Lily somehow makes stables over here and pushes this TC too? I mean, that's now a TC lead she has in the sudden death game. We'll lose the Rams though without the elephant support. Too many Genbos and Monks for Gabi. Wait, there are Vils inside the Rams. They could go for oh my gosh, does Lily go for the gate and get to this TC? That would be crazy if she did. And there's the Scorpion, Might need ballistics for the Scorpions. She's gonna run away from the Vils, regroup a bit, regroup with the elephants, and make another push. Oh, and thank you Tristan on YouTube for sending a gift membership. Thank you. Tristan Sweden with the flag, apparently. Wait, no, that's a gift icon. For a second, I was confused because the gift icon, actually with on the dark mode, actually kind of looked like a Finland flag, and I was like, wait a minute, that's not the right flag. But thank you very much for the gift. And Genbro is still shooting at the Rams. You're lucky that you didn't send a gift and receive it yourself. I've seen that before. I think on YouTube you need to enable the receipt of gifts. It's a lot of Rams. Double workshop Scorpions now. Scorpions will fight the converted elephants. Enjoy your day. Cheers for the brilliant content. Well, glad you enjoy. Thank you very much. Just need some Benny Hill Chase music. The Scorpions need to deal with the Genbos here. Gabi is up to Imp. Genbo take the Scorpions. It's 102 Vils to 86. This is only 1 TC producing Vils now for Gabi, because she is up to Imp, and we saw this. Yeah, actually no TC is doing Vils. Wheelbarrow on the way. We saw this in Sudden Disaster. The extra TCs while the player goes Imp give you a huge villager lead, and Gabi's going to have that. Scorpions are there. Is she devoted? Oh no, or Lily's gonna have the Vill lead. No, she's not devoted yet. Maybe it's tricky. She needs ballistics and she needs devotion now. The Scorpion's not quite doing the job yet. Trying to get more numbers. Rams in the front absorbing some of the Genbo fire. Gabi with the perfect unit composition to stop the Malay elephants though, but there are so many elephants. KD count is similar, but that's Vils versus Elephant KD. Take your pick of what's better, but the elephants are certainly more expensive. The converted elephant's even doing a number on the Scorpions. There's Bracer for Gabi, and as she hits Imp, Lily will call the GG. And okay, it didn't work out, but I love that play. Had this been a civ other than the Italians, I think this works, but the Italians, the perfect unique unit for stopping this. Maybe Lily needed to do Scorpions earlier? Maybe cut the elephant production, triple workshop Scorpions, do ballistics early? And be more prepared for that unit composition, maybe get devotion earlier. Those converted elephants really push back the Scorpions. Wow, that was crazy. That was crazy. I feel like this actually should have worked for Lily. And now that I look at this again, like maybe a bit too one-sided, or maybe a bit too direct with only the elephants and needed the Scorpions earlier. Something like that, because killing 1 TC with a huge Vill lead. 4k more res collected. There's just no way to deal with the Genbos now. She's lost too many Scorpions and 44 to 37 KD. This was interesting. And maybe a bit of different execution and this could work. And maybe they could have kept playing. Oh, you had a patch issue, Ugly. I forgot. It's on the old patch. And yeah, the patch doesn't update. Do you have the Rex and everything, Ugly, if you want to come for the next game? As Gabby posted them in the channel, I don't know if... I mean, if you have them working. As Gookie, apparently Gookie hasn't played in a month or two. Okay, that game was crazy. Well, Gabby will find herself with a 2-0 lead. And the next map will be Acropolis from the looks of it. And I'll just give Ugly a second to message me if she wants to co-cast, otherwise I'll just get into it. Alright, yeah, and Ugly, let me know if you do want to co-cast or not. Yeah, I know the ad was playing there. It will be the Acropolis Wreck as the next game if you wanted to join. Long stream today. Kind of short compared to the recent ones. I did like a 10.5-hour stream the other day. This is only 6.5 so far. And I think we'll go at least 7 or so because we still have more games. From ads can join. Alright, if you're in my Discord, I'll bring you to the other co-cast, or to the... Just join a voice channel and I'll drag you in. You might be able to see it with mod permissions anyway. Oh, I removed Crab's name, but forgot to remove co-cast. And the title. Man, my title updating skills are not what they need to be. Oof. This coffee ran out a long time ago. I think I needed more. Hello, Petit. How you doing? Petit Puzico? Now, for those of you who don't know who Ugly is, she does all of T90's thumbnails. So if you've ever seen one of his videos, you've seen one of her thumbnails. At least for the past few years, maybe one of his initial videos was done by someone else. Maybe that was Hardy. And let me drag her in. And hello! You are here whenever you're ready to unmute yourself.
Alright, test.
Hello, chat, let me know how the volume is. And I'm just going to open up this Acropolis Wreck and pause at 0 seconds.
Alright, I have the rec open too. Also, I've been doing T90 stuff for I think 8 years now, so...
Yeah,
who did
the thumbnail for his very first hotkey video? Remember his first video was how to use your hotkeys. That had to have just been him himself.
At first he was doing them, then he hired someone, and the person kind of just flaked out. I don't know who it was, but that's when I stepped in.
Alright, so I have this rec paused at 1 second. Where are you at right now?
I haven't cast since Queen's Clash last time, so I am at 2 seconds.
You're at 2 seconds, okay. Let me get to 2 seconds. And whenever you're ready, just give me a countdown.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, so welcome to game number 3. Gabby does have a 2-0 lead over Lilybear. Lily will be down here to the southwest in the red as the Mongols. And Gabby will be to the northeast in the blue as the Georgians. And the map will be Acropolis.
Yeah, I do like Acropolis for how open it is. So I'm looking forward to this. I know Gabi is a pretty aggressive player.
I remember her picking Acropolis quite a bit in one of the previous TTLs. And I guess to note, this version only has 2 shorefish in the middle, no deep fish, so I doubt we'll see any docking.
Oh, right. I remember Crap talking about that earlier with you.
Yeah. And also, Mule Cart, great for scouting, as Gabi will just be pushing her Ibex while scouting with it. Also,
yeah,
I
I
guess
see that.
the Mule Cart could be nice for Acropolis for how small the woodlines are. You can take it and move to another one without needing to rebuild your lumber camps.
Right. That's a pretty good hidden advantage. With Oceanized games, I just tried Georgians for the first time because I just came back to the game, and I was really digging the Mule Cart. It's so many like little small advantages like that.
And Gabi pushing in the Ibex. And there we go, safely under the TC. And
Just
yeah,
in my
using
settings
it.
right now, so I might be quiet.
Yeah, using that starting Mule Cart on the wood line for Gabi as she pushes in the Ibexes. Lily doing the same thing, pushing in the Ibexes, lowering in the boar. Everything going well so far, so good. Both players doing fairly early boar lures. And very important for the Mongols to get that hunt in as fast as they can. I have 2 vills on wood from Lily. That's the build she went with on that Land Madness game with the Magyars, so will probably be 2 on wood again for her as the Mongols here trying to go up fast. Oh, also struggling with the Ibex on the wood line. Oh no. Wood lines are hard for pushing Ibexes. She's just going to go for another one. Or a straight path to the TC there.
Oh yeah, I see it. No, that's a disaster. I hate when that happens to me. It's
Yeah,
basically
Lily-
every game that happens to me though.
Yeah, Lily channeling the doubt that lives inside all of us, I think, with those lures.
Classic doubt behavior. Alright, so what do you expect out of Acropolis and these Sims?
It could be cav archers from both of them. The Mongol ones attack faster. The Georgian ones heals, and the Georgian ones heal, and the Mongols could eventually try to get to Mengadai at some point.
Oh yeah.
Camels also from the Mongols can be nice.
Oh yeah, there is some nice stone up there on Lily's base, like just to the north. So I think Mengadai could be the game plan. But that is a
Yeah.
little forward too, so that's a little worrisome.
Yeah, and Georgians do not have the final armor upgrade, so going skirms against Mengadai is still kind of tricky when the Mengadai can actually kill the skirms fairly well.
Oh wow, yeah. See, I'm not familiar with the new tech trees, and I would say Georgians are new to me because I'm outdated. I'm old school.
I mean, I think the Italians, Inca, Slavs, Magyars,
Mzaars.
and whatever the other Forgotten Empire
Do you
civ
think
was,
they're also new?
those are new to me. I'm
no.
used to Huns.
Huns, just Hun Wars, yeah. Hun
I'm
Wars
used
on
to
the top
Aztecs
list.
being good.
Hey, the new Jags are gonna bring them back.
Maybe.
Meta.
No, what was that other civ? It was Slavs, Italians, Inca,
Magyar. They were
Magyar.
forgotten.
Oh, and Indians. Oh, they're not in the civ, not in the game anymore. That's why I forgot them. The Indians.
I miss the Indians. They were so good. They were toasty. Toasty and cozy.
I do kind of miss them too.
I mean, Hindustanis are pretty close to them still. Except the elephant archer change. That's like pretty big difference. I used to love going like just aiming for elephant archers as the end game.
Yeah. Oh, and hello, Hardy. Can't wait to play Indians and research tracking and supplies. Cocaster is ugly. If you don't know her, she does all of T90's YouTube thumbnails. And has done the logos for TTL too. So you'll see some more for logos coming up soon when we get into the TTL sets.
TTL 5. I had a lot of fun making those logos. I think I spent about 30 hours making them this year.
We'll have an additional bronze one now to check out in addition to the gold, silver, platinum.
I think I might want to draw them a little bit differently. Like the plumes I'm not happy with, so I might not be done. 5 more hours of work, probably. No, it'd probably be like an hour. But I'm happy with them. And I hope the other people are too. I was staring at them so long, I'm not even sure if they were good in the end.
I know that feeling, like you look at something so long that you lose the ability to judge the quality of it.
Right? It happens with thumbnails all the time. You're like looking at the word and you're like, is this even how I spell the Viper? I don't know anymore.
Yeah, and then you misspell it and people think it's AI generated. Oop, oh, my capture rate is crashing. Hold on. We might have a crash. Hopefully my OBS is not dying.
Oh,
capture
geez,
age.
your
Oh,
stream's
capture
not
age. Yeah, capture age just crashed and OBS didn't die. What is this? All right, let me check my VRAM usage real quick.
Disaster.
That has, at the very least, not been killed. All right, I will just reopen capture age and hopefully be at the same spot.
Alright, I paused it.
All right, I'll have to pause too then. Okay, I'm at 1051, 1052.
Oh yeah, yours kept playing then. Alright.
Yeah. Okay, only capture age crashed. The game didn't crash. Okay, I haven't had that white screen issue in a long time, but here we
I
are
will
again.
catch up to you. No problem.
All right. Yeah, so 1052.
Alright, I'm good.
All right, I'll give a
Three.
countdown then. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright. So what you missed, there was some scouts poking the walls and Lily's base, and now they're on the wood line. And that's what's going on right now.
Yeah, so scouts opening from both players. Spears from both of them. Georgians will
Scouts
have the
are on
healing
Gabi's
scout.
base.
Yeah, here are the spears.
Spears are getting work done.
Ooh. 2 scouts for only 1 vil. Rough trade, I think.
Not worth it. Two spears on that one line was smart. Gabi like knew exactly where the weak spot was in the space.
Yeah, that reminds me. I think Lily has goals for herself on her stream, and one of them is don't be greedy. That was a bit greedy.
Yeah, I've seen the goals on her stream. I think they're kind of beautiful. It's so many things to pay attention to though. It's like you got 10 different things to improve on. I could never do that. Well, scouts are coming in again. Gabi into Lily.
And
That's gonna
nice
be a
vil
vil pick.
pick. Yeah, even on the hill.
Scouts could take out that spear. Think that's a bad idea or not?
With the hill, I think it's a good idea. Ooh, not the best micro though. Yeah, I think you got an extra poke in. But
Oh,
good
sick
job
the
to surround it on
balls.
the hill.
Oh no, but they're in. Oh no. Poor guy. He just wanted to pick some berries. Yes, he died for it.
Yeah, now only
And
one
defeat his
spear.
family.
Had
Disaster.
defeated the entire Mongols base. Dang. Oh, Lily going for another vil pick. But the spears are there. Nice micro from Gabi to save those vils.
At the same time, Gabi took out spear in Lily's base, so crazy micro.
Yeah, Lily gets another
Let's-
vil.
So many of Gabi's vills walking around.
Oh, that's another vil. Okay, now the
yeah,
scouts causing value. And just imagine if she had 2 more scouts though for picking off vils right now and didn't lose those initial ones.
Right, that'd be a dangerous scout ball.
The entire Mongols base is his family. Good point, Hardy. They're all one unified Mongol civilization.
Right, they're like nomadic, so they all like travel together all the time. Sleep in the same tents probably. You know, it's one big family, like the olden days.
Yeah, you know, if they research
British guys
nomads, they don't
so
even
cool.
need tents.
No, right.
Well, I guess they do at the start, but they can just delete them. But no penalty.
What do they do to sleep though? Like, do they just lay on the floor?
No, just like the Huns. They don't need the houses then.
Yeah, what do the Huns do? Do they just like sleep underneath their horses? Sounds awful.
So Gabi coming back, and I think Lily still has openings on the berries and a couple of weak vils there.
I do like that Lily moved to the wood line in the middle. Nice small walls.
I would if she had walled the berries properly. But now, because she was out there, she had to move the spears back and forth a couple of times, and that let Gabi get an opening. And poke in, but not going to make up for the Vils, I think.
It looks like Lily lost all her scouts. There's just one guy. He's just scouting. He's doing his job. And there's a full feudal army coming forward. I'm scared
With
for
archers
Lily.
now. Yeah, and you had asked about the army compositions earlier. Having that range transition makes that Cav Archer option smoother. But playing like the old Arabia Huns, scouts into archers. Archers deal with the spears and shoot over the small walls on this map.
Oh, panic tower.
Yeah, well, she has to keep the Vils alive now.
2 Vils down already. That's not looking good.
Now welcome these Vils dance.
What
3.
do you think about a preemptive tower? Like if this tower were made before.
It could be real nice on this map.
I've seen it quite a lot on Acropolis, where like this is your weakest spot, so you just tower it.
Castle Age for Lily. I think you do the tower if you scout the archery range, because then you know your walls don't protect you. And it all comes down to your scouting.
Hard to tell if you just see scouts.
Right. Gabi won't be too far behind, but it will be Lily doing Bloodlines, and could go Knights, could go Step Lancers, could go Camels, or any combination thereof once she gets up. But it will be only one stable for her so far.
Not on gold at all. I don't know how she's gonna sustain Knights. A little worried.
Yeah, and those archers from Gabi push her off with the gold. Because the tower had to go up on the wood line, now she can't tower the gold too. And that's maybe the downside of moving to the middle. You could have done maybe one tower and protect a small wood line, but a wood line nevertheless, and the gold at home. Now Gabi's free to hit the front of the base while that tower protects only 4 Vils on wood.
Right. It's barely worth it. It's also good to know, like, tower, there, you just move your army. Don't even deal with it. Like, there's so many valuable resources that are exposed.
Yep.
Lunar Sparkle.
Yeah, thank
Sorry,
you, Lunar Sparkle, for gifting some subs in the chat. That'll count towards our chicken cosplay goal.
Chicken cosplay, what's the goal? How much?
If we get to 500 subs, we're gonna cast the finals of Sudden Disaster in a chicken suit.
Oh, perfect. Wait, do you have the chicken suit already or no?
I need to order it. I think I'm gonna order it this week. I was looking for different examples of chickens.
Oh, Steppies.
Yeah, Steppies,
I don't know if
but
Steppies can handle this army. It's quite
no
a lot of
armor.
military from Gabi.
yeah, no armor, so the feudal archers will be nice. And oh, Lily's doing a panic TC on the gold in the middle.
Oh no.
Under the tower.
Scarecrows.
And
Tower's
everything
doing
cleared.
damage. Steplines is just dropping from the archers though. Like one volley almost kills one.
Ah, there's the GG.
There's that. I'm excited for the finals. I think I'll be casting them with Crab tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
see.
That'll be...
I heard you can't, right?
It does coincide with Sudden Disaster if it is going to be 18 GMT.
Gotcha.
But I will very much cast the Rex if I can't cast them live. So that is Gabi with a 3-0 win. Kind of expected from Gabi, but I think Lilybear did make that second game very interesting at least.
Yeah, pretty impressive for like such an elo difference. Actually stayed in the game. It was pretty equal trades for a fair bit of feudal. I'm very proud of Lilybear there.
Yeah, let me look at the...
Unstoppable.
Yeah, let me look at the stats in the game after the capture age crash, make sure we have them accurately. Yeah, 23-7 KD. Oh, my stream just crashed slightly. Maybe that might have crashed the stream. The VRAM issues from capture age never cease to befuddle me.
The mess.
Mini F. But yeah, 41 Vils from Gabi. Stayed feudal longer, and that paid off for her. And well done from Gabi. Pretty expected from her, but I think Lily's still... Yeah, I like that she had a plan. Alright, she had a plan for that second game, and I think she goes back and looks at the rec and thinks maybe a couple things you do differently, and it might work. So,
Right, that was very close to winning it, I feel.
All right, well, thanks for hopping on for the co-cast for the final game. Okay, let me give you a shout out too.
Oh, well, thanks.
Do you have any underscores in your name?
No underscores.
It always trips me up when I shout someone out and I can't figure out how to spell their name because of the underscores. But
See,
and again,
I'm not a fan of underscores.
I'm not either. I'm glad that I got T-West AoE without any underscores. Because T-West itself was taken, and I was thinking of adding underscores, but I was like, nah, let's not do that.
Yeah, well, you do just do age content, so I think the AoE is
Mostly.
fitting. Mostly. Yeah, sometimes it's, I mean, things you stream, it's just age from what I've seen. What's something else that you've done?
We did the cooking stream recently.
Oh yeah, the cooking. T-West Chef. That's your new name.
Also, everyone go give Ugly a follow too. Like I said, if you've ever seen a T90 video recently, she has done the thumbnail for them. So thanks for hopping on for the co-cast, and have fun if you do indeed co-cast with Crab tomorrow on the Age of Queens channel.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for telling your friends to say hi. But yeah, I will cast again with you now that I have it all set up. At some other point, just poke me maybe, or I'll poke in chat.
Awesome,
We'll
I
cast
look
something
forward
else.
to it. Be careful saying that, because we live close enough together. You might be physically poked.
Yeah, you might come by and poke me for real.
Alright, well, I'll talk to you later.
Alright, bye-bye.
Alright, so we are just about done here. What do I do tomorrow? Help? That is a good question, Lunar. That is a very good question. I think maybe come up with a fancy build for suburbs, because it looked like there was some potential there. I don't know what to do against Gabi either. I have memories of Nadia wrecking me years ago. But we're just about done here. I think I'll end on YouTube and we'll raid someone on Twitch. So thank you all for the support. Let me also update my title on YouTube and we'll end things there just at 7 hours into the stream. So I'll see you all